Welcome back, everybody, to the Mediterranean Poker Party. And Jay, we're coming towards the end of the road. It's the final day, the final table of the main event, about to get underway in the main room.
1,260 entries for this one, creating a prize pool just north of $6 million and a first place prize of $1 million. The 22-year-old prodigy, Leon Sturm, going to be headlining this one, sitting second in chips.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of hard work to stop Leon, but we have 8 other warriors, of course, in the mix, all chasing that massive $1 million up top. Well, that's enough from us, Jay. Time to get into the action. Let's see who's going to take it down. And a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Final time of the week. We get a beautiful look at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. We've been banging on about the scenery all week, Jay, and the beautiful setting, but it's business time, my friend. Here we go, the big one, 5K main event, final table, 5 million guaranteed, and as Jay referenced in that intro, $1 million for the win. There it is on your screen. All 9 players, 78K locked, 100K for 8th, then 125K for 7th. Then the pay jumps start getting steep, 170K for 6th, $225,000 for 5th, 320 for 4th, 440 for 3rd. Second place will take home $680,000. And what a heads-up match that is, Jay. Playing for 320K differential, 1 million up top.
There'll be some heads up when we get there, Andrew. Looking forward to today. I think everyone going to be a bit nervous, I guess, about to head on to the feature, playing for life-changing money. We're just going to go over to the chip counts and see how everyone's going to be situated in terms of chips for this final table. We have Kirill Sherbakov, who is leading the pack, 100 million chips, which is good for 84 BBs, and second in chips. That's the man everyone's probably going to be watching out for. Leon Sturm, the German, 90 million with 75 BBs. Mihai Nist in third with 41.835 BBs. Yuri Sovorov with 36.5, which accounts to 30 BBs. Then we have Azamat Lambov, Asil Teleznov with 29 and 25 BBs respectively. And then bottom of the pack, Berger Larsen, Yuhang Chen, Damir Gabdulan, 17 bigs, 12 bigs, and 8 bigs. And we're going to head over to the announcer to kick us off.
Yeah, Milbutis going to introduce the players. Going to be an intriguing one for us, Jay. The top 2 with 50% of the chips in play. So going to be some navigations needed by the rest of the players as they look to mount a challenge for the title. Over we go till Milbutis.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, all things, they have come to the end. And Mediterranean Poker Party is not an exception. But what a blast it was, with the whole mill for the win. And these 9 remaining, they broke the code. Let's meet them all. Starting with the first seat, newcomer here from Norway, with almost 21 million in chips. Let's meet Birger Mathilde Larsen. Holy moly, could it be 5th year in a row that it could be the year of Romania? This guy has not only perfect sense of humor, but also 42 million in chips. Let's meet Mihai Gabriel Nister. We know that journey, there are some different situations, and you always can be the sure stack on the final table. But experience works in a good way. From mainland China, with 14 million in chips, Yuan Chen. Sitting comfortably in fourth place with 34 million in chips representing Russia, it's Azamat Lankov. There are some situations, especially in live poker, when you have the beast to your left or to your right. And this guy knows how to handle things online and live as well. And he has a lot of chips this time. Representing Germany with 19 million in front of him, it's Leon Sturm. Seat number 6 belongs to another Russian on this final table. 36.5 mil. With him, it's Yuri Suvorov. Maybe this time, this number 7 will be lucky for the Kazakhstanian one, because he has 30 million in tournament value. It's time to see Asil Plozhanov. It's a secret, guys, but you know I like to talk. So I will tell you one thing about the guy who is now the shortest with 10 million on this final table. He has some promises. If he is fourth, he is going to Triton Montenegro. So let's do it, and he's shaking the hand. Let's meet Damir Gabdulin. Sorry, I'm very sorry. And let's finalize our ceremony and this journey with the chip leader. More than 100 million in chips, one more representing Russia. It's Kirill Sherbakov. I know it took too much time and you want to play. So enough talking, everybody. Let's taste the victory. I know you will play for the win. So guys, a mil for the win. Сыграем.
Everybody, now we choose the button.
Well, there we have it. Final table is set. Milbutis, gotta love him, Jay, in his own inimitable fashion, getting the room pumped up. And we're pretty pumped up for this one ourselves in the commentary booth. Gonna be good.
Looking forward to it. We got some big names on the table. Obviously, we've got Leon, but the rest of these guys can play as well. Millions and millions of cashes between them all. And about to get into the first hand of this final table. Drawing for the button.
Well, who gets the early victory?
What's the odds of qualifying?
And it's the man who was on our day 1C feature table, Jay.
Yeah, that is right.
He's made the journey all the way to the final.
Go back to first day, and we saw Asil Telezanov playing the day one. Seems like a long time ago, but here he is, now at the final table.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Good luck, guys. You're just making it up, but it seems like...
Yeah, what a feeling, Jay. Knowing that at the end of this evening, you could take home $1 million. We're stoked for it. Cards are in the air, and here we go.
Yeah, but doing that in your head seems like a lot.
So blinds 1.2 milli. 1.2 milli big blind.
Yeah, we're intrigued to see how this one goes, Jay. We did reference that the top two have more than half the chips in play between them. So interesting to see how the kind of short to mid stacks adapt. Typically, well, before I launch into a spiel to set the scene, hand one, $1 million up top, and you wake up with kings +3. Lambov gonna kick us off with a bang.
Yeah, just over to what you referenced. One of these players that is supposed to be pretty snug. So going to be tight when he is getting involved in the pot. We've got an 8 big blind stack. We've got an 11 big blind stack in Demir Gabdulin and Yuheng Chang.
Yeah, and here he is, Telezanov, all the way from day 1C to the final table. This one gonna fold round to the chip leader, Kirill. And there we go, raise and take. And look at that immediately, Jay. Adjustment from Sherbakov. I think just going to recognize, right? Lambov going to be incredibly tight here when he opens off that stack.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Andrew, and credit to the chip leader, just recognizing that as well. Just going to be a lot tighter than
Starting strong.
the original opening range. The first hand goes his way, and even not getting any action with kings, just sometimes
not
taking
even
that
the end
first
of the world,
pot.
is
Yeah,
it? Yeah.
taking that first pot, bringing them chips in your way, just does good for the confidence. Winning the first hand, get things moving in the right direction.
Yeah, Mihai there in your picture, excuse me. Myself and Jay both referenced that we've played with him live before. Very experienced player, Jay. What is it? 1.7 million in live tournament cashes for him. So he'll be one to keep an eye on. As we proceed, round 2, Leon. Well, we gave him top billing, and why not? I believe over 5 million cashes, Jay, already at the tender young age of 24.
Yeah, exactly that. Won a huge tournament, the prestigious 50K 8 max at the WSOP. He took that down last year. So bracelet winner in his early 20s.
Yeah, he's won a couple of quid.
Yeah, a couple of quid, just shy of 6 million in live earnings at the prime age of 24.
Yeah, we did just see the cutoff there, folding with Jack 10 suited, and here we go. Decision immediately on Larson. Very interesting spot, Jay. Obviously, we know that Leon is going to be getting after it here pretty wide.
Yeah.
Fixes figures to be good most of the time.
I agree, Andrew here. Could he ever just take this one here as Larson?
He might.
Early doors, 14 BBs. No.
Oh,
Gonna to defend.
A land on call. Also seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think when we're sitting 7 and 9 as well, we've still got the other two shorties, 8 and 11.
Yeah, off to the 8-7-4 flop we go. Pretty favorable flop. 4 pocket 6s.
And it's really hard as well, like this early in the FT, you just sat down to take these marginal spots as well, Andrew. When you're actually sat there, you're like, whoa, this one could be close. Like, people will probably tend to veer towards the passive approach.
I agree with that. Leon now comes up essentially empty, recognizes that fact. He's going to have better hands to start bluffing. And we can still beat some hands, Jay, right? All the Broadway stuff we're ahead of. And you would expect the big blind to play quite honestly.
Yeah, especially off a Larson stack size as well, as
yeah.
referencing 7 and 9 and 8 on the turn. And probably still as Leon here, just one that wants to be checking back. But this guy knows a lot more than us, so it's hard to argue with whatever he takes in terms of lines.
Yeah. Does land on what we suggested. Through to the King of Spades river. 6s are best. Larson, of course, not going to be thrilled to see that card roll off.
Yeah,
likely to check it over. Now, does Leon think he has enough showdown? We can beat some Queen Jacks, Jay. Yeah. Hands like this, Jack 10s that didn't bluff. We can chop with, something like an Ace 5, Ace 6 suited.
A lot of pairs.
As it stands, Larson going to be delighted to face no aggression. Takes down an early small one. Pretty reasonable there, I think, for Leon. We have just enough showdown, Jay, to not have to turn that one into a bluff.
Yeah.
And that's a great feeling, right? You've got 18 million. King rolls off on the river. You're like, please don't blast into me.
That's why I say my favorite.
Yeah, just love to see the check behind there. And second hand going Larson's way.
Appetizer, starter, main course, no dessert.
I'm going to give you a little trivia test in a minute when we fold to the big blind. Keep you on your toes, Mr. Harwood. On Lambov, and these are the tricky ones, Jay. Jack 10 suited from +1.
Yeah, I think this
really like
go
this.
into the mark. Yep.
Really like it. But then sometimes I want to see people step out, and just say, you know what? I don't care. I'm supposed to fold this, ICM, whatever. Let's go. But does lay it down. Seems very prudent to do so. Out to the chip leader.
I think everyone's so good nowadays. Everyone just recognizing they need to be tight in these situations. And
yeah, can't call a 3-bet, right?
Yep.
It's like tough. You're going to be out of position a lot. Round 2, Mr. Mihai Nist. Likely going to ditch this one. Now, that card protector, Jay, who is that?
Who is that?
Let's see. Let's see if you're too young to know who that is.
Yeah, probably too young. I'll have another look when it's back.
All right, I'll give you one more chance. Welcome along, guys. If you are just joining, main event final day, 5K buy-in, our landmark event of the week, 5 million guaranteed. We smashed it. Over 6 mil in the pool, of course, 1 million up top. And if you're joining us on YouTube or on DTD Player, Jay is going to be following the chat on that DTD Player. So any questions you have for us, let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know who you're railing. Let us know who you think's going to win.
Yeah, that seems like something that would happen.
And who do you think that card protector is? That's what I was alluding to. I'll give you a clue. It's from an old school cartoon that I used to watch when I was a nipper.
Okay, give me 5 minutes and I'll give you an answer. As Gabdulin will be getting in the mix. Ace King here.
Yeah, loving life, Jay.
Yeah. Nice, easy, all in for him. Beautiful when we had this stack and we look down and we see this. And this is actually really nice adjustment he's making. Goes for the old half stack. Making it 5 million. For that unique, rare scenario,
like all
Andrew,
three get it in or something?
where it goes cut off all in, button all in, like it needs to be a unique scenario for us to be able to half stack and fold this hand. But
well, gonna get through to the big blind. And Chen got to let this one go too. And just like that, Gabdulin moves up into 8th place just by a smidge. Great start for him, though. Need to pick up a few hands quickly. Gabdulin, Jay, regular on the Merit Tour, like these Merit events that we have throughout the year. Extremely accomplished player. I've covered him deep on numerous streams in the final stages, so he knows what to do. Very strong, solid player.
always known.
But yeah, guys, if you want to chat with us, interact, get in the mixer.
The mystery bounty.
You came too often here, that's the problem. Maybe.
Yeah, and just catching up with the YouTube chat. Seems like a lot of support for Mihai in East.
Stay more in the room than
People rooting for him. Hail Romania.
Every fucking time.
Played a lot with him this year. Just strange. You sometimes get a series where you have a lot of tables with the same player, and it seemed like last year in Vegas I was always on the similar table to Mihai, and very good player, plays some very nice stuff, and one to look out for today, that is for sure. And here comes Telezanov with the 10s.
Yeah, certainly one that makes the cut for an open. Kirill looks interested. Does have an ace, just decides not quite enough removal to go for a 3-bet. Lets that one go. Going to be round to Mihai, who you just referenced, on the button. Gets rid of that one.
I think I've got it.
Go on then.
Is it Eggman from Sonic?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Right, we'll come back to it because Lambov has found the inferior pair. Pocket 7s in the big.
Yeah.
Facing a 25 big blind open, Jay. What's going on here?
He's going for 3-bet here. Surprised to see this, Andrew.
Ooh, dicey selection.
Yeah, and this is actually horrible here for Telezanov with 10s. When we don't really like it because we expect Lambov to not really get out of line, play pretty honestly.
Goodness me.
Sit in the middle of the pack. Few short stacks around the table. Like, I'm never going to throw him 7s in this 3-bet range, Andrew.
Never in a million years, Jay. And I'm with you. This is pretty grim. Facing what should be a pretty polar 3-bet, but not to be denied. He's going to take a flop.
He's going to play cool.
I think it's the best way to proceed if we do continue, Jay.
Yeah, I don't think 4-bet's ever an option. That's out of there. Maybe too tight to fold, so perhaps you're right, Andrew. Just land on call.
Lambov, if he can find a C-bet, Jay, is going to win this pot.
Yeah, and it's a board that probably is going to have high-frequency bets on. And here we are, and now surely Telezanov with the 10s, no diamond. Just going to get out of there.
Look at this from Lambov. Bravo. Well, we did ask for somebody, Jay, to say, you know what? I don't care about the money jumps. I'm getting after this win. And what a start for Lambov. Must admit, did not see that one coming.
Yeah, fruity old 3-bet, but working out, getting the 10s to fold on the flop.
The wild thing there is that, like, I can see Sulenanov in position. Ace-King not 4-bet sending here against this. So when it comes King-Queen X, it's not like we can just bet and expect a load of folds. What a play. Gets it through, and with that, Jay boosts himself up to 3rd on the leaderboard.
Nice little move from him.
Wow. Okay. Lambov, one to watch. I'm going to give you the answer now.
I thought that was actually a great guess. It looked
Who the
like
hell is Eggman from Sonic? What is that?
the evil villain in Sonic the Hedgehog, the big guy.
That's Dr. Robotnik with the ginger beard. Eggman.
That's Eggman.
It's not Eggman.
It's definitely Eggman. Back to the action.
Deary me. But that is Obelix from Asterix and Obelix, the famous Gaul cartoon. There you go, Jay. You learn every day. Well, here we go. Sherbakov, chip leader, going to be perceived to be very wide. Does have a pair. And Chen, 9 big blinds, Jay.
Yeah, we're loving this. As Chen.
Queen.
Expect Sherbakov to be opening a lot of hands here. Ace-Queen just going to be too high up as the short stack.
Yeah, you're actually going to have a lot of fold equity here, right?
That's what I mean. It's like, it's nice because we will get some folds from Sherbakov here.
Yeah, I mean, you'd imagine he won't fold a pair, Jay, for 9 blinds, but he's not going to love it.
Yeah, not loving it, but 5s, like you say, it's a pair. We have 2 invested. Be surprised if he didn't flick in the additional 7 to make the call, and expecting to have our first all-in and call of the final table. Just getting a count as Sherbakov, just making sure.
And like, if there's ever a time to speculate, it's now, right? With 100 million, liable to be flipping a good amount. We can see that is the case. Kirill just taking his time. I like it. And there we go. He has announced call, Jay. And first at-risk player at this FT is Yu Hang Chen. Gonna have to get there with 2 overs against the pocket 5s of the chip leader. Big moments for Chen, Jay, right? Just if you ever needed to win a flip in your life, this is the one.
That's new.
Here we go.
Do it again.
Jack in the window, followed by a 6 and a 7. Pocket 5s still holding, Jay.
Yeah, not really the start we're looking for. The backdoor were always there, but an ace or queen needed and fast.
No help through to the 3 of diamonds. So Chen on the brink of elimination. 6 outs, 1 pull to come. Can't get there, Jay. Taps the table. And we lose Yu Hang Chen in 9th place. Nothing to be done, Jay. Got to run that one. Very happy to get it in. Unfortunately, can't run down the 5s of the chip leader. And just like that, we have our first elimination. Yu Hang, great run, finishes in 9th. Gonna take home $78,300. And I believe we're gonna hear from him now. Here is an interview with Yu Hang Chen.
How was the whole tournament for you?
It's a good run. I mean, it's a pretty large field and made it to final table, although I only played 3 hands or so. But it's good. That's my first time playing here. Like it.
Did you enjoy playing MPP?
Yeah, it's a good venue. The vibes are good. Good service. Yeah.
Any interesting spots that happened during tournament worth mentioning?
It was probably like during the final 2 or 3 tables. I got ace-8 suited. I was super short under the gun with only 6 or 7 big blinds. Obviously jammed it in and running into aces, but got a flush. Yeah.
Who has the biggest chance of winning this final table?
I would make my bet on Leon Sturm. He's definitely the most experienced player left at the table. Has a very healthy stack. He definitely knows how to do it. All right.
Well, there we go, Jay. Commiserations to Yu Hang Chen. Got it in with the ace-queen. Going to be more than happy with that situation, but couldn't get there against the 5s of Kirill. And he's off to a flyer with the chip lead, and here he comes now. License to get really out of line, I would suggest, Jay.
Yeah, I love that from Sherbakov now. Bit of extension between him and Leon in second in chips. So a bit of leeway at the top. So gonna start dipping into a lighter opening range, applying some pressure now. Everyone now locked up 6 figures as well, Andrew, with that 9th place bust out. 100K minimum. Everyone will be taking home.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see, Jay, as we go through, you know, will Leon and Kirill sort of fall into this understanding of, okay, me and you are odds on to get heads up at the moment, right, at least. So will they stay out of each other's way, Jay? But sometimes the cards don't cooperate. Intrigued to see how things go as Sherbakov once more gonna put the ace blocker to use. Opens with ace-6. And just shows, Jay, right, so many hands behind that want to put money in the pot in a non-final table situation. They just, nothing to be done. Like, even if you have ace-jack here, right, you probably just have to fold.
Yep, exactly that, Andrew, and this is impressive stuff from Sherbakov. Just recognizing situation now. I think we are going to see him in the mix with basically any ace, all suited kings, maybe. Start dipping into some suited queens as the opener.
Yeah, I mean, he's in there with the 6-4 of hearts from early, so you can imagine he's going to be in there with an absurdly wide range, as he should be. And gets another one through. I mean, even there we see Tuluzanov has to get rid of a king-9 off, has the short stack Gabdulin on his left. And, you know, we can make $25,000 here, Jay, just by folding for an orbit or so.
They were very into it, like, very loud shouting. And,
Where in South America?
And Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I've been there.
Yeah, it was cool. even though I didn't understand anything, you could tell that they were going for it and they were very hyped. It was a very nice atmosphere.
It's a laptop. In Argentina, you get passport. If you are born in Argentina, you get automatically passport.
2.5.
Oh, here he goes again, Queen 10.
That's what
At the moment.
yeah, I guess it's also just...
Now that's a look, Jay. We've been talking about the fashion here at Mera all week. The old neckerchief
Yeah.
and, you know, pink tie-dye hoodie combo.
January.
Was that pocket eights of Mihai?
Yeah, very nice fold
Yeah.
from Mihai. Just once again, this is why
Right, you
all
just
these
get to go
openers are
crazy,
so
right?
good for Sherbakov.
Sure.
Getting eights to fold, getting suited ace-x to fold.
Now then, I just said that ace-jack often has to fold. Potentially not from the button with the suited variety. We'll see how Suvorov decides to approach this one.
As an adult.
I think we can call this one, Jay, in my eyes.
Brazil, you learn that.
It does exactly that.
I went there first.
This makes a ton of sense. Oh, well then.
Thinking this is
How is your luck, Jay? Gabdulin cold finds aces with 9 blinds behind. Less than 8.5 back.
What a dream
Oh my
spot for
goodness.
him.
you can't get by.
And we're not getting tricky here. We're just going to be sending this in pre. So much money in the pot now to just take down. And
Wow,
probably thinking not too much fold equity either. So likely to get called. I don't think Sherbakov can call it off, but Suvorov's going to have a toughie when it's back on him.
I think the intriguing thing for me is we're actually going to have a load of fold equity versus the chip leader.
Yes.
Because he's going to be too wide. But Suvorov should be pretty snug here from button. So we probably expect that he's going to side call off with a lot of hands, Jay, right? Like a 9s or something like this. Hand like ace-jack suited. And I wonder if Suvorov can ever fold, Jay. I think it's really close. Like, your opponent never jams ace-10 here.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think they even jam like a king-queen suited.
Yeah.
I just don't see it. So we're crushed or we're flipping it best against like 10s.
That's it. And like 8s and 9s aren't even really loving it, are they, to jam? So
He might fold, honestly. He might fold.
That he gave me afterwards.
Doesn't seem like very likely against 9BB shove. But of course, at this situation, like Gabdulin, he's so nutted, Jay, in this spot.
I didn't do this enough, and I wasn't.
Now then.
super tough spot here for Suvorov
Because you get by, you know.
with the ace-jack suited, because as Andrew just mentioned, we can just never have the best hand here. We can flip some of the time versus some 10s, maybe
I
9s.
think that might be it.
But like Gabdulin, never taking a king-queen here, never taking a suited ace-x, never taking a worse offsuit ace-x. They would just fold or potentially just call and take a flop.
Never jams ace-jack off type hand either, in my eyes. I don't think so.
I think like ace-queen's probably the line, isn't it, Andrew? So
that sounds good to me.
It seems
Good, I assume.
difficult to put chips in, but then you're like, oh,
Yeah,
there we
he
go.
feels compelled to side call it off.
Yeah.
And he's going to get the terrible news that he is crushed.
What a spot for Gabdulin.
Oh, what a time to find it, Jay. Potentially the biggest FT of his life so far.
Yeah.
He gets it in as a 92% favorite.
Ace-8. Yeah, it's
Well, here we go. Suvorov looking for clubs as his immediate get-out clause. And that's about as bad as it gets. King 8-6 all red.
Very exciting.
Running jacks or running Broadway only, Jay, for Suvorov.
Yeah, I'll do well to get out of this one, and that will seal the deal on the turn.
Yeah, that's such a grim, grim spot on the button.
You had red.
Just one of these where normal stages of a tournament, you just shrug your shoulders, right? You just go, ah, all right, 8 BBs more, just gonna have to call.
Yes.
I wonder if, I mean, it's tough spot.
Of course it
Tough
is.
to blame him, of course.
Like folding ace-jack suited for 8 BBs when we got 2 invested, it's like, it just seems like, how can we fold? But after you reference all the things you did about what hands are we ahead of here, this guy needs to be so tight. And
whether we're getting the right price against like a queens or kings to just go ahead and ping an ace. Very tough one for Suvorov. Difficult to be too critical. And Gabdulin, penny for his thoughts, basically tripled up, Jay. I think he came in with 9.8 or so.
Yep.
Up to 27 mil gets the Dreamland start.
Yeah, 8 big blinds started the final table with.
Of all the times to cold find it. Of all the times in your poker career.
Who finds aces in that spot?
You just know he looked at the first one, right? And just like, come on, one time. I'm using my one time. And somehow finds the other one. Now then, Mihai, once again showing his prowess, folding a hand that would certainly open a different stage of the tournament. 9-10 suited into the muck. Suvorov still relatively healthy, Jay. Round to Gabdulin. Now then, how do we approach this? Chip leader on our direct left.
Yeah,
we have a pretty strong hand in the small blind, Jay. Queen Jack.
Do need to be tight, but this one too good. Not going to be folding as Gabdulin. I think we are happy to just play complete and
just hope he doesn't raise.
Yeah, and send it over to the chip leader. See what.
The problem is he just never doesn't take this spot.
With 10-4, I guess. Yeah, Sherbakov.
Like he's.
Oh, he is going to check.
Oh, he did check. All right, I'm wrong. I was convinced he would take it. Well then, and Gabdulin, well, so far so good. Top pair versus second pair. Both players with spade in hand. Sherbakov's, of course, crushed by the jack of spades of Gabdulin.
Big fan of this check here, Andrew. Just expect our opponent, when he whiffs this board, he's checked in the big, like all his 6 high, 7 high, 8 high stuff. He's going to start stabbing and juice from these type of holdings. However, well-timed check back from Sherbakov here. And
I think this just goes check,
yeah,
right, as well.
On this king turn as well. We do expect it, Andrew. Does go check, check, and look at the run out as well. So Sherbakov here shouldn't actually do a penny after flopping second pair, blind on blind. Gabdulin here.
Maybe some one big blind betting, I think. Like, big blind's not going to have an ace, I don't think, really, ever. And if he has a 9...
Stab turn.
Probably
like
just calls.
9-6 and stuff, potentially stab turn. So I think I like this a lot from Gabdulin.
It's gone a bit bigger than that. Actually gone more than half pot. Intriguing. Maybe trying to look a little bluffier if possible. And Gabdulin, well, what a start. Up to around about 30 million in chips. And yeah, credit to Sherbakov. Doesn't lose a penny. The really sick thing about these finals is I think if he ISOs there, I think Queen Jack just has to fold.
I think so as well.
You know, so that's the only way to win the pot as played, as we saw, is with the ISO pre. It just shows you the power of the situation. Well done, Gabdulin. You couldn't have dreamed of a better start to this monumental final table. Now, Mihai, you folded 8s once. That one was to an open. This one is going to announce himself from under the gun. One thing I will say in terms of steal spots for him, I know we've got the whole table to get through, but one of the more appetizing spots, the chip leaders in the small blind, Leon's in early position, you probably get more credit here. I mean, you always get credit from under the gun, but you hear what I'm saying.
Yeah,
less likely to get messed with.
The positions, like, from the other 2 big stacks, less inclined to get involved. Like, Sherbakov here probably not going to take ace-3 off, but if we open from, like, LP, more inclined to.
He's still considering it.
Well, he might take it. He's been fairly aggro to start the final table. And he looks like he is going to be taking it.
It's so tough nowadays. We've been talking about it all week. These guys are here in the trenches. And Mihai, your heart just sinks, Jay, right?
Yeah, of course it does. And this is the thing, like, why we need to be so tight, especially that Sherbakov is taking every single spot, Andrew. Opening 6-4 suited EP, going for the offsuit ace-3 and the small facing gun from a man that's not played a hand yet. Just getting after it, the Russian, and credit to Sherbakov. If he carries on the way he is, has a good chance of putting a decent lead between him and Leon. Leon sitting in second.
Yeah, very nice. Just the recognition that, like, Mihai's sitting there, and he knows, probably,
that he's getting bluffed so often.
Yeah, What are you going to do?
There's some caffeine and chai, right?
The times they do have it and you come 8th, it's a disaster. Well played from Sherbakov.
Yeah, if it's natural.
It goes more like this.
Well, Lambov, who we saw execute that faintly ballistic 3-bet from the big with 7s and got it done. Back at it here, ace-queen.
Not the same. Like if you eat, for example...
These hands are a lot more favorable as opens, Jay, right?
Yeah, of course.
You know, blocking some of these 3-bet bluffs.
Have you noticed if you
Makes
eat
it
an orange,
2.4.
if you drink a glass of orange juice, that you...
Yeah, we like the ace-x. Just nice to have the removal.
No.
The middle in smaller down pairs. Is he going to get after it again? No. Probably fall.
Maybe he knows his man.
I've got to take a hand off.
Round to Mihai. Neist in the big. Very tricky. King-jack off. Figures to be, you know, occasionally dominated, but does decide the price is right to defend. We go heads up. Both players connect. Ace, Jack, 7. Lambov, way the best of it with that ace. And queen kicker.
And how it feels in your stomach, I guess.
I mean, it's cover and stack Lambov, but just separated by 5 BBs of Neist. Still got to be better than the ace high board, seems. Fairly chunky here, Andrew. Decent size choice. 3.6 milli into 6.4.
I think kind of reasonable. Like, we're going to have some big bets from EP. You know, you do see people size down on these finals. We've talked about it a lot. But, you know, if we were going to bet sort of 2/3 pot type size in here, which doesn't seem unreasonable, just gone a little shade below that, and immediately you start putting pressure on a hand like this. The King-Jack, very nice from Neist. Just recognizing, Jay, I'm behind too often, and if I'm getting bluffed, it's hard for me to improve and stick around.
That's why, like, I think 60% there is just too...
A little too big?
Yeah, like, I think we want to call from some Jack-X, want to call from some 7X, some 8-9 suited, some stuff like that. Potentially could scale down to, like, 3rd.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
But good fold there from Mihai, just aware of the situation. Once again.
Lambov maybe just thinking, let's keep this simple. You know, get a lot of chips in when I know I've got the best of it. Not always the worst strategy, Jay, but I'm with you. I hear where you're coming from. He's going to be interesting to watch. Already shown, not going to be, you know, cowed or shrink into his shell. The magnitude of this final.
I like to use that as a metaphor.
Round to Sherbakov. Just strong right hand once more.
To go about his business. 9-5 suited here. From the cutoff. Yeah, slight little graphic mishap there. I'm pretty sure that was the open on the chip leader with a 9-5 of diamonds. And I'm looking forward to this now, Andrew. Now we can see the strategy in mind of the Russian with the chip lead. Seems like he's going to be taking any given spot. And everyone else is going to hate that. If you're sitting there 3rd and 4th and chips, like you get ace-queen off under the gun, like you know you've got to open it, but you know this guy's capable of just putting in a 3-bet with any ace blocker, potentially any suited king.
Most of our lives. Yeah, that's the good thing.
Yeah, he's going to put people under it. On to Suvorov. Gets out of the way. Now then, Gabdulin. Ace-Jack. From +2, if we are going to open hands off this kind of middling stack, Jay, these are usually the ones that are the order of business. Is reaching. Comes in for the min raise. Very much feels like every hand that you get, the chip leader, Sherbakov, and Leon out of the pot, then you're fairly happy.
Yeah.
But he does have Leon Sturm in the big blind. Interesting one. King 6 off. Not out of the realms of possibility to decide to 3-bet this, Jay. But he is going to land on defend.
Yeah, I think as cover and stack, significantly as well as Leon. Wow, well.
Wow.
I was going to say, get to defend wider, but if we're flopping top and bottom, doesn't really matter. And Gabdulin here got one that probably is going to put some bets in.
Yeah, ace of hearts in hand as well. Hard blockers to the best kind of top pairs of Sturm. Has he gone big? He didn't. Wow, he's gone huge.
Yeah, he's gone for the big bet, 2/3 pot.
4.2 million. Leon licking his lips, Jay.
How do you think Leon's going to read into this sizing here, Andrew? Do you think Leon's just going to think...
I mean, he might think it's weighted to value, but we have just such a great hand to just block value and continue as a call.
That's the problem.
No, he is going to fast play. Yeah, maybe just decides, Jay.
Yeah, and I think that's the case here. Like, if Gabdulin goes small, Leon just flats his hand because then range seems a lot wider. But I'm probably going to make this same assumption once Gabdulin does size up 60%-ish. Yeah, that he is going to be weighted more towards some value holdings.
I did wonder, you know, you do see top and bottom pair being slow played a good amount post-flop. But maybe just thought to himself, Jay, like you referenced, well, my opponent's got too many king, queen, ace, king, aces, king, jack suited, nut flush draws. That I'm just going to go ahead and look to get it in now. Unfortunately for Gabdulin, runs into top of range. Although in some ways, you know, this doesn't feel great in game. But if you bet small, goes check call, the turn's a deuce of hearts or any deuce or whatever, and you start smashing it off, you could bust from the tournament. So at least with this size and choice, was able to get away relatively unscathed. As we look at Sherbakov, 124 mil. Leon in second, way out on his own, 92 million in chips. And a couple of medium stacks, Lambov and Neist, and all of a sudden, look at that bunching. Gabdulin, Suvorov, Tilizanov, and Larsen, all effectively tied for 8th. ICM fun is about to be happening, Jay, for the next hour or so.
Yeah, the
lines are up.
Trying to outlast each other with ladders. Significant now at this stage of the tournament. Everyone locked up 6 figures. £100,000, but just the next ladder, 25k, 5 buy-ins for this 5k entry tournament. A milli up top. Terrific turnout from everyone this week here at Merit.
Yeah, as we see Larsen get rid of King Jack, tough to blame him. An incredibly complex sort of decision-making process now, Jay, with 4 players all having 15 big blinds, essentially. I mean, if you can outlast the next 2 guys, you ladder up $70,000.
Yeah, and Lambov won here, sitting 3rd in chips.
He's going to be our wild card.
Yeah.
If he's 3-betting pocket 7s, hand 2,
yeah, that is
versus
true.
a guy that should be insanely tight from the big blind, he's the one.
It opens the ace-3, does get it through, raise and take, and blinds are up to 1.5 milli with the big blind ante.
50 times 50 and 50, it's not different numbers.
But it feels like wasted brain power to me.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you should. Yeah.
Maybe for you it comes more natural.
It's almost like don't want to read because you could have a voice that just says the words for you.
No, I like to read, but...
You feeling okay, Sherbakov? That's 2 folds in a row. Round 2, Larsen. Again, Jay, just one of these spots. We're so caged.
Yeah, can't open Queen 9 suited, unfortunately.
Yeah, if he's folding King Jack, certainly folding this one. Round 2, Leon Sturm on the button. Crunches the numbers, Jay, deciding.
Yeah, 2 stacks that are caged, as Andrew referenced, so even with a 10-4 suited, can do exactly this.
Yeah, there's definitely some hands, in my eyes, that Sturm would open shove here. Like these guys, right? Look at the stacks. They have sort of 13 blinds behind and will Lusanov find it in him, Jay.
I really hope he does.
There we go.
This is a lovely one.
Beautiful.
To choose. The old offsuit high-low ace-x facing what we perceive to be a wide and polar.
It's
because
super
there will
polar.
be some shoves.
Yeah, I mean, if Leon wakes up with 9-7 suited there on the button, he's all in for sure.
Like Jack 10, Queen 10, like all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's very nice send there with the ace-5 off from Telezanov.
Very nice. Yeah, most of his min raises will be built around real value. And I'm sure he's good enough to extend that out to like an ace-10 because he knows that people know he's wide.
Like ace-9 suited.
Yeah, and call a jam. But other than that, he's going to have a whole load of garbage. Well done to Lusanov.
It obviously wouldn't be the case.
I think if you learn
Like, it seems really easy for us in the booth, right? Oh, you got to reshove this. But I mean, it's $1 million for the win.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not first.
Here he comes. Chip leader, Sherbakov. Queen Jack, more than good enough. Makes it $3 million to go. Lambov getting rid of threes there. Very prudent lay down. Now, Suvorov, we've been here before, albeit we had ace-jack.
Yeah, no, it's 1 to 220 on the line. Okay, but you know,
So gross, isn't it, Jay? Like, you know that you likely have the best hand here.
Yeah,
It feels a little too wide.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule it out.
Agreed.
Yeah.
no, today
I think most people are going to just accept
you're fucked if you're
that they have to get out of the way.
You're fucked of what?
No, if your cell phone is down, what are you going to do to find out something?
Yeah, I mean,
your cell phone.
What a spot for Sherbakov, this,
You
Jay.
can feel it crippling,
You
right?
just have the
Having a
time of
field
your
day,
life,
innit?
innit?
I think you have abstinences now. Like, I have to tell my friends how it's going.
no, I feel like
Have
he's
to tell.
very good about it, actually, but there's a whole generation who has big problems with this.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Not
an
just
issue.
generation, like population. Not only a generation.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah.
But worse, obviously worse, because new generation didn't know how it was before.
So we let you listen into the table talk, which we will try to do as much as possible. Quite refreshing to see three people having a little chat there, Jay, with so much on the line.
You have to learn how to use a map when you have Google Maps.
Just referencing how easy us youngsters have got it these days.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself. I'm passing. My time as a youngster has come and gone, Jay. Can you believe it? I'm going to be 40 in June.
Oh, I'm going to be
40.
I'm going to be 30 in July. There we go.
There you go. Right, enough about me and you. Suvorov finds one, Jay. Pocket eights. I think this one just has to go.
Open pile.
I think so.
Don't want to be going for the
Here it comes.
sizing.
Just hope nobody finds it behind. Oh. Now then. Ace-10.
Oh.
The reason this is so intriguing for me, Jay, number one, Suvorov got to be pretty tight here, even from cutoff. We are going to like run into some suited ace-x that I think will still send.
Yeah.
Oh, he has put it in. Here we go.
Does make the call.
I wondered if he ever makes like an edge pass, so to speak, knowing he can just keep running over the table. Decides, though, ace-10, too strong. Suvorov here at risk. Does have the best of it, and he is flipping. Can he hold off the ace-10 of Sherbakov? Well, so far, so good, Jay.
Great start. Flopping the flush draw with the 8 of diamonds. Robs Sherbakov of some outs.
Personal.
Yes, flops go. This is very high up.
What?
On the wanted list of Suvorov. One more card to fade. Through to the 9 of hearts turn. Just has to fade. An offsuit ace or 10. Can he do it? Oh, the river is a 10, but it's the 10 of diamonds. And Suvorov, loving life. Back up to 40 million.
Yeah, so, gonna leave 3 stacks now in around that 13 to 15 big blind rematch. Suvorov back up to 4th in chips, and away from that pack, if you like, Andrew.
Yeah. Huge for him. Put some daylight between him and the other shorties.
I like what you're saying, though.
Felt like a really close spot to me.
About the edge pass. That's a very good point to make. Maybe like having 4 shorter stacks between 13 and BBs is better than having 3. And maybe we can let the ace-10 go about future
min raise all day and just pick up tiny pot after tiny pot after tiny pot.
It's a point I didn't even think of, and I think it actually does make a lot of sense in what you're saying.
I mean, like ace-9 off, I think we don't call. Ace-10, I mean, it's arguably, in my eyes, stone bottom.
Well, just pass through, you know, without...
But you know, you're feeling it, you've got the chips. You can be, of course, still in front of some hands. We're also not privy to the history between these guys. He maybe knows that Suvorov would jam a queen 10 suited here. Like, we don't know for sure if he would or wouldn't. Great result for him. You know, like, edge pass is the wrong term. Like, I don't think he thinks, oh, I'm a million times better than everyone. But when you have that huge stack and nobody can really play back at your opens. I
understand what you meant. Like, the future, like, if you like.
I may be way off on that one. Maybe that is just mandatory call. Big chip stack or not. Suvorov, queen 10 off in the hijack.
Yeah, fresh off a double, but don't think we're going to be opening here. Seems slightly too wide.
One thing he has going for him is the chip leader is only in the small blind.
The same chip leader that 3-bet the ace-3 off from the small last orbit.
This is it.
Nice hold.
Well, round 2 him. Queen deuce.
Very nice one to use here as Sherbakov. Get after the big blind with the queen deuce offsuit.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for the raise fold instead of open shove. I think the big blind has 12 BBs back.
Yeah.
From memory. There we go. 11 and a half. Another one of these spots where you know
not so exciting.
This is a bluff. A lot from the small.
Yeah, because we'll be playing a lot of open jams. So when we do go for the not all in sizing, we'll be top of range and then stuff like this, some trash from the small.
Yeah.
Just carrying on about his business, not letting that all in a call that he lost affect him. Still chip leader, still gets to pile on the pressure to his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, when we look back at that spot, we call him win. We now have, what, 140 million and just get to open up even more. And even if we lose, what did we lose, 15 million in the hand? Like, you can pick that up with 3 or 4 steals, Jay.
Yes. And it's still so much. You really don't want that discount, do you?
I don't believe in you.
We see another look at our beautiful feature table here. Our production team done a sensational job. Association with our partners, Ocean Bet and Lux and Pay.
I got the 700 back and then fuck it, 1500 big blinds.
Leon hasn't really had an opportunity as yet, Jay, to announce himself. Here he comes, King 6 of clubs.
Good to recognise, just seen the Russian's just been going about his business, hasn't he? Fine to just sit back and let him do the job while we're just sitting there and making some ladders ourselves. That King 6 suited seems too good.
Yeah. Round 2 the blinds.
It's not like a huge gap between us and first in chips, so we don't really accept first in chips to get after us too much as well, Andrew. And
Leon's still going to take the spots that he sees to be profitable opens, and these suited kings,
this is mine.
You know, round to Mihai has a hand that would like to defend, I'm sure, but it's very, very dicey.
Not sure about this one. Seems slightly too weak.
I think he'll fold here.
Yeah, we're sitting with 20 BBs, that's the thing, and you got 13, 14, and I think around 15 at the table. Like, would love to defend.
Yeah, very nice.
Andrew, but seems too weak in this given situation at the final table.
Something else I'll say is that these are like combos that often you think, well, I'm going to be live. But Leon is going to open King 6 suited. He's going to open Ace 6 off. You know, he's going to open King 10 off, Queen 10 off. Quite often, you know, you're going to be in bad shape a decent amount. And That's like the inner battle in my eyes. The angel on one shoulder, the devil on the other. Just whispering in your ear, you've got 10-6 suited. How can you fold? And the angel's like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. We got 4 shorties behind us, Mihai.
Sure.
Just let it go.
You're quite a metaphorical man.
Nice recovery for Suvorov. Of course. Ran those ace-jack of clubs into aces early doors, but got that double up through the chip leader, and Gabdulin. Bit of deja vu, Jay, from the start of this final. Finds ace-king in the hijack, just as he did in the first orbit. Couple of options, either all in or just open. With the ICM the way it is, couldn't fault him for just jamming it in, and he has committed himself. I think this is pretty reasonable, Jay. I don't think we want to induce a hand like a pocket pair to jam that would fold to shove or effective shove.
Yeah, it seems nice. And it's going to work and just pick up blinds and ante. Gets it through Lambov.
Yeah, very nice pickup for Gabdulin.
A big spot here for Azamat Lambov. $22,000 in live earnings according to the database, Andrew. So huge spot for him, biggest of his life by a country mile. Cashed here in Cyprus a few times already on the database, but this is a huge spot for him. Best live cash, $7,800 for the Russian, sat in seat 3 and locked up a 6-figure score already today.
It has to be a great feeling. $100,000 minimum going into each of these players' pockets. Action on Suvorov under the gun. Has a hand, ace-10 off, that I'm sure wouldn't mind opening for a steal, but recognizing he's in that dicey situation chips-wise. Can exercise discretion. Hope for some carnage to develop behind. Round to the button. Nist. And round to Lambov. Doesn't have a great seat, Jay, with Leon on his direct left.
I'm not going to be wanting to tangle with Leon here. Probably just want to give the lad a walk, as he does.
Let it go. I don't understand why it's getting so fat your protector. It's a lot of chips. You always have the same? Like for years or never?
I had something before, but I think it's already doing the...
If you forget it, then you get a little this or?
Sorry?
If you forget it.
I never.
Direct right of the chip leader. And Teluzanov. Wow, Jay. 9K in Hendon Mob earnings.
Just thought I'd have a little look.
Wow.
The man
What a
from
spot.
Kazakhstan, and $9,000 in live earnings for him, and he's already locked up a 6-figure payday.
Loving that.
It's great when you get stories like that.
Anyway, so.
And we don't know if these guys, some of them may have gotten cheap on GG. Like you don't realise these things sometimes, Andrew, either.
Sure. Gabdulin realizing Queen 4. Not enough kit to work with.
Fine. I like corruption, semi-collusion. Let's see what to do, what to do.
Loving Larson. Very chilled for a man with just over 10 bigs.
Just king, I'm just waiting as well, trying to be a friend. He's coming. I always do.
Interesting one for Lambov.
Like
Queen Jack of diamonds.
No, I'm fine. I still have
Reaching for chips.
Just making it 2 BBs.
I did like yesterday, I wait.
Sturm will get out of the way. And Suvorov here with the 6s, starting the hand with 25 BBs.
0 seconds.
Not going to be folding. I think we just want to play cool here as Suvorov. Don't think we get any aggressive line. Like in terms of chips, yeah, a pair could shove versus the button open for this amount of bigs, but just becomes so dicey with these 3 stacks around 15 bigs or less around the table. So it does just proceed with call.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The times we run into it are an inherent disaster. We go hunting for a 6. Don't find one. Ace 10-4 rainbow advantage. Lambov. You would imagine in terms of the betting lead, Jay.
Yeah, small size. What you expect to see as well from Lambov. I could even go for like quarter pot on this board if we wanted to.
Yeah, looks like 2.6.
Yes, it does size up. 2.6k. And Suvorov going to have a tough time continuing here, Andrew. I think it's just going to have to let the 6s go, unfortunately. Especially against a size that, although just north of third seems small, but on an FT seems kind of chunky. Tend to want to scale these sizes down.
The whole world can see his cards, it's not just...
Very nice of Leon, letting his opponent know.
History forever.
If he wanted to see his opponent's cards, he could take a little peek. You'll have seen it, Jay. Honor. Honor at the table.
I think that's the 3rd time we've seen that this week as well. And maybe it's just with the high row on the feature table. People aren't used to playing on a feature. Awkward to peel their cards, but always nice to see some good integrity.
I remember earlier in the year a bit of a scandal.
A scandal?
A scandal. You know we like scandal. Not so much a scandal, but on Twitter, a high-name pro. I won't name them. You know.
Was it you?
It wasn't me. I'm not a scandalous man myself. But he was basically saying that he will remind someone, listen, you need to be careful. If I wanted to, I could see your cards. But if they keep doing it over and over again, then that's on them. Like, would you agree with that? Or
I guess, like, if you tell someone once, they do it again, you tell them again, it's like, I'm not going to tell you, like, I can't keep telling you, just protect your hand.
But for the most part, all week long, Jay reference, we've seen it. People being very fair. We love seeing it. Now then, Suvorov.
Global Poker War.
See if he can get past the PTSD, Jay, of the ace-jack of clubs from earlier at this final.
It's not what it's special.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems like a mandatory shove to take in my eyes.
Agreed. Sturm's just going to be so wide here. We don't want to, like, 3-bet and let him pill potentially, or even 4-bet rip.
He might flat, you know, like it's not impossible. Yeah, and you know, don't totally hate it.
Only for VIP.
But it does seem to be a spot that we can just pick up.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Pick up 8 million and consolidate third. But on the flip side, you do get to dominate loads of hands. But there's interesting wrinkles here because Leon, you know, he's going to open, what, 8-6 suited and stuff like this that we don't dominate. As it stands, to Lusanov, within my eyes, a quite thin 3-way defend. Like, I might fold this one pre. You know, you're going to be dominated by at least one of these guys. Like, Suvorov's small blind peel range is all over the kind of Broadway combos. As it stands, ace-9-6 over to Leon. Comes up fully empty with the king-10, but is going to c-bet. And this is going to work out beautifully so far, at least, Jay, for Suvorov.
Yeah, so playing it in this man up, we're going to get us some chips that we wouldn't have got if we did elect to just go with shove. Now, just going to be calling. You expect Andrew knows that Leon's going to be betting this board at fairly high frequency. Want to keep some bluffs in. He will still have the stronger ace-x as well as the open up. Just all those things, do expect to see him land on call.
Yeah, and Leon perhaps just looking to clear out hands like a king, queen, king, jack with this c-bet. You know, pocket sevens that didn't send it. Does improve to a gut shot to Broadway. And Suvorov, well, loves that card. Now with top 2. Decision point on Leon.
Yeah, Leon got to be thinking about what hands he thinks Suvorov going to be flat in here from the small. And I guess like suited ace-x is all going to be in there, Andrews. It does.
Oh!
Check it back.
Oh my goodness.
And backdoor Broadway, and Suvorov's got 2 pair here.
Wow, what a run out. And has to think he's good, Jay.
Of course you do, Andrew.
You know, a hand like pocket queens, for example,
that's
isn't
about
even
it.
going to c-bet, I don't think,
yeah,
necessarily
that's-
from Leon. Decision on him. I mean, you got to bet, right?
Yeah,
your opponent has so many give-ups that potentially river a queen,
yeah,
right? But I mean, it's hard for us to rep a bluff, but you understand where I'm coming from. Wow, what a run out.
Maybe it's quite nice, actually, to check here for that reason, because we can't really have any bluffs on this run out, can we? And when
No,
we check,
that's
we
true.
can have all this like ace-2 suited up to ace-8 suited, which Leon could potentially target.
Yeah, not impossible. Now he's gone with block. 4.2 million into the bones of 16, quarter pot. I mean, Leon just has to know. He's almost always good, Jay, right?
Because it's only the king, jack of hearts, and the jack 10 of hearts, and the king 10 of hearts. That's 3 combinations, Andrew, of flushes that our opponent can have with the ace of hearts on board.
I would agree.
And as well as that, some of these may elect to shove for 20, facing his button open as well, pre.
Right.
So essentially, the nuts is Leon here. So going to have to do some raising.
Wow.
And gets milky, making it 11.8.
I like this. You know, I think your opponent could overfold to jam. I mean, he might hero off this, right, with exactly ace-jack. Ace-queen offsuit, you likely think jams pre, right, over the button open. So sort of targeting a hand like an ace-10, Jade, like a 2-pair. Yeah, and Suvorov, can't blame him. Well, I talked about PTSD of the ace-jack of clubs. My goodness me. May feel compelled to never play it again, Jay.
So what's the chance of that? Let's see.
Oh, painful.
Possible comeback. I thought you were the numbers guy. Clearly wasn't impossible.
As we see Leon continue to thrive on this final table.
It looks like you have the 7-8
And hold
combo
the boat, Jay, because Leon Sturm is now the chip leader. 114 million in chips. Good for 30% of all of the remaining chips in play.
That's probably the 2.
How's he found that one?
Yeah, I know, that was some grim run out. The fact that our opponent's got 2 pair as well, something that can potentially pay. That 60% of the chips in play between 1 and 2 in chips now.
Very grim for Suvorov. You know, kind of like peel pre, like it, but this is the problem, that if your opponent does get there, you can put yourself back down the chip counts. As it stands, Sherbakov back at it. Queen Jack from under the gun.
A couple of hands off, but this one too good not to be opening with our stack. They do have Leon now covering us, but like when we're this close with each other,
They're going to stay away from each other for the most part, you would imagine.
Curious,
Suvorov, penny for his thoughts. When he hits that turn, Jay, right, he's like, all right, I'm about to have 80 million if he barrels off. Very grim. And a pretty grim holding here in terms of the overall chip distributions. Jack 10 suited. Just taking a moment. Oh, he finds the jam! Credit to him. Oh, wow. And this can get through Gabdulin.
yeah,
Jay.
Gabdulin with ace-queen suited here.
17-3.
Whoa.
Tell you something, credit to Suvorov, recognizing that he's going to get this through good amount of the time versus Sherbakov, who's been going ballistic.
Yeah, and this is grim for Gabdulin here, Andrew.
No?
Like, ace-king we obviously go with, ace-jack we'd probably fold, ace-queen suited doesn't seem nice, does it? Because we expect Suvorov here to be fairly tight, facing the gun open from second in chips of Sherbakov.
I mean, the problem is, of course, Sherbakov, we don't close the action, Jay.
Yeah.
I wonder if you'll look at him. Look at that, he is having a look. Try and pick up a read on whether Sherbakov is done with his hand. Do you think Gabdulin, Jay, ever reads into the fact that Suvorov just lost a huge pot? Like, it's got to be some...
Yeah, but is someone really going to, like, tilt-shove on a final table of this magnitude? I don't think so.
He's jamming 11 BBs with Jack-10 suited.
Goes with fold.
Wow.
And Suvorov gets it through and gets some right back into his stack. And really tough spot for Gabdulin there with the ace-queen suited. It's not nice. And I think fold is probably the avenue we want to take there.
I'm going to ask next time in English.
But you don't expect people to, like, if anything, I expect Suvorov to be tighter there because people think, like, I've just lost that big pot.
Yeah,
In his head, psychologically, he's going to think, everyone's going to think I'm tilting, so then, therefore, he shoves tighter.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, so...
Sure does. Wow, Suvorov. Just recognizing, Jay, Sherbakov is going to be in there with all sorts of combos as an open. Credit to him for... I didn't think he'd find that, I got to say. Well done. Gets two better hands to lay down. Action, folding back around. To Suvorov, King 7 offsuit in cutoff.
Then you just get disappointed.
You're going to be back on Gabdulin.
Normally.
Not what you want to see. Gabdulin with the Queen 5 offsuit. Yeah, not much we can do here. Just got to give the chip leader a walk, unfortunately. It's annoying. Folds around, tossing the small will, peel some hands that we can jam, but Queen 5 off into the muck.
Ah,
And just catching up in the YouTube streets. Good afternoon to everyone that is tuned in. Got one of the legends of UK poker, Mr. Wadey Ashraf, in the chat.
Hello, Wadey.
Says, how are you lads? How does this Leon Geezer run? I played with him a while ago. Very good player.
He really is very good. And if he's running good, well, good luck stopping him. I gotta say, how's he found the backdoor Broadway that gives his opponent top 2 on the turn? Scandalous. No wonder he's smiling.
Yeah, if you want to get involved on YouTube, we are picking up the chat box on DTD Player. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the coverage. Hit the subscribe button. This is our last stream of the week.
Oh, we're almost done, Jay. Lambov, ace-jack from +1. Working with a shade over 30 bigs to start the hand. Seen a couple of gangster plays this FT already. Suvorov jamming that Jack-10 suited.
And potential for another gangster play here, Andrew. This one seems very nice. The Queen-Jack offsuit facing this particular stack size of Lambov just north of 31. We want to attack.
He's definitely going to consider this one. Might just depend how he perceives Lambov. You know, some players just won't allow you to mess with them, Jay, right? Yeah. So, but it does feel like one naturally that he's going to take. And he's taken them all so far, and he's going to take another one. Oh, how annoying is this? For Larson.
Well, how annoying is it for Lambov? Because if just Sherbakov is out of there, Larson could potentially move in. Lambov would call for 7, 8 big blinds, but now he's going to have to fold the ace-jack off. And this is just the way final tables go sometimes when the big stack is applying the pressure and you've got ladders of this magnitude.
He's gonna...
Yeah, just...
like a time bank in. I can understand this. If you think that the small blind is like at it an absurd amount, Jay, then you might just decide, if I cold call off, but then what's Lambkov? Lambkov's going to have to fold ace-queen, right?
Yeah, of
He's
course.
going to have to fold tens, right? Like, it's...
I guess.
I don't think he will, but I'm sure it's what he's considering. We don't close the action. Lambkov should be tight.
And we're always all in and have to run 5 cards. That's the other thing. Like, we can't ever take it down pre. Like, we want that additional incentive sometimes, chance to just take it down pre-flop. But
yeah, but Larson might just decide, Jay,
you know
I want to
what?
win.
Do you know what? If he sniffs this out, fair play to the lad. But I don't see how we get to continue here as Larson.
I'm with you.
And then Lambkov, same scenario. He is supposed to be folding the ace-jack off once back on him, but did see the fruity move with the 7s earlier. So don't write him off just yet.
Has to fold this one. Yeah, just, you know, that's the face of a man that's going to fold, in my eyes. You know you're being messed with. Very much like a playground bully, kicking sand in your face, Jay.
Yeah.
It's coming every lunchtime.
Sherbakov. With another 3-bet bluff and another victory.
Very impressive display, taking every possible spot.
Ace queen.
And we move on.
Ace jack.
You have ace jack? Don't lie, you know, we will know.
He showed me again.
Okay.
But only on the second time when he wanted to.
Good fold. Good fold. Maybe I was... You have good? Tricky shit, huh?
Check stream.
Fuck this stream. Asking you. The word means something, right? I don't know.
Action going to be folded.
If you don't say something, at least you don't...
Round
lie, huh?
2 to loosen off, out the way. Another opportunity coming the chip leader's way. 10-8-0 on the button. Does have to start being a little more careful now, Jay, with the small blind having, what, like 8 bigs effective?
Yeah, I think still fine with Mihai in the big here, and Mihai one of the stacks that we do want to go after. So seems fairly close, but I think it's fine to get involved here as Sherbakov.
Sized it up a little, which is intriguing.
Mm.
You're going to have to call the small blind if you did put it in. It's going to get out of the way. Just trying to disincentivize appeal from Neist. Well then, how hard does Mihai want to get after this title? There we go, Obelix into the middle. Everyone's tough these days, Jay, we've said it.
Everyone just knows these offsuit high-low ace-X facing the chip leader on final tables from the blinds. They're ones that we like to use, Andrew, and they're very effective, and nicely done there from Mihai with the old Dr. Eggman in front of him.
Credit to him for finding it. You know, he does have 2 people shorter than him. It's not always easy to pull the trigger, Jay, right?
It's not. It's not.
But once, to keep himself afloat, right, so that when we do get shorter handed, if he's still alive, you still have a bit of latitude to move up the chip counts, stay in contention. You know, none of these guys are out of it by any stretch.
Yeah, Mihai definitely one to look out for. Haven't seen him much on stream, but I did play a lot of poker with him in Vegas this summer, and just a crusher, top-notch player.
Now, Leon, one of these suited King X that we've been referencing, and these guys, they take every spot.
Yeah, suited Kings like to be in there as the big stack, making it 3 million, 2 BBs.
And we're yet to see a confrontation between the 2 chip leaders, and that remains the case. Gonna be round to the blinds. Frustrating final for Larson so far, completely dealt out. Gonna be round to Lambkov in the big. And has a playable one. Snap defends with ace-9 of diamonds.
Wouldn't mind him just taking 5-10 seconds here, Andrew, just like having a little think up, just assess our options. Obviously, it's just one that's always going to call, but
Oh, hello.
here we go.
Ace 9-8, Jay. Top 2 for Lambov.
Yeah,
I guess one benefit, sorry, Jay, of the snap defend here. Sturm probably gives us like a weaker range. Like I doubt we're snap flatting like an ace queen, even though we probably still would flat. But you hear where I'm going. Like a pocket 9s or 8s, we might take a moment. So Leon might feel compelled to barrel off down the streets on some runouts. Going to start us off 2.7 million, round about a third.
The thing is, when you sat at a table with very good poker players that are aware of little things like that, like timing in the big blind, like what difference when you snap call.
Oh no.
Come back to that, because spicy turn card rolling off in the form of the Jack of Hearts here.
He can't backdoor it again, can he, Jay?
Imagine if he goes through the back door again.
One thing I will say,
pair.
It's a very bad turn, I think, for Lambov. Right? Leon gonna have all these queen 10s and the like, takes a free one, decides, and he would check, right, with a lot of hands here facing big blind jet call.
Like even ace king, ace queen would be hands that like to check here for sure, ace 10 as well. And it's just horrible for us, like still can have the 10-7 suited, queen 10 pure as Lambov if we ever do get check ripped on, not getting to realise that equity as Sturm here. Now Lambov probably going to go on the hunt for some value.
Yeah, looks like a small size. Going for the little tickler. That 5 of clubs river, of course. Leon coming up completely empty. Facing now 25% block on the river. And just recognizing not a great hand combination to try and get spicy. Little shake of the head.
Yeah.
You can't believe he didn't get there.
I know, that's it. Have I not backdoored the flush here? What's going on?
Oh, that would have been grim.
But just back to that point, I feel like when you're at a table with beasts and people are looking around, they're picking up on little things, like when you like snap call in the big blind, and then like you take sort of 10-15 seconds, like when you take 10-15 seconds, you can have like them much stronger hands, the ace queen, maybe some pocket 9s, pocket 8s that's not shoving, whereas like when we snap call there, your opponents that are aware and looking around the table might start eradicating some of these hands from your range. So it's good to still have some of the stronger hands in there potentially that could have been thinking about 3-betting. Because if we got a close one between call and 3-bet, we take our time. We never snap call.
Absolutely. Very good point, Jay. You see Sherbakov in the hijack, queen 6.
Surely not.
I mean, he might. I wouldn't rule it out.
Seems slightly too optimistic. Oh, he's already out of there. We're over on Larson.
He's got Leon in the big blind also, so they're certainly going to factor that in. And he might get another walk from Lambov. Does indeed. Great start to this final for Lambov, Jay. He's won most pots he's played and got himself over 50 million.
And it was the 7th hand that kicked him off, wasn't it? Azamat Lambov. And only 22,000 in earnings for this man, which is pretty crazy considering he's locked up 6 figures. Best live cash of $7,800. But
there we go.
Seems like plays here at Merit. Come in 2018, cashed an event, come back in 2019. He's back here in 2024. And a feature of this event, it seems whoever comes here once, they're always back for more because of how fantastically the whole event is ran. And Telezanov, ace king suited. Under the gun here, starts the hand with 12 BBs and is just going to go for the old half stack here. And you see this a lot, 2024 final tables. Players just aware situation can occur when it is unique. We need like 3, maybe 4 all-ins behind us with this hand. A very unique situation has to occur when we can potentially fold and leave ourselves with 6 BBs and get some ladders. Looking like getting this one through. Sovorov, Queen Jack suited in the big. Unfortunately for us, can't do anything. It's a gun shove.
Imagine having to fold Jack of
it
Diamonds.
Hurts. It hurts.
Just imagine.
So close, but so far away.
Well done to Lusanov.
99% folded.
99?
Yeah, Larson getting frustrated. You can hear him chatting away.
I don't think so.
It is a horrible feeling. Playing for $1 million, Jay, and you're folding every hand.
Yeah. Take Jack's plus on everyone is 2% on everyone.
10 plus.
And you have the ace king, the ace queen. Then you're getting up the numbers and divide it by 7. No?
I don't know.
Action on Gabdulin. Pocket sevens.
Don't tell you I fold.
Grim situation in my eyes.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
See
think
what he comes with. 13 blinds under the gun.
Sevens, I think, likes to fold here, Andrew. Like sixes is clear as day fold, so I think sevens is going to find its way in as well. Like, we're not even loving eights. Nines is probably the cusp, so
yeah,
just going to have to let sevens go, unfortunately. Annoying to fold a middling pair, but it's the strategy we have to adhere by at these huge FTs.
Yeah, I like it. Now then, Mihai Nist hasn't had much latitude to get involved.
Yeah, but although he hasn't, he's played well because of that, like the eights fold. He's had a couple of folds that people may have got involved with, but just everyone's so aware.
Yeah, nice spot for him here to open. Did have Leon on the button, but into 2 short stacks in the blinds. Pretty perfect hand to get after it, King Queen. If Mihai gets a double, he's going to be a big threat. One to watch. Guys, if you are just joining, Mediterranean Poker Party main event, final day, final table, the big one. 8 players still remaining. Everybody with $100,000 locked as we get a lovely little look at Obelix from Asterix. No, Jay, it's not the guy from Sonic.
Dr. Eggman from Sonic, for sure. He's just got out of the shower, and that is Dr. Eggman
he's just
from
got
Sonic.
out of the shower?
Yeah, there he is.
What's he doing? Just airing out his pockets?
He's in his pajamas. He's airing them out.
Oh, my word.
It's not a bad shout. I bet you Dr. Eggman was based on that character. They're almost a spit.
Obelix was a gentleman. I will not have his name besmirched on the MPP live stream. Aye.
King Queen
Can't take you anywhere, I'm telling you.
For Lambov in the hijack. He's going to be opening, trying to get this raise and take through. Nice one to use there. And Sturm, ace-8 offsuit. One that could potentially take here, Andrew.
I'm willing to bet all the money that I have in my wallet that he will 3-bet.
Oh!
Luckily for me,
doesn't.
My wallet's at home. All right. Run good. Maybe just deciding that, like, Lambkov's pretty spicy. You know, we've seen already, right? He's not the guy, I don't think, that you just push around.
Yeah.
Like, maybe Leon just literally deciding.
I'm not going to go after this
Not
guy.
him, yeah.
Okay. Like, stuck around in the hand against Leon on the ace-high board and then led river, so maybe Leon just aware. Someone that could be getting stickier than most. So Lesanov has to fold.
I must admit, I thought he would definitely take it. But we are wrong sometimes here, Jay, in the booth.
And even Gabdulin here, like, Jack 10 off in the big, it's not nice.
Trying to break it going out.
It really isn't. Like, suited variety, of course, we'd be in, but offsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I like fold. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, are you going?
Lambkov just quietly going about his business. I think he's in 3rd place now on his own.
King Queen. Suited.
Not even the highest card.
Leon's like, yeah, I fold that hand once in every 50
two red.
in this lineup. Just for you, buddy. Very nice. As we were saying, guys, final table main event. $1 million for the win. Welcome along, everyone, on YouTube and DTD Player. And if you're enjoying the coverage, I would implore you to do us a solid. Give us a like. Give us a subscribe if you're enjoying the content. We have big plans for the DTD Player channel in particular. Big things coming through the rest of 2024, right through to 2025. And if you've enjoyed listening to myself and Jay ramble about Sonic the Hedgehog, Dr. Eggman, I can't imagine you haven't enjoyed that. So please do. Give us a like and a follow, a subscribe, all that technical stuff that I don't really understand would be very much appreciated. Big things coming, Jay, next 12 months or so.
Yeah, looking forward to it with yourself, Andrew.
Well, here comes Leon, King 10 off in the hijack. Now then, Tulusanov. Decision on him and quickly folds 7s, Jay. That one seems a little tight. You know, we're never thrilled, but we got to look for some spots to get some rejams through.
Yeah,
I thought he might take that one.
Just expect Leon now with the chip lead, just going to be so wide here in the hijack once folded to, and I think like we're going to get like 80% folds of that opening range. Like it just gets through so often.
Yeah, as it stands, off to the flop, first confrontation. And it's going to be a very brief one, Jay. King, Queen 3, all Leon, nothing for Sherbakov. Wonder if he ever mixes check, but very unlikely. Just going to keep this one simple. Going to be c-betting this board a lot. 2.1 million. Hand over.
I was expecting check raise for that.
I'd have liked to have seen Tulusanov take a bit more time there, Jay. That's one thing I will say.
Yeah.
You know, maybe thinking I need to play really tight. And he does. But you know, you also got to find spots, right, to get these reshoves through. And against Sturm and Sherbakov, they seem like the guys to go after with a less than optimal holding. I mean, it's hardly a criminal fold. I thought he might take that one.
Just seemed like a really good opponent choice when we're just going to get so many folds from the range that wants to open as Leon as the chip leader.
Yeah. And also you have Gabdulin behind on the short stack. If we jam and he finds 9s, like he probably folds a hand as strong as that.
Yeah.
Right, so that's another little benefit. Would have got through, but we move on. Suvorov has had an absolute roller coaster, Jay. Ace-Jack suited, broke his heart twice, still in the hunt. Well, Ace-Jack suited, Gabdulin.
Right on cue. And
I was made to commentate, mate, I'm telling you.
And this one on the button, probably just going to continue with the half stacking. But do expect to see it effectively get all in.
6 million.
Yeah, and it's just going to continue. Puts in 40% of his stacks. It's slightly less than half, but wouldn't be folding if Larson did elect to set him in.
My goodness, how annoying for Larson.
This is filth. Queen Jack suited. We find it, and we've only got 6 big blinds at Gabdulin here with the Ace Jack suited. What do you think, Andrew, about this one as Larson?
Huge problem we have. Gabdulin. Let's give Gabdulin King Jack off, Ace 5 off type hands. He just folds and the chip leader will jam, right? And he's gonna get that collision equity, as we call it, of Larson being at risk a lot. So in my eyes, Gabdulin here is pretty tight, even with just 10 bigs from the button. Knows, right, that the small blind's gonna set him in.
Brilliant point to make.
And but I mean, Larson also 6 bigs only. Do we just decide? I don't hate it at all. And he gets away from a spot where he was crushed.
Yeah, I think some people may call there, but once you actually
it's so brutal.
Talk about that note, it's a great note to make. Like if Gabdulin's got like a king 10 off on the button there, he's just going to fold because he knows the small blind's gonna set the short stack in and the big for 6, and it's likely to go in and weaken ladder.
I mean, on the flip side, he's going to jam pairs that we do fine against. He's going to jam some suited aces we do fine. Pretty grim for Larson. Folding into oblivion at the moment, and tough to blame him for doing so. To quote Feraldo, He would be so, so angry right now. Well, someone who is not angry, with a very sunny, happy disposition, Mr. Leon Sturm, King 9 suited. In for 3 million. I really feel for Larson there. That is grim. But can't really fault it, Jay.
You made a very good point, I think. A key point in the situation. And I'm guessing Larson was thinking the exact same thing.
And by the way, obviously, if the chip leader jams, he just fist pumps it in.
Yeah, of course.
Of course he does.
Handstands and cartwheels, as I like to say.
Yeah, one of the great little wrinkles of final table play. Queen Jack suited against one player, worth nothing, and against the other, worth a hell of a lot. As we see Sturm continue to build. So we are approaching, Jay, our first break of the day. Fascinating first sort of frame for us. We did think it would go like this, you know, somewhat cagey with Sturm and Sherbakov pushing the action, but we have seen Lambov in particular impress us, stepping out. You know, he's in there, he's not there willing to just take 5th place. He wants to be in contention. And Suvorov, I think we have to give credit to him. Creative little peel from the small with an ace-jack suited that was working out beautifully until Leon found runner-runner.
Yeah, it's been a good watch so far, and I think with this caliber of FT, everyone just knows what's going on. They understand the situations and playing some nice stuff around the table. And here we go. So Lesinov here seems like one that could be moving in here. Just aware how wide Sturm should be opening. And King Queen suited. Maybe a bit aware of Larson stack. Larson just with 5 bigs here.
One thing we're very unhappy about is the position we're in, I think, in terms of +2. So yeah, he does make a tight one. I can actually almost get on board with this.
Yeah, sitting
more than the 7s in terms of, you know, we were on the bottom with the 7s. We could only have 2 guys behind. Leon is in hijack, so it's going to be a little tighter. Like, maybe not so much because of his chip stack. I think I would jam King Queen suited as well.
Seems like one that's nice to use, doesn't it?
It's not the clearest. It's not cut and dried.
The thing,
for sure.
The thing is, like you say, that the 7s we're on the button. But here, like Sturm's gun range is basically a normal cut-off opening range.
Sure.
This is the thing here, Andrew, as well. Like, it's not like Sturm's playing a gun range. He's playing like a cut-off range with his opens, which I think is very important.
Absolutely. Yeah, to Lusanov just deciding, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for a more premium holding. Going to hope for a couple of ladders before I commit.
And someone asking in the chat, who has the most earnings here? And it's that man right there in front of the camera to the right side of your screen. Leon Sturm from Germany, the 24-year-old, 5.7 million in live earnings, but a huge chunk of that, over a quarter, coming last year at the WSOP, one of the most prestigious bracelet events out there as well, the 8 Max 50K. You know you've won a poker tournament if you shoot that one, Andrew. $1.5 million he won that one for.
Those are rookie numbers, all right? 5.7 mil, rookie numbers in this bracket. Name that movie, Jay. Come on, Jay.
I don't know.
I'll throw it to the YouTube chat. Those are rookie numbers in this bracket. Chat, name that movie. Right, Suvorov, 7s under the gun. Very unappetizing prospect, full table behind, gets out of the way. I can't believe you don't know that, Jay. You're disappointing me.
I'm not really a film buff, Andrew, to be fair.
Well, you don't need to be a film buff for that one. When poor Larson just continuing to look down at hands he wants to play when facing aggression and can't, and then a complete bag of nothing. Round to Lambov. We have seen him walk Leon on a few occasions. See if Leon reads something into that. Ace-9 off. Too strong in my eyes, Jay.
Yeah, way too strong here. Once folded 2 in the small blind, should be continuing.
I kind of like this. Looks like he's counting out raising chips. And, oh no, okay. It was the fake raise. And now then, Leon, 6 deuce off. But look at that, just gives respect to the fact that Lambov has walked him several times, Jay. Declines the option to try and steal it pre. And that flop is all Lambov. Ace, Jack, 8. Let's start with a check.
I think check's actually really nice, but then again, you say, like, Leon may attack this board, but Leon's probably going to start raising a lot of his offsuit ace-x suited, probably doing a lot more checking. But once again, we've been here before, ace-9 on ace-jack, 8-9.
Likely to seek value now, Jay. From a hand like an 8, like a jack, like a turn 9, straight draws, all that good stuff.
Spill.
Lambov seems to be the guy, Jay,
So the cards, right?
that Leon and Sherbakov don't want to mess with.
Want me not to see.
Interestingly, you know, like we're never privy to all the dynamics, right? Off table, perhaps these guys have been playing for 3 days, maybe been at the table with each other a bunch, and maybe they know Lambov is not the guy that I'm going to try and lean on.
And the chat says, Wolf of Wall Street.
There we go.
I've never seen Wolf of Wall Street.
What is wrong with you?
I haven't seen many films, Andrew. Why are all these people watching films? I was watching documentaries. I never really watched films.
Oh,
like,
you're so educated.
no, I'm not that educated. Like,
Just messing
I
with
just
you.
don't. I've never really been a film buff.
All right.
Wolf of Wall Street.
I'm going to make you watch it when you go home.
Okay.
Now, to listen of, he's waited for his moment. Likely to have arrived. Pocket jacks. Under the gun. 13 BBs. Looks like the old half stack raised to me, Jay. Something in that realm.
Yeah, I wouldn't have mind just seeing open here, though, off of 13 from gun here, Andrew. Like, at this stage with ICM Extreme as well, like, the computers, if you like, do like to just open from gun specifically with the whole table to get through.
Right.
Like, even off of, like, 10 and off of sometimes 9 as well, we can just find some opens, but going to be same result. Gets it through in the form of a raise and take.
Yeah, and with that hand, guys, we are going to go on our first break of the day. Very fascinating first frame. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard before we send you off for a cup of tea or coffee. Leon Sturm, chip leader, 117 million in chips. Closely followed by Sherbakov. Those two way out in front. Lambov has got some daylight in between himself and the rest of the field. 37 big blinds. Neist, sort of in that 20 big blind realm. And then the rest of the table with work to do. Guys, short break for us. Please come and rejoin us in 15 minutes.
We are back, guys. More Merit Olympic action today, and I've got the lads right where I want them. I'm sitting 3-3 in the leaderboard, so we're taking things to my realm in the poker room. Today's challenge is going to be Indian poker.
Now, let's be honest, Jay, much like at the table tennis table, he's drawing dead. Indian poker, you know the rules. One card, hold it on your head, your opponents can see it, and it's up to us to bluff them out. Guys, I'm going to win, obviously. Let's get to it.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Here we go.
I'm a bit of a magician with the chips.
All right, so we're going to do, what we're doing.
So we're going to do this.
One thing.
5,000.
I think we might fold this one, Jay.
Oh no, have I got aces? All right. Wait, don't I get half the stack or something? Oh, it's
no,
if
you
you
get
get
the
me
pot.
to fold.
No, you just get
You
them.
see me with a coin, he's raised.
I know.
What
I think we're just playing a game.
Yeah, gangster. Oh, come to me. Hey, dealt me a wee ace there.
All right,
the
look at
lad.
that. You just got a bit too excited, didn't you? You got the nuts. You decided to bet
well.
nearly 2x pot. I could have just checked there and picked my bluff off. You fish.
Oh, well, I've never played it, man.
Well, clearly we can tell you've never played poker. Oh, how have you done it again?
Nah.
How's he got it
That's
again?
plenty. Right, what are we dealing with here? Is it on me? Yeah. Jesus, this is hard. Check.
I'm going to go milky. Oh no, he's laughing.
7.
Oh.
Oh no. What does this mean?
Oh.
What does this mean?
Bet.
Oh no. Oh, look at the cogs turning, Jay. Look at the cogs turning in this
I'm
one.
hating this, actually. Right, wait a minute. You can see.
Oh, well, that's definitely the best hand gone.
Is it? I knew I should have jammed. Can I
Good
look
work
now?
on that
I
first
can
of
look
all.
now, right?
Stopping him winning. That's important.
I should have jammed. I knew it.
For you to raise. Oh, let's work this out. He's already trying to get him ahead. He knows my card might be, or he's just trying to rep, and he's just the jack out there and all that. But you've got like a medium strength hand here. Oh, but you're too risky to do that with. What's he made it?
7, apparently. I didn't know you could click it. I'm learning.
Just 4 more. It feels like he's crying out for me to call him a 3.
Oh, he's got him out. He's bluffed him out.
No!
Hey, nicely played. Well played.
What a player.
What did I have? Jack
yeah,
of
Jack.
diamonds. Oh, I was going
no.
to pile it in, you know. Maybe I should just pile. But then if I do have like a deuce or whatever, then I'm
to his
out.
head. I thought he'd think once I've raised, when you've got a jack, he has to have a low card. He's going to think he's got to do
And
a
it
3
was so
or
milky.
4 because he's checked first.
Very nice.
Wizard out here.
Very sharky. Yeah, in fact, it's time to get serious. Have you played this before, Jay?
I haven't.
Alright, mate, he said he hadn't played pool. And then, actually, I was playing Carl Shaw's home game, and we play every single night. In wanker. Right.
I'm going to check.
I'll check.
What happens if, but I can't check then?
Of course you can. You
can,
played
you win
poker
the
before,
ante.
Andrew.
Yeah, but we don't go to a flop, do
Yeah,
we?
but we win the
It's a
ante, you win the
showdown.
ante.
You know on the river when you play
Well,
Hold'em.
and then we all just
I
take
probably wouldn't check your card though. I'd probably
Oh, that's
check.
plenty out of you.
You probably need to bet.
4.
I'm not going to be silly.
All right. Oh, man, I'm getting dealt premiums.
He's got the goods always.
Yeah. That's how I play poker, mate. Oh. How much is that? 4.
There is a lot of action kicking off here. It's madness at the MPP.
10.
What is going on?
10,000.
It's almost like you guys can't see your cards, you mugs.
10,000 to go.
You're absolute
I can
fish.
see yours, though. I can see yours. And I can see his. So, 10K. Very reasonable. Very reasonable sizing, wouldn't you say, when you got that?
Cool.
Oh, he's called.
Let's take this 3-way, boys. You're both screwed.
He's called. He's going to pile, I'd say.
Oh, it's in the tank.
He's going to pile. He's thinking about jamming.
He's supposed to be a professional.
He can't jam.
I'm going to make a very tight laydown.
Is that it then?
Yeah, that's it.
So I guess I'm going to lose if you called.
7 and a 4.
Yeah, the
what a life for you.
How have you not jammed?
Give me that. Give me that. Give me that.
How bad have I ran there? Bad? Right, so that's some run bad there. With the
Oh, look at this.
How's
It's
it-
always
how's he
the
not-
same.
how's he-
Facing the dude.
how's
When
he
they
not
lose,
four-bet here?
they
Deuce to the
talk
four.
about
How's
running
he just
bad.
flatted?
I know, what a net rat.
Trying to get you in.
actually.
Trying to get you to jam.
Yeah, he was
You
trying,
jam.
trying to induce you. Yeah, if you jam it, I got a call.
I don't know.
No,
you got to fold, I guess, but who knows?
Yeah.
But you got to give the lunatic a
I
chance
open
to.
4x when they're not low, as you do.
I might have just flicked it in. Mate.
All right,
Alright,
easy game here.
quite exciting.
Got the big chip lead. Can't lose from here.
So I ran quite bad there. But
You did.
found a good hand. Right, okay. That's me, sorry.
Again,
Right,
same rules of poker you've always played.
4.
You're so desperate to try and run it, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. But
When I followed that quickly, I kind of killed you, haven't I?
I get half a stack.
yeah.
I do.
No, you
baby.
don't get half
yeah,
my
I
stack.
do.
None of that bullshit.
Yeah, I do.
We never said that rule.
Let's go.
We're playing professional stuff here.
James, come on. Come on, you folded an ace.
No, I refuse.
Look at this. Everyone knows that in Indian poker, if you fold an ace, you submit, you forfeit half your stack. Come on, or at least some of it, 5 or something. Give me 5 of them. 2? Honestly, you.
Yeah, give me some as well.
It's not me this time again, is it?
Well, I'm thinking.
Right, I went a minute ago.
I'm in the tank.
Check.
Huh?
Check.
You just checked out a turn.
Did I? No, he went first.
I haven't. No, it's me. You got the button. Andrew, come on.
Oh.
You played poker before.
I know. I'm tired. I'm confused.
Now I don't know if he's angling me. Are you angling me? Is this a disgusting
I would never
angle?
I would never. 100% would. No, James. I didn't know that it was
check.
you.
7.
Oh, he's gone big. I think because he's gone big, I'm right. I think.
Right. I've induced.
You got me.
Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, induced him. Too easy, this game. Too easy. These youngsters, they're just too willing to bluff. They're not scarred yet. 20, 40, 43 of the 90,000 in play.
No,
marching to certain victory.
He's getting way too carried away with himself.
All right. Oh, that's a good card.
I hope
That
so.
is. Oh, that's a good card.
How is it?
Check.
8,000 Mediterranean dollars.
Is it 8 or 6?
It's
you
8,
can't
mate.
count your ounties.
It's 8. 8 total.
All right, all right. Look, he's trying to make the bet sound bigger than it is.
No, I said 8,000.
Cool.
Oh.
Oh.
What's he
Oh, we're
doing?
deep in
What's
the
he up
tank.
to the lads?
The cogs. Can you hear the cogs
It
turning?
could be GG, boys, I think.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, he's called. It could be GG.
How can it be GG? You covered.
I must have an ace, right? Have I got an ace?
Close enough.
Oh, he's found the call. Yeah. Jay Harwood.
Jay, how is he overcalled?
So he overcalled it in
overcalled.
poker. An absolute shark. I still can't believe that you didn't hand over half your chips.
You can't bring these rules up halfway through the game.
It's a standard rule. Ooh. All in.
He's getting carried away, isn't he?
He is getting carried away.
All in. I'm all in.
You see the white of your eyes. I'm going to put your sunglasses
that
on
late?
so I can see my card.
Oh! That would have been well, Sharky. Ho, ho, all right. What a big legend. Sometimes bravery
two better hands
is
to fold,
rewarded
right?
in Indian poker. I did. Gets the 10 and the jack to fold.
Shoves into a 10 and a jack. What a madman.
All I can say is the games here at Merit are very, very, very good. Come on down.
Oh, oh.
Oh. I'm going to try something here.
All right.
I like my situation. I'm out of position. Never ideal. But I hope this is perceived strength. Oh, I just saw his face twitch. You see that? The lip.
Did it?
There was a little twitch there. Oh. Oh dear.
Just called.
Oh dear.
All right then. All in.
What is
You're
going on?
calling to induce the overcall. Must be.
I'm all in.
But I must have a bad hand.
We've rifled it in again.
Too good. You're too good. You figured it out.
I mean, obviously
Am
this
I in
guy's
trouble?
out.
I'm gonna sweat it. You can sweat it with me. Am I in the bin? I don't know. I might have got carried away.
Overcalled. Has he overcalled, expecting
To
the punter
induce.
to jam?
Yeah, I think he might have.
Expecting me to fold, so we can call and win with this napkin.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, look at his eyes light up!
Oh! You just angled him there. That was
Yeah,
shocking.
I'm okay with that.
You just angled him
I'm
massive.
not an honourable person.
Yeah, I see.
What do you want from me?
I'll do the. I'm ready to
Clock.
do it like this. Like,
Dealer,
ready to
clock.
Got him. Got him.
No, you can't have. With a 7? What do you mean got him? We had a 3 and a 4. Well done, Jay.
32.
Well done, Jay.
30 minus the ante. 30.
Look at this. Not even I'm acknowledging your performance.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I was counting.
What
my
would have
stacks
really
there.
enjoyed that?
What a joke.
What I really
Good
would
game,
have.
sir. Good game, sir.
I hope you enjoy yourselves.
All right, guys.
I'm
well,
away for a drink.
looks like I'm down
What a joke.
to my final. Okay, so the blinds go up now as well. All right. Well, heads up. Heads up, and I'm all in for an ante. 4. I win.
How's your chances?
I win.
Good.
No! 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 No!
Do I get
Not
winner's
like this!
picture with a 4?
Not like this! Andrew, come here.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Well done, Jay.
You called off with a 7. Well done, mate.
Well,
Deserving winner. What can you say?
we took him on at poker. He called it early.
Speechless, guys. Speechless.
He got us
to beat you two.
We had a trophy for
He got us to stick all our chips in with a.
hand sanitizer.
He got us to stick all our chips in with a 4 and a 3.
Genius.
Oh, pardon me. I got excited.
So did I.
I saw a player on their feet.
It's the man from Belarus again.
Yeah, that was nervy, Jay. I was scared for them, but nothing happened. Okay, so the deuces do find the muck from under the gun.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Very easy to get attached to a pair, but these small pocket pairs, ones that do want to be folded at this stage, better to open hands with good removal.
Better check here with ace-queen in the cutoff. Obviously, kind of a nice scenario. Obviously, plenty of hands to be raised, kind of getting it in with, but never that wild on FT bubbles, but deciding chip accumulation is worth a lot here. I was wondering where the line is in stack size that he might just elect to open jam at a hand from cutoff rather than...
Yeah, probably at this stage like 13, 14. I don't think we want any jams off of 18 here with 2 tables of 5. Like, so much better to just open here, give the big blind a chance to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10, get them to defend a hand that we dominate.
Ooh.
And even here, king-jack suited. These suited broadways are very nice candidates to choose here, and it wouldn't actually surprise me if Puts went for this here. Just because he'll recognise that Patrick has to call very tight here.
Right.
And even when called, these suited broadways do very well in terms of equity pre-flop. Like, even if we're up against an ace-king, still going to have that 1 in 3 shot to get there.
Let's see. He's certainly mulling it over. And he does! Well done, Jay. Well called.
And welcome back, everybody. See the beautiful Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. Not sure what's happened to the lights, Jay. We're still in the middle of the day.
Yeah, where are the lights gone?
It looks beautiful
It does.
nonetheless. Speaking of beautiful looking things, the Grand Ballroom here at Merit in the Royal Diamond. Beautiful setting. We've been referencing it all week. And there's still poker going on those outer tables. 1K event, I believe, on the outskirts. Jay, as we take a look at the chip counts.
Yeah, so Leon Sturm was second in chips coming into this one, but good first session for him. Up to just shy of 100 BBs. Sherbakov was the chip leader, but still healthy stack over 87 BBs for him. Then we got Lambov, who's impressed us really. He's been getting after it, even as one of these middling stacks hasn't really been fussed about getting involved in pots. And then we got Neist with 26, and then the shorties, sub 20, Telezanov, Gabdulin, Sovorov, and Larson at the bottom of the pack. Larson's been just folding. He's just bottom of the barrel distribution.
Painful.
Like, hasn't had a single hand that I can recall, Andrew. He had Queen Jack suited and had to fold.
I mean, he had Queen Jack suited, Ace 10 suited, but facing a raise and a 3-bet. Very painful for him so far, but he's still in there looking to get that spin up started, though, sooner rather than later, Jay. But yeah, Lambov, I'm going to give him the biggest shout out from that first session. We asked for one of the mid stacks to sort of separate themselves, you know, from the rest of the group and get after it. Credit to him. Pretty much won every pot he's played, Jay, and that is no mean feat, especially with that man, Leon Sturm, on his direct left. So we're still 8-handed, guys. Mediterranean Poker Party main event final table. Cards about to get back in the air. The blinds now 1 and 2 million, Jay. So I believe that, you know, graphics table will be a little inaccurate. That would have been for 600, 1.2 mil. So stacks are shallower than we just described, which is going to put even more pressure on the mid to shorties. So let's get into it. Action on Gabdulin, under the gun. Yeah, there you go. Less than 10 BBs. This is going to be a grind for the short stacks now, looking for spots to get it in. And poor Larson, we referenced him a moment ago, desperately trying to find something. Jay, 8-5 off, not going to get it done.
Yeah, Nice can't do anything with the raggy ace. He's out of there. Lambov will do the same, and leaves room for Sturm. Not one he's going to open, though. Will open extremely wide here, but still need some folds. Can't just open any two. 10-4 off, going to fall into that trash remit.
Yeah, Suvorov going to be delighted to get the opportunity to rip in these deuces. And here they go, and here we go.
First hand back, all in and a call we should be getting. Telesnov's going to ask for a count, but this is an 8 BB jam. Like, Suvorov's going to shove worst King X, worst Queen X that we dominate. And here we go.
All right, here we go indeed. And Suvorov gets the good news that he is flipping marginal favorite, although we can see from the equities, King, Queen of Hearts looks to be best. Very close though, effective flip. Now, are we about to lose another from this major final? Off we go. Oh, what a card to see in the window. Deuce of spades, Jay, but it's not over yet.
Gut shot for Telesnov, as well as backdoor hearts to go alongside it. So still got a fade 4 outs here.
Does hold through to the 8 of diamonds turn. Tolusanov looking for one of the remaining 10s in the deck to send home the Russian. Can he get there? No, he can't. Ace of spades completes the board.
Yeah, so
very unlucky, Jay, right there for Tolusanov. Figure to have our opponent dominated sometimes.
Yeah, it has to call King, Queen suited, and against deuces we're actually favourite as well. It's the old poker riddle, if you ever want to make some money. All right, there's 3 hands. You've got Ace King off, you've got Jack 10 suited, you've got pocket deuces. I'll let you pick whatever hand you have first, and then I'll pick my hand.
All right, take... Oh, wait a minute. That's going to leave me with them, though. I'll take Ace King suited.
Okay, I'll... Ace King off. It's Ace King off. Ace King off, Jack 10 suited.
Ace King off.
I'll have the deuces. I'm slight equity favourite.
Whatever.
But if,
good luck beating my Jack 10 suited with deuces.
But if you pick Jack 10 suited, I'll pick the Ace King. And if you pick deuces, I'll pick the Jack 10 suited.
Ah, all right.
It's only like 1-2% equity difference, but we like our edges as poker players.
I like a look of a little Jack 10 suited, right? What can ever go wrong? Have you ever lost a big pot, Jay, with Jack 10 suited?
Probably have.
Yeah, I've lost infinite.
Not one that I can remember. There's no like huge pot I can recall with Jack 10 suited.
It should be like
If you're ever in a bar and you want to earn some money, a bit of a hustle, there's something you can do, Andrew.
All right.
I can do it. No problem.
Sherbakov. Now, intriguing here with Tolusanov now basically felted. What does he have? 1 big blind behind, I think. So with that in mind, we get to go even more out of line. I think I like it. King 6.
Ural Mountains.
Larson continuing to fold down. Is on the brink of getting a ladder now, though. May cheer him up a little.
Like Lambov here with 8s. I'd like to see fold here, Andrew.
Yeah, but let's see Lambov.
There's a guy with 1 BB and we're sitting 3rd in chips, but this is the man that 3-bet 7s earlier in a spot that we just thought we were going to see call. So you never know with Lambov.
I think it's
Love to see it. I am absolutely loving Lambov. Not having it.
He's just not fast. He's playing for the win, Andrew.
I love seeing it.
I think yes.
I mean, one good thing about this is you know your opponent is way out of line. And it's not like he just gets to 4-bet send it on you, right?
Well, he could put in a lot of like 4-bets, though.
Of course he could. But...
And then what do we do?
You've got to make him do it, though, right?
Are we comfortable to 5-bet rip 8s? We're not. We're just going to have to fold. But
we're not.
It does seem like Sherbakov is the type that will just recognize here that...
Oh, hello. Gabdulin finds Ace King.
Might be wrong. Gonna have to fold it, I believe.
No. He's not folding this.
You don't think he's folding this? Because Lambkov's always calling off. He's aware of that. Lambkov has him covered, and there's a 1 BB stack, and then you've still got Larson there sitting with 5 BBs. So maybe we have to fold with ICM. I'm not sure. But ace-queen suited, we fold, right? So next pip up, ace-king off. It can't be far off.
Wow.
Like, the annoying thing is, if, like, Lambkov just folds ace, like I think he's supposed to, then Gabdulin does just get to shove from the big, and now we may have a situation where ace-king off heads into the mark. And this is the thing, Andrew, when you're playing in these size fields with this bigger ladders in terms of buy-ins.
Yeah, but the glory is up top too, Jay.
I get
the glory. Are you going to sleep better at night laddering up 25K when you could have just gone for it and won $1 million?
That's a good point. It is a good point.
But I do hear you. He has no fold equity and may think that Lambkov is like incredibly strong.
Yeah, I would.
So
I
we
would
could
as
be
well.
dead very occasionally.
Like, is Lambkov like never in with ace jack? Is he going to three?
He has laid it down.
There you go. There's the fold, and now back over to Sherbakov, and this hand's not over yet.
Goodness me. Oh. And he has 4-bet.
There you are. And this is exactly what I was saying. And he's just taken the king blocker, made it 22 million, and now Lambkov's just going to have to let the eights go, you expect. And this is why I think we just want to fold, Andrew.
We are in the clicking war streets. Well, credit to Sherbakov. Can just be launching chips into a...
Did he just call?
He did call.
Lambkov having absolutely none of it. And look at the face of Gabdulin. It's like, what's going here? Telesnov sitting there thinking, come on, guys. Let's get it in.
I mean, this looks like aces, right?
Yeah.
Look at Gabdulin. What a sensational hand developing. And it comes ace-8-4. Gabdulin would have been out of this tournament. Now, back to the action at hand. Sherbakov perhaps regretting this 4-bet. Here he comes, though, Jay.
Probably like 10% here or something around there, Andrew.
What are we getting to fold?
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, maybe queens, maybe jacks.
Right? Like, kings is going to put it in pretty surely.
And maybe we do expect, like, the aces to trap here as well. Maybe ace-king that wanted to see a flop.
Oh, look at the action. Oh, my goodness. Now, this is one thing I'm not liking. But what a fascinating hand. Lambkov gives it the old forehead rub, the grimace, when in reality, he is in dreamland with middle set. Is he gonna raise? Gotta just call, Jay, surely. Here we go. Does land on call.
Yeah, now this should be aware now as Sherbakov that it's just shut down central. We have to slam the anchors on. Even once our opponent calls this tiny size in.
And I tell you something, Jay. Lambkov headed for second in chips. And we referenced it earlier, not the man to try and push around. And Sherbakov gonna be punished for it. Wow, he peeled with the eights to the 4-bet. What a moment. Oh, and he's going again. 8 million?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
So just shy of 15%, so tiny, tiny. And you assume that Lambkov's just going to continue calling here. We have ace-king drawing dead. Aces.
I mean, he's doing a good acting job of looking weak, it would appear.
Yeah, like, we're going to get stacked by aces anyway, so we just want to keep calling because we want to keep bluffs in, and ace-king is drawing dead in terms of equity here, so...
I mean, is there a world where we just jam because we think that our opponent never folds?
Yeah, but...
I would flat, but... And he jams and taps the table goodbye. Oh, my word. Look at Gabdulin. Can't believe it. And Lambkov just surges up the chip counts.
We said this was the man that was the wild card at this final table. And Lambov, Azamat Lankov, only $22,000 in live earnings.
Goodness me, Jay, what a moment.
What
for me, hand of the week, and we've had a few belters. Wow. Goodness me, as we digest that sensational moment.
Is that like needle, or is he serious?
I'm serious.
No, I know you're serious, but if he says it like that, that could be a needle, you know?
And the funny thing is, if Gabdulin goes with it, he's out the door.
He's out the door.
Ace King is GG, so Gabdulin finding a
B-rolling
fold.
for the millie.
Yeah, essentially. But I think I really like the fold with Ace King, just because, like, when we get to final tables, we're not playing to make chips anymore. Our decisions become to make money, and that's what it's about. We're not trying to make chips. We're trying to make money, and that's what our decisions are revolved around.
I'll tell you something, we did say, you just get that vibe about someone. And Lambov just not having it. Just like, I'm not here to play for 8th or 7th or 6th. I'm gonna play to win this title. And Sherbakov, I mean, that's a big hit, Jay. Like,
huge hit to Sherbakov,
massive
for
hit
sure.
for him in terms of just his overall position.
The 4-bet should just get through, right? The 8s you don't expect to
I
call.
thought,
You don't expect 8s in there anyway.
Do we really need to do it here? I know that you, like, let's play devil's advocate. Lambov should have a very nutted range, right, to make this 3-bet. Like, do we have to use King 6-0? Like, I understand it, and I know why he did it, because you can dislodge a bunch of hands.
Yeah, but it's important to be aware of the opponent in question as well, because if Lambov isn't aware about the situation...
Well, he's not folding 8s, then he's not folding anything.
Exactly that. Quick talk about this hand here. A7 for Leon, now well covering Sherbakov. Do expect to see a lot of bets on the Jack-9 deuce as the opener here.
Goodness me. Sherbakov's head gotta be spinning.
Yeah, you expect that, and just gonna have to be check folding here. Faced against quarter pot.
It's going to be a real test, Jay, of his mental strength.
And to be honest with you, maybe credit to Sturm, because me and you saw a couple of spots earlier that seemed like clear 3-bets for Sturm against Lambov.
Right?
And Sturm went for fold instead. So maybe Sturm and Lambov have played a lot on the outer tables leading up to this, and Sturm actually was aware last session that he's not going to go for the 3-bets against this guy because he's very sticky.
Fold, right?
And he won't be folding. And if that was the case, why he didn't take those 3-bet spots earlier, it's just great awareness, which can sometimes be overlooked.
That was something. And like, credit to Sherbakov in some ways. I mean, turn barrel, I don't know, Jay. Like, we have King 6, so we block pocket kings, right? So, like something that we want to fold. I mean, he just decided, I'm going for it.
Yep.
My goodness, right. Refocus. Leon into the muck. 7-8 suited. And Tolusanov, 1.5 big blinds behind. Gonna need the spin of all spins. Gabdulin, what a hand that was.
What a fold.
Unbelievable. And Sherbakov gets to set in Larson because we have a man further around the table with 1.5 BBs. Goodness me.
These spots are just so intricate, difficult to know what to do. It's just sort of an area of that game that I think everyone's just so understudied at as well. When we do get to this shallow depth and we've got like a 1 BB, a 3 BB, a sub 15 BB stack. A lot of intricacies going on, and the Queen 8 off, letting it go there.
Oh, I feel for him.
Yeah.
You know, those dreams of the 1 million fading into the distance for the time being, Jay. Stranger things have happened, of course, but looking to outlast Tolusanov at the moment.
We've got to get someone to run that spot. We'll have a look at that spot later with the Ace King off, but I'm really intrigued to see whether it does go into the muck or not with a 1 BB stack.
It very well may.
Yeah, because This is the great thing about 2024 poker. We can actually check if theoretically the right play was made.
No, obviously not.
That is genuinely one of the greatest hands I've ever seen. Lambov, 3 bets, Jay. Calls half his stack off or something in the realm pre, and somehow flops middle set. Unbelievable stuff, guys. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We are loving it here in the booth. MPP main event final table. If you're enjoying coverage like this, guys, please, and if you're on YouTube or DTD Player, please give us a like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. We want to continue to bring you this high-octane, high-level stuff. Credit to Sherbakov. He's just going for it. Knows that Neist in the big blind, right, just can't call off.
Yeah, exactly that.
Any hands?
Like Neist is like
Gonna fold ace queen?
top. Yeah, like top range. He has to.
Ace jack. Maybe not ace queen. I don't know. My head's spinning still from the pocket eight's hand.
Yeah, that was some hand. I'd love to know if ace king off is a fold. We'll find out a bit later for you guys. Well, maybe we could find out right now. Mr. Wilson, the Bowie effect in the chat.
Right.
Just tuning in, saying
Andy Wilson, did you see that hand, Andy Wilson?
Andy Wilson.
Walk me through it.
Talk us through it. The walking, talking cyborg in the chat.
I mean, and by the way, if information filters back to the players about that hand, which I'm sure it will at the next break, important to let you guys know, no phones at the table allowed here at Merit. So the players will need to wait until, you know, they get off the table. When information filters back that Lambov is 3-bet calling 4-bet with 8s, the best of luck going after him. So it does sets a precedent, Jay, right? Of like, I'm not gonna let you mess with me. Right. We'll calm down now, but only for a mere moment because we have an all-in. Sturm opens, Jack 10 from under the gun. Tolusanov finds a suited ace, says it's time to go. Oh, look at this.
Less than 4.
You call?
Lambov just folded ace-4 suited in the big, closing the action.
Whoa.
What a wild card this man is.
You just never know with Lambov, do you?
I mean, on the surface of it, can't believe the fold. Anyway, here we go. Tolusanov at risk. Needs to hold with ace high. I'm rooting for him here, Jay. He's unlucky with the king-queen suited against deuces. Well, and by the way, big blind folded ace-4. Would have flopped trip 4s, not flush draw for Tolusanov. Oh, and the offsuit 10.
What a grim turn to see. So now Sturm jumps out in front. So Tolusanov needing a spade or an ace.
Goodness me, and can't find it, Jay. 8 of clubs completes the board, and we do lose Asil Tolusanov out in 8 for $100,000. Great performance from him. Fabulous stuff. More than that, 125K for his efforts.
Queen 8 fold in the big blind.
Goodness me, we need a pause for breath.
Yeah, so Mr. Wilson, there was an open under the gun from second in chips. Third in chips went for a 3-bet middle position. But the interesting thing, the small blind had 3 big blinds, and Tolusanov, who we just saw bust, had 1 big blind. It then folds round to the big blind with around 10, Andrew? Was it around 10?
Hang on, right, talk me through it again. Oh, we can't be telling him what happened, Wilson.
You can just rewind, can't you?
Yeah, if you're not going to pay attention, I'm no interest.
I forget we're on YouTube. You can just rewind, can't you? 2024 and all that. Go watch it yourself, Andy.
Yeah. Watch that back, Andy. Wow. What a hand. All right, commiserations to Tolusanov. Great run, Jay. Let's give him his due. And his biggest cash by a distance, right?
Yeah, by a distance, that is correct.
Not good enough for 120.
Everybody pass?
Wow, and here we go again. Round to Lambov. Pocket queens in the small. And how is he going to approach this one? Reaching for raisin chips.
Yes, 4.6.
36?
Billion.
Comes for the 3x open. And all of a sudden, Leon and Sherbakov have to be thinking to themselves, this is not the guy, but Sturm with 6-7 and position is going to defend, covering Lambov.
Can you make Lars or Tommy come? Can you make Lars or Tommy come?
Great flop for the Russian. Jack 3 deuce, 2 diamonds, 1 club. Overpair with diamond and club in hand, Jay. Loving life.
A very nice board for Lambov to just put some chips in. Unfortunately for him, Sturm can't really do anything with just 7 height.
And these guys struggling to get a handle on him. Lambov closing in on chip lead, Jay.
Wow.
I'm loving this, man. Like, when we got here this morning, like, how it started was thinking, like, it's going to be a cagey affair the way stacks are distributed, and not going to see as much action of what we've seen. But once you throw a wild card into the mix like this man, who looks like he's just playing for the outright win, it becomes more entertaining.
Just taking a little pause for breath. What a sensational 15 minutes or so.
And poor old Larson. I'm starting to feel...
Me too.
For Larson, it's just been bottom of the barrel distribution all final table. Cannot find a single hand, and it's whittled down to sub 2 BBs now. And over to Sturm in the small blind. Seems like one that can get on the attack here as covering stack, sitting as chip leader, aware that we've got Larson sitting as short as he is, and even Gavdulin sub 10 BBs. Seems like a very nice opportunity to bump it up. Love the raise with the 6 deuce here from the German. And like even Suvorov here with pocket 4s, Andrew. What you thinking on first look? Because we're not loving it, because Larson's essentially going to be forced all in a couple of hands. We've still got Gavdulin with 14 million, which is 7 BBs.
Yeah.
Like, 4s could even hit the mark here.
I think very likely to do so, and can't criticize it. Suvorov in that spot right now. Let's just stay in a holding pattern. Try and wait, ladder up 2 more spots, and then get after it 5-handed would be the plan of action for him.
And here we are, the Bowie effect. He says, if he has hands that shouldn't really be in there, like ace king gets bad real quick.
Right.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, because mostly it's going to be like an ace blocker, a king queen or whatever that 3-bets. But there, I know Gavdulin, like, is it still too good to fold? I felt instinctively that it was.
The thing is, it weren't just the 1 BB stack. There's also a 3 BB stack as well at the time.
I know, but it's $1 million for the win. ICM be damned.
ICM be damned.
I'm going to start the campaign against it. Oh, it gets tricky. No, it doesn't. Let's go. But to his credit, Lambov, he's just decided, well, I don't want to come 5th. And he's looking good. 100 million.
Second in chips now.
All right, Larson, we're rooting for you. Quite like this adjustment. Not something on the face of it that you would see happen very often, but he's decided to limp. There are some occasions where that can entice, you know, people to get it in behind. There could be some fireworks. There may be a very unique situation where we can fold post. Now, does Suvorov feel compelled to put 1 more million in, Jay? Try and sort of make it go 3 ways in the attempts to get rid of Larson. He doesn't do it.
Check.
Like, Gavdulin here, of course, going to check. Like, Larson could shove flop and shut out some equity and stuff by just limping pre, I mean. And he's got way the best of it. Ace, king, 9. A decision now whether to try and deny 2 random cards, Jay. Likely to take it. Gavdulin, I guess, going to be pretty happy to save 1.6 million, Jay. Would have had to put it in pre-'d, imagine.
Yep, now we'll save just less than a big blind. Don't think he's going to call Jack Deuce, because like there's not like no hands in here that we're really ahead of, because if Larson has a trash hold and he's still got 1 more hand to wait, which he can find under the gun, so can't really see a world in which Jack High could ever be good. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you might be like 10-8 of spades or something that decides to take this route. But I'm with you. That's about it. Can't imagine that Gabdulin can flick this in. Just running the numbers. Wow, he does call it off, Jay. All right.
I have Jack High.
My
You should be
goodness. He's way ahead is the news that he'll be receiving. Larson all of a sudden in shape to get to 10 million and overtake Gabdulin.
Just make it a queen or a 10.
Turn is a 7 of diamonds, no help. So Gabdulin needs a deuce or a deuce. And a deuce only, excuse me. Doesn't get there. 9 of spades on the river. And Larson makes that first little step, Jay. Trying to climb this mountain.
After my bid.
I'm surprised to see that one, Andrew, especially after the ace-king fold. Seems like was very aware, like ICM clued up, like what do we beat? Like maybe thinking the price we're getting, we can have 2 live cards, but if Larson's doing that with entire range that he wants to go with under the gun, he's going to have all this ace-x, all this king-x that we're nigh on drawing dead to. Maybe potential, especially with our stack, to just save a BB.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a... I don't want to say large mistake, but it's not a small one, right? Every chip critical, especially, right, if he folds, he stays ahead of Larson, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden now, if they were to blind out, then we're going to be next out.
You're more alive than you thought.
I mean, 2 live cards against what?
Yeah,
my question.
What? Yeah, I guess.
Queen
like,
7 suited. You're live against that.
I guess.
But like all the jack highs
and even
that Larson can have were
dead. All the pairs 3 outs
dead.
as well. Yeah, like it's
I'm
it seems
little
optimistic.
Surprised.
It does seem optimistic.
We didn't have a diamond in hand either, right? I mean, I'm not sure about that one. Anyway, back to it. Sturm, cut off, king, queen. And Gabdulin now, we did see him rally early doors. To his credit, found the fold with ace-king and would have been out the door, so he is still alive. And Sherbakov, wow. I'm a little surprised at this as well, Jay. He's not scared either. We love seeing it here on stream. Defends the jack deuce. 10-10-6. Leon, action on him.
There may be one that does want to do a bit of checking on the 10-10.
Yeah.
As Leon, the king-queen.
Yeah, I like it.
Like it 2 and 6 on the turn.
I'm with you. Don't want to open ourselves up to getting check raised. Can have the best hand.
Now should be going check from Leon because king high just way too good and going to be showing down enough versus a big blind defend range. So this one seems a lot more clear.
Yeah. We have like deuces through 5s now, drawn incredibly thin if our opponent somehow was to have them. Again, don't want to open ourselves up, Jay, to bloating this one. And the river does pair the 6. So full house on board for both. Now then, any potential for either to bluff at this, Jay? I wonder who's more likely to have a 10.
That's what I was just thinking.
Or a 6, right?
Because Leon with chip lead still going to be opening like 10-7 suited, offsuit 10-9, offsuit Jack 10 from cut-off.
You argue he would have bet by now?
Yeah, that's the argument, I guess, that we do expect to hear from some 10x on an earlier street. And they're going to chop this one up.
Perhaps deciding the same thing. And Sherbakov, very happy to receive 5.5 million back to his stack. As things just settle down a little. That was pretty intense. Little 20-minute, 30-minute spell for us.
Yeah, that ace-king hand, the talking point, though. Such a talking point.
Oh, dear.
Like, I'll put my neck on the line and say ace-queen definitely goes in the muck there. However, ace-king just seems... It doesn't seem nice and that Gabdulin would have been out the door if he did choose to go with it. It was a great hand to get to cover.
I mean, we're supposed to be impartial, but I'm just massively Team Lambov at the moment. I want to go down and shake his hand and say, oh my goodness, you, my friend, are a savage. And Suvorov, super awkward this one, Jay.
Yeah, Suvorov is probably the player that wants to play super tight here. Well, it is going to open here. I'm not the biggest fan of open here, Andrew.
Just having a little grab of his chips, surveying the scene.
Yeah, we got Gabdulin and Larsen sitting so short. We don't really want to do anything because Suvorov, unless we're top end of range.
Yeah, Sherbakov here will rejam.
That's
very,
very,
very wide.
That is a very nice fold, sir. I think a lot of people may fall into the trap of opening a suited ace from late position.
Like, Sherbakov jams this on that open, I think. Wow, Larsen, well, you've been patient, my friend, and you found ace-queen. And Sherbakov, the wheels haven't fallen off, Jay, but they're starting to squeak. But he gets it in here in relatively good shape against that big ace-queen in the big, and once again, player at risk. And it is Larsen looking to hold off the king-10 of Sherbakov. Can the Norwegian find the hold? Here we go. Wow, 10-9-4, all clubs, Jay. Sherbakov takes the lead, but look at those equities. Stone flip, post flop. Larsen looking for aces, queens, and clubs. Bricks through to the 5 of spades turn, Jay.
Going to need to find it on this river for Larsen. Been a rough FT so far. Can he start the spin up?
Oh, he sat back down.
Oh,
that's a new one.
Oh. And it works. Ace on the river. He just knew. He sat back down. Oh. Larsen, bit of emotion. First time we've seen that from anyone on the FT.
Love it.
But he deserves it. He's been so shallow. And bottom end distribution throughout.
You love to see it.
Gets his double up.
Yes. So I just sat down here and I just felt it. It's coming.
Good for him. Look at the emotion. Beautiful to see.
To the medium dog. Yeah.
And penny for the thoughts, Jay, of Sherbakov. All of a sudden, he's still healthy, but things starting to wobble a little.
Next life. Next life. I think I used one of those, but... Holy shit, look at all these ships, man. Look at all these ships. Huh? Just... Nobody happy for me?
Yay.
Huh? Nobody happy for me?
I am happy.
Fucking haters, huh?
It's a cool.
Over to Lambov from Gun, ace, queen offsuit. Got some chips now, makes it 4K.
How then, Jay?
I just don't think Leon's going to go after this guy personally. Like he didn't take the 2-3 bet spots before. I think maybe he's just aware Lambov, as you like to call, a bit of a firecracker. You like the... He's a wild card. You don't know what he's going to do. Maybe not playing...
Look at this.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
There you go. Maybe just thinking he's not playing as theoretically sound as everyone else and not going to be folding out as many hands as we're supposed to with our 3-bet.
Good luck getting Lambov to fold when he opens the pot. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, wow. Look at this. We're in a simulation. Sherbakov finds the hand that Lambov took a massive chunk of his chips with. Pocket 8s on the button. It does have position, Jay, and probably thinks they're deep enough to take a flop. Does commit calling chips. My goodness. Round 2. And one of the remaining 8s goes into the muck. It just feels like Lambkov's going to win this pot. It just feels that way to me. Let's see what develops. Okay, off to the 9-3 deuce. Pocket 8s of Sherbakov, still best.
Yeah, and that's the cooler. Like Sherbakov here is still going to have a pretty tight range on the button. Now, Lambov covering him, and Lambov does go for check over to Sherbakov here with the 8s, and Sherbakov deciding to check this one back. Like it a lot, just wanting to keep this pot small.
Yeah.
Horrible spot to get check raised, and like out of position, Lambov will do some checking you expect still with some of his stronger hands like the overpairs.
Yeah, interesting decision point for Lambov. Has that ace of hearts and queen of spades in hand. You know, blocking some of those flush draws.
Yeah,
intriguing. Sherbakov now, Jay, reaching to go for protection and value.
Yeah, I think we just assess a situation that Lambkov's always going to lead now a hand better than ours on the turn. Like, yes, he will play some traps with some overpairs out of position on the flop, but then these are all just going to start firing turns. So likely that we hold the best of it. And the great thing is as well, with this 4 rolling off, ace highs usually call once as well. It's like all the ace 10 through to ace king we're going to get one streak from, as expect to do so here from Lambov with ace queen.
17.
Oh, and he check raises to 17 million.
What a guy.
Oh my word.
Lambov has come to play today, and now back to Sherbakov, and already a dynamic brewing between these two, but absolutely hating it now with the pocket 8s. Nearly 4-1 on the call with position.
Very intriguing though, Jay, right? Like, you know, if Lambov has a hand like 10s or jacks, don't think he plays it this way. Yeah. I think that's fair to say.
Like, could check once,
hand
but
like a 9, right? Hand like a 9, ace 9 type, not going to do this either. So now we're starting to rep like the ace 5 suiteds of the world for value, sets, aces.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, and it would probably be like, it'd have to be like aces with like spade heart combo perhaps that checks twice. So it's very condensed, the value range, but then where's he going to find bluffs from? And looks like Sherbakov not buying it. He's having a little count of his chips, but
the blog is going to fucking love this.
He jams! He sent it in, Jay! Oh my goodness me. Sherbakov says, absolutely not, my friend. I'm all in.
What is happening between these two? There's some crazy dynamic occurring. Do you think, lead up to the final table, these guys have played a lot of poker together, and there's some dynamic that's been created between the two of those?
Goodness me, Jay.
Yeah, Lambov can't, obviously. I say can't call, but he's already surprised me this final table, but surely not ace-queen, especially an ace-queen with a heart and a spade. If Sherbakov was ever going to find any 3-bet bluffs.
Goodness me. Goodness me. I've said it once, I've said it twice, I'll say it again.
Red flag, huh? Red flag.
What a moment. Sherbakov, Jay, just says, no, sir. You will not be running me over either. I'm all in.
Basically just saying I don't believe you. I don't believe you check any strong hands twice. That's exactly what he's saying. Maybe he thinks you can only have like ace 5 of spades or hearts, like the nutted hands with the redraw that want to...
Imagine the times your opponent just snaps you off and you're stone dead.
Mad.
Goodness me, what a hand of poker and what a couple of confrontations. This final continues to impress. My goodness, we're loving life here. How's he found the jam, Jay?
I don't know. That is one avenue I did not expect to see from Sherbakov. Just thought he was going to fold most of the time, maybe call once in a while. But then it does come down to, I don't think we expect Lambov to have much value there that wants to check twice. May check some strong hands on flop, but then on that 2-tone turn card, seems like all his value wants to start leading, and maybe Sherbakov just reading into it like that and saying, I'm just running the 8s here, not going to flat and leave myself with a tough river decision.
Well, Gabdulin about to be at risk.
You have to have one big blind behind or not?
One chip.
Has left one chip back. And Sherbakov now with ace 4 of diamonds Facing a 3.5 big blind all in, Jay.
Yeah, we'd call if we were in the big here, but I don't think we're going to get to call carve because Gabdulin should still be like, he's not going to like send something like an offsuit king. I think this is probably bottom for Gabdulin, the ruggy ace-x. Oh, but Neist has one that you do expect to be in there. Ace-10 in the small blind here.
Yeah, it does announce, I'm all in. And here we go, Gabdulin has dodged multiple bullets on this final. Found a way to get away from ace-king. But he's gonna have to find a way to get there with the dominated ace-5. Neist, the Romanian, looking to hold. Huge pop for him too, Jay.
Yes.
Just 16 million back. Can Gabdulin find help? 5 cards to decide his fate. Here we go. And both players flop an ace, Jay.
Yeah, nice one to see for Gabdulin. Brings in catalogue of chop outs here. Nice, a deuce, a king, a queen, a jack.
Yeah, any paint, any deuce, any ace, any 5 for the win, any 9 for a chop. Can he find it?
Does find the chop on the river.
Oh.
Jack on the river.
Goodness me.
I was hoping for your sake it didn't come a 9.
It's a chop winner.
9, no chop.
Oh, sorry, of course not. I'm getting swept away in the madness.
So am I, to be fair. It's been great.
What do you mean you're hoping for massing?
Well, for your sake.
You're going to glorify in a mistake from your buddy?
I didn't want you to jump up and be like, oh, chop it up, and then you see the man going out the door. It's.
You would have interjected.
Yeah, I would have interjected, of course I would have.
Been fine. Gabdulin, the man with 9 lives, Jay. Burns another one. I'm just still reeling from that hand. The pocket 8 send, $1 million for the win. You can just be stone dead. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and once again, Gabdulin, our time has come again. Ace-7 off here. We've only got 4.5 BBs. 2 more hands going to be in the big. This is as good as it's going to get. And going to leave himself a chip back.
Yeah, off they go again. 4.5 big blinds, Jay. Gotta get moving. Ace-7 more than good enough. Oh, here we go. Leon once again. Gabdulin, unfortunate to find himself dominated, Jay. Runs into the ace-9 of hearts of Leon Sturm. Can he wriggle out of this situation once again?
Will he dodge it again?
Let's see.
King 10-4, 1 heart. Gonna be a chop, Jay, some amount of the time here.
Yeah, we've got the 4. To potentially chop some running chops as well.
That's one of them.
And yeah, once again, we could be getting choppy. A whole host to chop this one up.
It's King 10,
7 to win outright.
Looking for help, and there is none to be had. On the 5 of clubs river. Fantastic run from Damir Gabdulin. We do lose him, Jay, in 7th place. $125,000 goes his way. Great performance, great run. Found a sensational fold with Ace-King to stay alive, but couldn't spin it up. And we are down to 6 guys. And with that, we are going to hear from our 7th place finisher, Damir Gabdulin.
How did the final table went?
I started really short. I started only 10 million on the big blind, 1 million too, so only 8 big blinds. And I managed to win 2 pay jumps, so cannot complain. Had chance to spin it up. made a very huge fault with ace king off, and I actually don't know what the guy had. I need to check it. Almost happy for the result. It's the biggest final table of my life. Obviously, big score for me.
Can you tell us your thoughts with that ace king hand?
First, the guy almost lost all his chips. He left with 3 bigs. First position, big stack opens, and the middle stack 3 bets. Everyone folded. I have 10 bigs on my big blind and ace king off, so I have 0 fold equity against the 3 better. His range should be really strong, I think. And I don't have fold equity. Every time I flip, it's very bad for me. And I decided to fold, and after I won the pay jump, and I was really close to win the second one because ace on the river and short stack doubles up. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Well, there we have it. Gabdulin, GG, sir. Fabulous run. And kind of said what we were thinking, Jay.
Yeah, at the time, I thought straight away it's a fold. It's hard without any software in front of us to run the spot and know on point. But I can't see how ace king off would find it in there. He made some great points. The points we were making as well. No fold equity. Should be an extremely strong range of Lambov as well. So.
And we did reference if a hand like 8s or 9s or 10s are in there 3-betting, then we start to do pretty poorly, as Mr. Wilson said in the chat. Well done, Gabdulin. Great run. 7th place for you. And we're down to 6. In this hunt, Jay, for $1 million and the title of MPP Main Event Champion 2024. Well, Leon has his eyes on it, up to 145 million now, Jay. Raising King 7 from the button. A nice little stabilize from Sherbakov. What a hand. I keep going back to it. Lambov and Sherbakov in there, slugging haymakers at each other. We love seeing it. This is what we wanted, right? Sometimes you can see, dare I say, passive sort of neutral play on finals that they can be a little dry. And this has been nothing of the sort. Hopefully we get the chance to ask the question later on to Lambov and Sherbakov, their thought processes during those hands, right? They were fascinating for us. Now here comes Sturm. Is this the start of the charge, Jay? 150 million in chips.
Yeah, definitely one that is going to be opening the ace-5 suited from cutoff.
Gonna fold around to the big blind. And that is, of course, Larson. And he has done a good job here, Jay, laddering up to 6 remaining.
Yeah, and now, well, not outright short stack. Obviously, the man is left just with 10 BBs, but this one probably just wants to defend, and then we can potentially go with some boards, Andrew.
Yeah.
Fine to defend here off a 6.5 BBs, see a flop, catch something we want to go with.
Yeah, I'd be shocked to see him fold this one. And he agrees with us. Commits calling chips. 11 million in the middle with 11 million back. Does have live outs. An interesting one, Jay. Wonder if he considers stop and go here.
Yeah, it seems like potential nice one to use here, Andrew, with the 2 overs and the heart in hand. Can fold out some black ace highs, black king highs that are in front of us.
Here we go. And decision over to Leon. Not going to be happy with this at all, Jay. We can, of course, be good. Is he bet 2.8?
That looks more than 2.8.
That looks, yeah, I think he said 9.8.
10.8, that makes sense.
Okay.
He's left himself 200k back, so 10.8. And I don't think a 5 can really do much but fold here, this particular 5. No heart to go alongside it. If somehow we got 5-7, 5-8 suited, a lot more viable to get in the mix, but tough one to pull off here as Leon. So
done.
Nice that for Larson, and that is huge because that's going to bring him, I think, just above me high Nice now.
made a biggish fold, but now I don't know if it's good or not, even after that celebration. He might just be happy that he won the pot, which is very reasonable, because he extended his stack quite a lot.
Leon just
he had a pair, though.
Flat out announcing, made a pretty big fold. And I'm not sure if I love it. You weren't in great shape.
Yeah, it's a situation like even if we have the best hand, like we're in terms of equity, our opponent's going to have like a heart draw with overcards and basically flipping. And then the times he does have the 9x.
Yeah, we're in very bad shape.
Yeah, exactly that.
You hit the flop?
In somewhere, yeah. Sounds like I made a bet late on.
I can tell you I have 2 overs and a flush draw. So that's a shitloads are out.
Yeah.
It's fine if you call. It's fine.
Credit to Sherbakov, just undeterred, Jay. Has stabilized nicely after a somewhat traumatic little spell. Back at it, 10-7. Raised to 4 million. Larson gonna get out of the way. You would imagine action gonna be on Neist. And look at that. Him and Larson now, Jay. Exactly the same stack.
Yeah, but like,
and I could have definitely.
I guess I had like 15 outs. Probably.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, it's not that bad.
But
you already put in some, yeah?
I don't need to be flipping.
Huh?
I don't need to be flipping to have a good call.
I know. That's where I go. I say, fuck the flip.
Yeah.
Get away. And I bring good energy.
I don't even know what I do if you check. I would probably check back.
It's not good for me. It's only on the flop I have full deck with this. Just please don't have the ace or king in your heart. Please.
If you go check your jam turn, then I also have a tough decision.
All right, then. Leon, another playable one off that big stack.
Yeah, nice clear one, ace-9 from Gun, making it 4 milli, 2 BBs.
Haven't seen much out of Suvorov for quite some time.
You are the smallest, not me.
And round 2, Sherbakov. Ace-Jack off. I feel like he might call this one.
Yeah,
Jay,
I think
just
we
like,
have
you know,
to.
we can dominate some hands. We don't want to bloat the pot.
Because Leon's now got that, like, it's 50+ million difference, and like he can get after us for sure. So it is going to go for the 3-bet here, but Leon's actually got a very tidy candidate choice, the ace-9 off specifically to use, but he hasn't really been taking all the spots, has he, Andrew? So I wouldn't be surprised if he just let it go. But it's a nice one to take here as Leon going after Sherbakov. We've got enough of a lead over his stack now to really get after him and put some pressure on. And Leon will be aware Sherbakov's been active still, even sitting third in chips now.
Yeah, whether he decides to take it or not, action on Leon.
Seems like a tidy one, the ace-9 offsuit. Really nice one to use.
Feeling, huh? Going up. This will be the best story of a lifetime.
23.
Oh, wow.
What a beast. What an absolute beast. It's one thing to think, yeah, this is a nice spot to take. It's a completely different kettle of fish to actually take it. 4-betting to 22 milli. And now Sherbakov, in my opinion, just has to fold the ace-jack off. And that's why I think, like, flat could be the viable route to take Andrew pre-flop.
Instinctively, I thought flat pre-flop is kind of nice. Just keep the pot small in position with a strong hand, right? Like, this isn't really one that we're thrilled to 3-bet fold, but does get out of the way. And Leon Sturm on the march. We'll say credit to Sherbakov. He's taken body blows, Jay. He's taken some haymakers to the jaw, couple to the kidneys, couple to the ribs. And he's still in there, willing to bump up the action against the big stack. All of a sudden, Leon now with about 2x seconds. Like, this has happened pretty quickly. It's going to take some stopping. Suvorov now, uncomfortable nature of the stacks behind Jay. Two guys on 21 million. You can ladder from 6th to 4th. Makes you $150,000, starting to become very steep.
To be fair, like, Suvorov hasn't done much this final table, but he's played very well because, like, he's making these laydowns, which some people may look at the hands and think, oh, I'm going to open, but where he's situated in chips is incentivized to lean on the tight side.
Yeah, does decide to get out of the way. Round to Lambov, who has chipped down after that ace-queen failed bluff into Sherbakov. Is going to limp here with queen 10. Now then, is it time for Leon to pounce on one of these limps?
Yeah, it could definitely be.
Here he comes.
Yeah, loving this sort of through the gears from Leon the last 15, 20 minutes after extending that chip lead. And Lambov not going anywhere with the queen 10. Not really the man we expect to fold, is it, Andrew?
Yeah.
He likes to be battling.
Well, Sturm flops best on the king 6-5. With middle pair, Lambov with queen 10. Wrapping round that king, does have a backdoor flush draw also in his arsenal. Leon going to go for immediate value in protection.
Like, it's just so difficult to continue here as
really
Lambov. We just got to fold. We know, like, most points of the tournament in terms of chips, we are going to be calling this one blind on blind, but extreme scenario here. Leon with a huge chip lead now, over second in chips.
We take 6 to 8 minutes break, okay? We need to go to toilet and shit.
Oh, asking for a break.
It's nerve.
Keep you updated.
I think in these situations when you need to use the loo and there's not a break coming up, it's fine to just say to the table, can you just tank for like 30 seconds? Everyone use their full time bank for me so I can get back in time and
you're like,
miss a hand.
Of course I will.
Oh, what? There, everyone
Quickly.
snap folds.
Yeah. Gonna take the edges, mate. Well, we don't want, you know, a Antonio the Magician situation of peeing in a bottle, if you remember that.
Yeah, I do.
Look at this. Sherbakov versus Lambov. Ding, ding. Gloves out. Round 3 about to take place. And
seems
potential trouble, Jay, if he levels himself here, Sherbakov.
Seems like one that could be a short round, though.
You would think so, but these two...
Like, might take the ace-8 suited from what we've seen.
Wouldn't shock me. Depends on sizing, I think. See how big he's gone. Lambov looked like about 12 million. Makes it 13, okay. 6.5 BBs.
Math, you know, to calculate in the head, because you have to
Now,
go
how
through
does
all of
Sherbakov
these.
perceive
I'm just very well
Lambov?
And I'm thinking,
I can see the solution if you're afraid of it falling.
What is it?
To build two.
Yeah, I was
Well done, Sherbakov. Gets out of the way.
You had a solution for me, and I was like, please tell me.
But if you take it together...
Did feel like a little bit of danger, Jay. You could lose your patience, lose the head. Finds a disciplined laydown.
Yeah, I mean, that would make it easier.
It just feels like destiny that these two are getting it all in at some point.
Yeah.
To me. If you are just joining us, guys, welcome along. Sensational opening to this FT.
Everybody on table wants a little
We see them negotiating a break. Oh, I think he's been told no.
We could.
Yeah, but I don't trust you. I don't trust you, you know.
Or you, I trust you, but
I think the whole table would help, but...
Wow, no break allowed, Jay. What do you reckon to that? You have to sit there in discomfort. See, if I'm sitting there, I start talking about dripping taps. and, you know, cascading waterfalls. I pick up my water bottle and just slowly tip it side to side. Right?
The old dark arts, trying to get him, yeah. I see what you're doing. Especially with this big blind coming up as well. This is when you really want him to go.
Oh, Lambov, here he comes again. Makes it 4 million with 10-8 suited in the cutoff. Suvorov, nothing of note for the last maybe close to an hour, Jay, it feels like. Not a lot been happening.
Yeah, Yuri Suvorov been doing a lot of folding.
Well, here they come again. The hilarious thing here, you would think Sturm would be the nemesis, but these two have decided to battle each other. 6 deuce 3. Sherbakov best with jack high, of course, can't know it. Action on Lambov. May just decide to just stab here, Jay, try and fold out some disconnected holdings. Does do so. 3.5 million gets the job done. You just know Sherbakov's sitting there. I don't want to say wishing ill on Lambov, but he's not enjoying their confrontations, I'll say.
Yeah.
We see a dealer change and a look at the chip counts. There is Leon Sturm, 66 BBs, double second, has managed to forge daylight. Lambov fought, scrapped, grinded his way up into second place on the leaderboard. Him and Sherbakov basically neck and neck. And look at those distributions down the bottom, Jay. Suvorov, Larsen, and Niest.
Yeah, and like Lambov and Sherbakov actually need to be pretty careful because like Leon does have the green light to go after them.
Absolutely.
So don't really want to be opening light because like Leon can just use most ace-x.
Kind of why I favoured flatting that ace-jack.
Yeah, same as well, yeah. I agree with the flat.
Just 3-bet something worse?
Yeah, because
that's how I was thinking.
And we know Leon is capable of finding the good 4-bets as a bluff and just apply maximum pressure.
Thought process was, oh, I'm not in a low jack, I'm in a hijack. Maybe I can raise. But then I noticed, yeah, you're just being friendly.
Someone ran to the toilet. Are they being nice? Nice took a longer time than you would expect to lay that down.
Yeah, it seems like we've lost Surinov. There's no button.
Gave up his button.
Gave up the button.
Goodness me. This is very nice to see, though.
Yeah, like 17.
I find it a little strange that they wouldn't grant a short break. Maybe it was for our benefit, Jim.
Yeah, for the stream.
Sorry, boys. Nice to see this from Leon. Max tank.
Yeah, this is nice.
Oh, and he is going to open it still.
Yeah, effective button, so...
Yeah. Just the way he was holding his cards, I was thinking, all right, he's going to max tank and let this one go.
Yeah, I'm just going to be raising as taking as Leon.
I noticed that Sherbakov snap folded. Hey? Controversial.
Be surprised if Larsen defended here is just going to fold, raise and take the stand. So I'm assuming you're right, Andrew. Obviously, only been streaming this session for an hour, so I'm guessing because of the live stream, the unscheduled break wasn't granted. Surov's back in his seat. No one wants to see you get beat at Indian poker for the 5th time this week, do they? Or get beat at basketball, or get beat at chess.
You're supposed to protect my mental health as my good close friend, confidant, and co-commentator. Thanks, Jay.
You're good on the table tennis, I'll give you that. You're a demon on the table tennis table.
Not too bad at the old pool either.
Yeah, decent
right.
at pool.
Happy days. Is footage, guys, coming up of our Merit Olympics sit and go. We did play one, myself, Jay, and James Dempsey. So stay tuned for that on the breaks. It was a lot of fun to film. As we see Leon, he's basically decided it's time, Jay. I reckon you can raise close to deck here with the way that the stacks are aligned All the shorties on exactly 7 to 8 big blinds. Queen Jack more than good enough. Here we go though. Suvorov has jammed 6s. Wow. Okay. Does have more fold equity, Jay, right, than you would imagine to have in a similar spot.
Yeah, even off of 9 BBs here, still going to get a lot of folds from Sturm.
I think this is close. Queen Jack, 8.5 BBs, rejam. Leon not going to love it. If all the pairs are working their way in there, the ace-king, the ace-10 suited types, feels like he'll fold?
Yeah, I feel like fold on first glance, Andrew. Seems slightly too wide.
Maybe Suvorov with just enough fold equity, right? Like 6 bigs we're going to call.
Oh yeah,
sure.
6 bigs we're in for
7 we're calling. Hey, credit to Suvorov, Jay, for taking that spot. That takes gumption.
Sorry? Discriminating.
We saw him take the Jack-10 suited, right? Off 11 BBs versus under the gun.
To be fair, I've been very impressed with Suvorov. He's just sat there quietly, and then timing's been impeccable when he's elected to move all in and just picking up a raise, blinds and ante, keeping that head above water, so important as the shallower stacks at final tables.
Yeah, I mean, that is a massive pickup. Puts a bit of daylight between himself, Nista and Larsen. And finds another big one. Pocket jacks in the hijack, 6-handed. Huge holding.
Gets his reward. I'd love to just see an open here, though. Some hands may do some jamming off of 13. I just think jacks are way too strong here, Andrew. We want to get some value. Well, it's just going to go with open shove.
I can kind of see it. Wow. Here we go. Sherbakov finds ace-queen. Goodness me. This man has been through the ringer.
Yeah, on first glance, looks like a call here for Sherbakov. I do expect Suvorov to be fairly snug here as the open shove up with 2 other 8 BB stacks at the table.
One thing he will appreciate, Jay, you can always rule out here, I think, queens, kings, aces.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Will ace-king open shove is the question here. Is that going to open jam? Or did the open jam start to come, you know, more from like suited broadways, some suited ace-x, some pairs?
That's probably how I'd construct the range here.
Yeah, well, he's decided it's time to go. Credit to Sherbakov. He wants to win this title. We talked about people going for the win, and he is going for it. Massive flip incoming. 6 players remain. Suvorov has the best of it. And if he can hold Jay, he's going to be second in chips. Big moments. Can Sherbakov run down the jacks? Suvorov looking to hold.
Fuck, it's the blacks. It's the black...
Nu cred că e call azi, da, mă. A dat 15 blinduri shove under the gun.
Тут дама, валет. Валет.
Small stack have jacks, big stack have ace queen.
Larsen and Nist, of course, would like to see an ace or a queen, Jay. Can ladder up 50K. Here we go. King, 6, 4. 2 clubs, excuse me, Sherbakov with a backdoor flush draw available. Suvorov holding so far. Turn is the deuce of diamonds, Jay. 1 more card to dodge.
Yeah, so just fading aces and queens, and it's going to be a huge double.
And he does do it. 5 of diamonds completes the board. And Suvorov, just like that, vaults into second in chips. Goodness me. What did he take on the bathroom break? That's my question.
To be fair, I think like the 6s may be close, but I think it may find its way in there, and the jacks just going to be getting in anyway, these 2 hands you expect, so.
And goodness me, Sherbakov from chip leader at the start of the day, Jay, He is now on 14 big blinds. Hasn't gone his way so far. Was all going very smoothly and got into that crazy confrontation with Lambov, and it's been downhill since. Still alive though. All these guys going for the win, which is very refreshing. Haven't seen Jay much, you know, tight play. People are just in there fighting, scrapping for that $1 million. Merit playlist changed again.
You always talk about the like going down the rabbit hole of the butterfly effect. I'll come back to that because Larson here with the Kings, what a life, sitting there with 6 big blinds. Wow. And you find the Cowboys, and we're just going to get to send our chips into the middle, and likely to be getting a call from Sturm with all the chips in the big blind. We'll be calling a fair amount versus a 6 big blind shove.
That's a very good point. Sends 11 million into the middle. Oh, unfortunately, for Larson, 8 too soft for Leon.
So talk about the butterfly effect.
Okay.
If Sororov doesn't go to the toilet, he don't come back and he don't get dealt 6s, and the very next hand he don't get dealt jacks, and he's not sitting there with 70+ million. Well-timed toilet break.
All I'm going to say is everybody stay hydrated, and you too can spin from 5th in chips to 2nd and playing for $1 million. Hang on, I'm going online, order a crate of Evian to the booth. To be honest, they look after you that well here. Probably send a little message and say, can we have a crate of Evian, please? And they bring it to us, I think. The Merit Complex, guys, sensational place to visit. And sensational action on this final table. Back on Larson. Feels like Larson's destined to like ladder this up. Right, just can't get rid of him, right? He was down to like 3 bigs.
Yep.
Still hanging around. Now then, decision on Neist. Might have to run it, Jay.
Yeah, he's 3 off here. Seems too good for Neist. And does stick it in for his sub-6 BBs.
Oh, round 2 Suvorov. I mean, it is only 6 blinds.
Yeah, like we are going to be ahead of some stuff like the Broadways, the Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited.
You're not loving this,
stuff,
right?
But the thing is, like, the equity in terms of range, how it fares just isn't good. We're hot. It's hard to have Neist dominated, and even if he does have the ace-3, ace-deuce, these end up in a chop large proportion of the time. When we are dominated, we have 3 outs, so we're drawing to 30% equity. And then when we're not dominated up against this King-Queen, Queen-Jack, 10-9 suited, Jack-10 suited, we've basically got like around 60%. So just taking all of that into account, how the equity actually fares versus the entire shoving range, it's not the best. I wouldn't be surprised either or here for Sovorov with the ace-4. It looks like he has chosen to let it go. Nice pick up there from Neist.
Yeah, don't mind it. Does let it go. Decides hand not quite strong enough. And Neist, huge bump to his stack. 6 million now, Jay. Every hand more than 6.2. So he's essentially a 50% chip up without showdown.
Very expensive. Anyways.
We've somehow got quite shallow, quite quick, right? Apart from Sturm.
Sure. I'm not sure. Not so.
Jay, keeping an eye on the DTD player chat. Guys, if you want to interact with either myself or Jay, please do. Let us know your thoughts. Some of these hands have been mind-blowing. Look forward to dissecting them with you afterwards, Jay. For now, we plow forward. On into the night we go. Now then, Neist. Jack 10 off in the hijack. Decides a little too weak. One thing he has going for him, knows that Leon likely to pound on the stacks to his left.
And pocket fours for Leon won't be going anywhere on the button with this.
I think he might shove here. I'm going to put it out there. There it is.
Great shout, Andrew.
Like, Suvorov just can't call with, like, 8s, 9s even here. I don't think they can call. And he knows he has a capable opponent in the big who could reshove and make us fold those 4s.
Like 30?
These guys just never miss a spot, Jay.
Something like that.
We saw the other night with Kirichenko in the 10K. When the blinds got to that level, just immediately was on top of it, recognizing it's open shove time. And I would suggest we're going to see a lot more of this over the next hour or so. Leon gets to put the hammer down. Got to make him a big favorite now, Jay, right?
Yeah, it's actually funny. I think it was on Saturday, he was just chatting. Actually, I think it was Friday. I think it was Friday when I was just chatting, asking, someone was asking me who's left in the main because we're covering, are we covering it Saturday? I said, well, no, we're covering the final table. And I said, I think Leon Sturm's chip leading at the moment. And they said, oh, he's basically won it then. I said he's got mountains. And this was on Friday when he had a huge amount of chips and someone shouted it out, still with 100-odd players left to go, that this man was going to be the winner.
Well then, does Suvorov want to make a stand? King, Jack of Spades is one he could debate call in my eyes, Jay. But it is inherently uncomfortable, but we do have position. And he does land on it, I like it. You know, does have the benefit of being on the direct left of the chip leader, so best seat in the house for him. And there's going to be some boards that Leon is going to, you know, appreciate. That we have a pretty strong range. I don't think he always blasts off into you here. And there we go. Will he try and take the invitation and initiative on this ace-jack deuce? Nothing really working for him, Jay.
Yeah, I think he will be playing a lot of checks here, Andrew, and he does. Just white flag wave straight off the bat, just recognizing that got all this suited ace-x sitting in behind us that would call. You're going to have all the jack-10 suited through king-jack suited, which we're not going to dislodge just yet. Just really good understanding from Leon here. And the queen of clubs on the turn does bring in the gut shot.
Now then, Leon just with the naked gut shot, no club in hand. Will be thinking to himself, Jay, can I potentially dislodge some of that Jack X, those pocket pairs, either on turn or river? But may just decide.
I feel like the threes through sixes are more inclined to just fold play. Maybe even sevens finds its way in there.
Sure.
But 10 on the river, nice one to see for Suvorov here.
Yeah, and now we do beat, right, sevens and eights, for example. Probably just gonna knuckle. And then Suvorov, very clear value bet for him with that Broadway straight. Question the sizing now, Jay.
Yeah, doesn't look like Leon's got too much, does it? From the way this hand's played, checked over to us 3 times. May opt for a smaller choice for that reason.
5.5.
Yeah, goes on a third, lands on a third.
Yeah, seems good, and can't see how Leon can do anything but fold here with the 10-7. But nicely played from him, by the way, checking twice.
Very nice.
In a situation he would have got called. And just aware of the cutoff versus button dynamic. Like, even as the opener here, as Leon, like, as an overall spectrum, Suvorov's range is actually stronger than ours, even though he's the flatter and we're the opener in these cutoff versus button situations.
Yeah, does let it go. Well done, Suvorov. And he is on the march of his own. Up to 77 million now. Shade over 30 big blinds. So on we go. 6 players still remaining. Larson, Niest, and Sherbakov now on the short stacks. Lambov and Suvorov.
14-8 right behind.
Both kind of similar stacks. Second and third in chips. Leon Sturm with the big stack,
17-5 behind.
looking to charge on towards this title.
14, 15, 15-5, sorry. 15-3 is the correct.
Action on Lambov. Queen 10 off. He's aware. Just going to let Sturm get down to business. Try and let him pound on the shorties.
And get down to business he will. Suited king. Fist pump open. Raises to 5.
Sherbakov now just forced to fold. As you would imagine, is Larson.
Yeah, I can't see Larson doing anything here. Can't jam this one, no fold equity. Would be getting called off. We chose to move all in. Just expect A6 offsuit to be hitting the muck as Larson here.
Yeah, out he goes. And Neist, painful one to see. Folds the dial. And Leon continues to crush. Up to nearly 170 million now. Finally, like a little pause for breath.
Yeah.
We had a very tumultuous last sort of hour or so. Things now settling into the holding pattern. Lambov and Suvorov trying to outlast the short stacks and get three-handed here. Action folding around to Sherbakov. Larson, 10-7 of spades, 6 big blinds.
Shoving into Lambov. Don't think he will be at 10-9 suited. Probably go with 10-7. Just going to let it go. Just feel like Lambov probably going to call off wider than most as well when we shove for just 6 BBs, and he's already got one invested and the anti-invested. Over to Neist tip. Queen 7.
I think he will take this. No, okay. Little surprise. Not going to get too many shove spots. We are the outright short stack. But he might take that one. Just let it go. Like there's 6.2 million in there, Jade. Any thoughts on that one? It seems close.
Yeah, maybe. Like we're always going to take suited variety there, aren't we? And maybe Queen 7 off can't be too far behind. But been a fixture of how Neist has played the final table, just waiting for his spot and didn't fancy it on that occasion with the Queen 7.
Yeah.
And maybe once again could be a factor of the wild card in the big blind, thinking that this guy's we're not gonna fold out as many hands as we should. Maybe he's Lambov gonna be calling more hands than what theoretically should be calling.
Well, now then, Sherbakov, ace jack, 11.5 BBs. Credit to him, has just gone for it all through this FT, and he's gonna go for it again.
Yeah, half stacking here.
Time for me. Will I go to the weapon?
As Sherbakov, I have to see everyone doing that these days. And the logic behind it makes a lot of sense. Just got to get through the chip lead up in the big of Leon Sturm. We'll be doing exactly that. The old dolly gonna have to go into the muck.
Yeah, just taking a little time. I believe one of the players ran to the bathroom.
Really close for him.
Close?
mean, for him to make it back from the bathroom. If he runs it, I feel like he can make it. Maybe
Well done, Sherbakov gets that one through.
No, you're not allowed to. Oh well, he chose a bad moment.
Now, action back on Sherbakov. Ace-7 of diamonds.
Does seem like one that wants to attempt to steal here. Six-handed setting. And could just make this 2 BBs, try and get it through. Pick up blinds and ante. Even more reason as well, without seat 1 at the table. Larsson going for a quick run to the toilet. It's probably why we saw Sturm tank last hand with a 9-5 and probably going to do the same with a 9-6. No?
Maybe he's back.
He could be back.
Either that or Suvorov just doesn't care. Brilliant. Yeah, credit to Sherbakov. Still going to take spots, Jay. These ace-X work nicely as the steals, as we know. And he's still in the mixer, back up to 40 million chips or so now.
There he is.
And he's made it. Just. Under the gun. And it's not an easy decision, Jay. Jack 10 off. 6 big blinds. Not a great situation from under the gun. Trying to get through 5.
Yeah, whole table to get through.
I like it, I think. Prudent fold. Just doesn't quite make the cut.
Ten 6 seems slightly too loose for Leon, even with this huge chip lead that he has. And going to leave room for Suvorov here to apply the pressure in the small blind. Just sets it in for 15 effective of Sherbakov.
Yeah, very nice.
Really good to see all the adjustments as well, like Suvorov playing snug, and now he's sitting second in chips. Does get to get after it a lot more, apply some pressure to these middling stacks.
He's played very well.
I agree.
Kind of not perfect, actually. I can't think of... You know, he got very unlucky with an ace-jack suited twice. And apart from that, took 2 light rejams, timed them great. He's going to be a threat. Do not rule that man out. Does, of course, have position on Leon. Gets to see what he's going to do most of the time. Well, fairly confident we know what this man's going to do, Jay. Quick shove from Nist. Interesting he hasn't employed any of this half-stack stuff that we see as a modern feature of poker at FTs, but he's all in. 14 million to go.
I don't think we get oh, wow, here we go. Larsson with the 5s in the big blind. He has a pair.
Wow, this is close. And we only have 4 BBs back.
I guess Nice will have some deuces, 3s, 4s, some ace deuce suited, ace
I'm not
three,
sure
ace
he'll
four.
really jam this worst pairs with the big blind having 4. Well, here we go. Larsson decides, line in the sand. We are going for it. And a big, big flip here between the 2 short stacks. One of them essentially out the door, Jay, if they are to lose it. 29 million chips in the middle. Here we go. Queen 3 Jack. Pocket 5s of Larsson are holding. Nist with a multitude of backdoor draws and 2 overcards to the 5s through to the queen turn.
It does bring in The counterfeit outs, a jack now working, as well as an ace and a 9.
Boom.
And the river is the 8 of hearts. Oh, he says GG, you're not covered. As we see Larson going ballist on that rail, and as he should, Jay. Love to see it.
To be fair, I love seeing emotion.
I do as well.
Like this day and age, people, there's not as much as there used to be. Everyone just sits there with a stone look on their face.
So respectful, right?
It's just...
means a lot to him. I like seeing it.
Like, you're playing for $1 million. Show some emotion.
Right. And he has hung in there and in there, on, and he's back above 10 blinds once again. Unlucky for Mihai. Nothing to be done. Mandatory spot to take.
Already the biggest spot of Larsson's life. $250,000 in live earnings. Biggest live cash of just shy of $60,000. So this one surpassing that 170K locked up. Likely to be 225 as well now with Needs sitting there as short as he is. Why wouldn't you get excited about winning a big all-in when you're playing for this amount of money?
Yeah, Nice now forced all in, Jay. 10-5 off. Leon very content to open with the Jack-9 of hearts.
Aaron Suvorov should just let Leon go about his business here. I think it would be a mistake to get involved with the King-Jack.
Yep, does get out of the way. He does have 2 live cards, Jay. Mihai Nice on the brink. Looking for help in the immediate form of a 10 or a 5. Otherwise, he is going to be gone in 6th place. Can he find it? Not so far. Ace 7-4. Does have a backdoor straight draw. Not much else working for him. Looking for a 10 or a 5 to take the lead against Sturm. Does improve, Jay, to the 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, fun one on the turn. Big Sweat can now find an 8 and a 3 as well. And doesn't.
Does break through on the deuce of diamonds river, and we do lose. Mihai Nice, great run. He's going to finish in 6th place. $170,000 for his efforts. Fabulous performance from Mihai. Hung around, just couldn't win that critical flip. And I believe we're going to hear from him in an exit interview right now.
How was the whole tournament for you?
Very good. Like, when you reach the final table, it can be bad.
Have you learned anything from playing this final table?
I wish so. No? I wish. No, I mean, of course, we see different situations every day, but I hope I will learn and not do the same mistake I did in the past. So, yeah.
Any mistakes that you remember doing?
I don't think so. Maybe I could be a little bit more aggressive in some spots, but for sure, it's nothing very, very serious.
And who has the biggest chance of winning, in your opinion?
Obviously, Leon. Yeah. Obviously, yeah, by far. So the difference is too big between him and the others.
Mihai Nice there. Great run, 6th place finisher. Kind of echoing what our thoughts are, Jay. Leon in the catbird seat, as we say. Gonna take something special to stop him. But one man who is going to try is Suvorov, raising here, Queen Jack of hearts.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to see Lambov defend this one. Does just let it go, raise and take for Suvorov.
You have 35. Yes, you have 64. 70, 80. What's your name again? Sorry?
Leon.
Leon, yeah.
It's like 160, I think.
Did you say what's your name again? I'm loving that. Who are you? What's your name? How much you got?
Don't have have to brag, okay?
Sometimes you need to play the dick.
Play the what?
The dick, sorry, but I didn't find a better word. I'm not really happy with it, but...
Now then, Sherbakov in the hijack, 14 big blinds. Does have Larson on the shorter stack, but other than that, Jay...
Yeah, seems like one that's okay to use. The sixes here. Going to continue with the half stack strategy. What I was going to say about Nietzsche, I don't think we do the half stack off of like he had 5 bigs that hand. That's why he probably went for open shove, because he was that shallow. But now, off of this stack depth, as Sherbakov going to put in around 30% of his stack.
Yeah, is going to get this one through. Very nicely done. I will say credit to Sherbakov throughout. He's taken the aggressive action, Jay. He's gone for it every spot. Called off the ace-queen, right, versus a 13 big blind shove. Going for the win throughout. I think he deserves a bit of rub of the green. That hand against Lambov will live long in the memory. He's still in there, 5-handed. Point of note for the viewers at home, hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you. We are at the Merit Complex out here in Cyprus, in the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. All 5 players, guys, $225,000 now locked. So we are getting into the serious money. Next pay jump, $95,000. You know, close to 20 buy-ins, Jay, so it really is getting serious out there.
Yeah, but credit to this man, Larson. He's been short throughout and is just getting a lot of ladders in. Now just waiting for a spot to try and spin. Lambov to him on the button. Whoa, Queen 4 offsuit. That is getting after it with Leon in the small blind. This is...
Goodness me.
Out of line.
And Leon has a candidate. Now, we've seen him avoid Lambov all evening long, Jay.
Oh, it wouldn't be surprised to see him take this one and facing the button open. Well, gonna go with flat.
Okay. Maybe deciding, Jay, that if you think your opponent won't fold much pre, and maybe perceive, you know, without being disrespectful to Lambov, that we have an edge post. Flicks in a call. And there's a 4 in the window, followed by 2 sevens. Lambov flip-flops into the lead. And very dusty-looking board texture for Queen 10 red.
Yeah, and do expect Lambov to just continue this one. Like Leon in the small, like flat range, will have some stuff like this that didn't elect a free bet, so maybe Jack 9, a Jack 10, 10-9. This type of stuff, just flush out the equity of 2 live overcards, and does exactly that with a bet. Leon has to get out the way.
Finding it fascinating watching these guys try to get a handle on him, and nobody really has thus far.
This is the thing, like sometimes it can be good to sort of take lines that in theory may not be in there, because once you start taking players to an area of the game tree that they're unaware or they haven't studied, like imaginary land we call it, don't we? Like something that's not in there. Once you take someone who's really good to that part of the game tree, like they're not studied in that part, so they sort of playing a guessing game as well of what to actually do.
Yeah, compelling viewing. As outdraw Leon on that occasion. And they're in the mix again. Pocket sevens from cutoff. 5 million to go. Oh, and Suvorov with pocket sixes. Saw him go all in with this hand earlier. Much different situation now, of course.
Yeah, way too many BBs as Suvorov in the small. Could go with fold here. We've got the Russian in the big with a nice reshove stack, and Sherbakov has been taking a lot of spots, but he's gonna flick in a call.
In a call, Sherbakov comes up completely empty with the 9-3 off. Lambov here, big favorite pre-flop, pair over pair situation. Very dry looking 10-10-3 rainbow. Potential danger for Suvorov. Certainly likely to lose some chips here, Jay.
Yeah, you expect gonna have to call one street at least here. Face we continue facing the LP Open on the 10-10-3 board. Shouldn't be too large a size here from Lambov. It does go for 4.5, so 30% on the nose. And do expect Suvorov to continue here. Be shocked if he let this one go.
Yeah, decision point between call and raise.
Yep.
Raise would not surprise me. And here we go. I think I like it.
Yeah, nice one to use, like just flushing out some equity or 2 overcards. Like just getting a king-queen to fold, an ace-king. Ace-king would probably call once, but you get the gist.
Yeah.
Equity denial purposes, and still potential to get value from worse. And Lambov doesn't even take 5 seconds before making the call in position.
You don't love seeing it as Suvorov, your opponent, casually flicks in a tower of those yellows through to the 4 of clubs turn. And this one starts to become very tricky.
Yeah. These are the spots that are so difficult, though, when we do elect to raise these hands on these boards. Like, how do we then proceed turns once we get called? It becomes very dicey. Like, do we go small again here, Andrew, or do we just always play check now?
Like, the hands of Lambov that float us are going to be typically hands with a backdoor flush draw. Like a kind of queen-jack, king-queen of clubs, you know, ace-queen of hearts is going to stick around, all these type of hands. So there are actually lots of hands that we still beat. Also a hand like ace-3 suited, right? That's definitely going to be in there. So he does decide to check this side. But I'm with you, Jay. We have bloated this pot now. Lambov also in a position where he wants to sort of navigate to showdown. Don't want to bet here and be faced with a raise. Suvorov now may think he's got the best of it, but again, it's the type of hand strength and combo that we don't really want to put more chips in the pot, Jay, and he agrees. Quick check back from Lambov and going to get the great news that he's ahead of 6s. Goodness me. And, you know, you can just as easily be against 8s and 9s in this spot, right? So very happy to see potentially the only value hand we beat. Well done. Lambov, 100 million in chips now. It feels like, could it be destiny, Jay? I like to, you know, stick a little teaser out there.
Is the yellow
It's just finding a way, right, to get it done.
No.
Finding a way.
G3 maybe, I don't know.
Like, there's a lot of hands that I think a lot of players would have played in a similar fashion to each other, whereas like Lambkov's had some spots that I'm pretty certain most, if not all, of the players on this FT wouldn't have taken and would have just folded in certain situations.
He's a renegade.
I have to. Yeah, because you don't stack in 20s, right?
8 deuce for Leon is chip leader, but this one is just too trash, even the suited variety. Do expect it to hit the muck. He is having a little glance around, assessing the situation. Let's choose to fold. Suvorov will do the same on the button. And now these two, very similar stack sizes, separated, I believe, by 1 or 2 BBs. Sherbakov and Larsen. The 2 shorties at the table now. 7-5 offsuit is going to start with a complete as Sherbakov, and Larsen with the 10-7 here in the big will get to check his option. He pleases to do so.
Yeah, doesn't want to give the shorter stack a walk. Content to try and find a way, Jay, to take it away from him post and keep him on the bottom of that totem pole. Off to the flop we go. Larsen does. Oh, he hasn't checked yet, excuse me. Does check now. Does have his opponent dominated, excuse me. Can't know it, of course, with just 10 high. Well, he knows it now. Queen 7-10 flops 2 pair. Potential for a little trouble for Sherbakov. Just bottom pair though, Jay, on a very coordinated board.
Yeah, but may still get one streak from him as Larson.
Oh, I don't know.
Choose
I'm not so sure about that.
Against 1BB, you're going to just check fold?
Yeah, but all the bluffs have got a lot of equity,
Yeah,
I think.
Well, against this size, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we're not continuing against 2BBs, that's for sure, I don't think.
Even against one,
Yeah.
I mean, our hand goes nowhere, right? Like, there's no real way to improve rather than spiking that 7 or 5. An 8, a 9, a jack, a king, a spade, a 6, all really bad cards. Like, is Larson really incentivized to over-bluff this?
I guess it's better to like have like 7-5 though, right, than like 7 jack or 7, like, we want the clean 2 pair outs, we don't want the 2 pair that does bring in the straight as well. But maybe close for 1BB, definitely 2 though, we have to
might be
fold.
right, you might be right. Just inherently in an uncomfortable situation was what I was getting at.
Aaron just catching up in the YouTube streets.
Brilliant.
What was the buy-in for this? $5,000. 6 million the prize pool, first place prize of 1 million. And we got a lookalike, looks like Adim Ross. Who could that be? Adim Ross? I don't know who Adim Ross is, Andrew, so you're going to have to help me out here.
I know it's an influencer of sorts.
Yeah, not my
That's not my cup of tea either. I think it's Sherbakov.
Okay.
This is where I pretend to know about popular culture. I've heard the name. Well, Leon. Oh, hello. Potential trouble for Suvorov. This is tricky, tricky stuff.
Yeah, because knows Leon's going to be fairly wide, and we got the suited king-queen here. A nice little hand to have.
Reaches for calling chips. I actually would argue here that 3-bet fold, not impossible. It feels really wrong, but at this stage, 5-handed, when you, like Leon, he's gonna raise fold a lot still, I think. Like, of course, he's gonna 4-bet send it sometimes, but just one of these hands that it would feel like a waste, but very occasionally, I still think it's the right play. Like, I wouldn't have minded to see 5 BBs here.
Yeah.
Like, just make Leon jam, right? I mean, I know he will with some hands, but you're also just gonna get ace 5 off and stuff to just fold, I think. I don't think he's gonna perceive Suvorov to be getting after it too wide. As it is, now we're dominated. Have to navigate post. We do fade the king-high flop. Suvorov doesn't know it, but that could have been a huge disaster. 7-6-5, 2 hearts. Not the greatest flop for either player.
Yeah.
Leon checks it over.
We'll do a lot of checking in this spot. Gun versus +1 specifically. And it's like still got these 9s, 10s, jacks even as Suvorov perhaps that sitting third in chips didn't want a 3-bet here and just flat as some over pairs to the 10 of spades turn.
Yeah, the problem here, I think, for Suvorov, do we have many 10x? Probably not. Like, I can't really think of many that want to get in the mix here. Ace-10 suited?
Yeah, ace-10 suited, that's probably about it. King-10 suited becomes dicey. So,
like, probably aware against double check from Leon that he has some showdown that beats us.
yeah.
It's very murky now.
We probably have top set pure, I guess, on the turn. We have 10s and 9s as well.
As it stands, through to the 9 of spades river. Leon, I guess, knows he can be up against the sort of ace-jack, ace-queens. Like, these hands probably not going to shove pre with the stacks the way they are. Does beat some hands, some Broadway combos. And we probably would have heard from, you know, a set by now, Jay, right, as you said. Hand like pocket 9s might bet the flop. I guess it also wants to pot control sometimes. So we may just feel that we have enough to knuckle it.
Yeah, and Suvorov here, it's annoying because we know we're going to check and lose so often, but we can't really bluff because what are we trying to say that we've now got for value? So just to give up, and Leon takes a small one.
A credit to Suvorov, once again, loses the minimum. And Leon stranglehold on this table. Does have Lambov, though, with 100 million or so on his right. But everybody else looking to ladder up. We are approaching our next break of the day. Look at that, 44% of the chips in play in that man Leon Sturm's stack. And onward we march. Suvorov into the muck. Sherbakov follows suit. Credit to Larson. I don't really remember him waking up with any big hands this entire final table. I think he had kings once, 6 big blinds, and got no action.
And the other two, the ace-10 suited and the queen-jack suited, he had to fold anyway. So, been a short stack clinic from him so far to make it to the final 5. Don't think I can recall him having more than 15 bigs at any point, and was down to 3 big blinds at one point. So, credit to Larson. And Lambov here, 5-3 suited in the small. It's one that does like to complete, but you just feel like you are going to get attacked a lot from Leon sitting 1 of 5 and us sitting 2 of 5. And here we are, Leon with 9-4 off. Seems like one that we do like to use, like to be nice and polar. We want our best hands, our worst hands, and this one, the one of the worst you can get dealt. So wouldn't be surprised if Leon did raise this up here and just attack as he does. And Lambov now just going to have to relinquish the 5-3.
Yeah. Starting to turn the screw. Somewhat smooth sailing for him so far, Jay. Hasn't faced much adversity.
I think drinking water helps against.
Action on Larson in the cutoff. Jack 8 of hearts. Really has had so many of these marginal spots.
Yeah, Jack 8 suited though from cutoff off of 12. I think we're fine to just let this one go. Wait for a better spot. I can't really open, can't really limp. Don't really want to jam it. Another Sturm with the a7 here.
Imagine he's going to jam. Will be in his mind. I may think that's unnecessary also, Jay, but he may just send it, and he does. Oh, and Suvorov.
This is why Send's so good. We get to fold out like this type of stuff. Like Suvorov would have to fold even some aces that dominate us. Just in the cage at the moment, sitting 3 of 5, and we've got Sherbakov and Larson, both with around 12 BBs. So just maximum pressure here from Leon. And I think it would be a mistake here to call a Suvorov with 6s. If he calls, fair enough. Got a pair, likely to have the best hand, but just the way the stacks are around the table.
It's just so painful. You know you have the best hand almost always, Jay.
Yeah, this is the thing, you probably got the best hand. It's just...
Even more frustrating, right? You're often against one overcard only, right?
That's the thing. We're not playing chip EV. We're not playing to make chips. We're playing to make money. That's basically, in layman's terms, what ICM is. Chip EV goes out the window. Need to be much tighter, especially in the given situation at hand. Us with 20 and 2 12 BBs out there. We can just outlast those 2 12 BB stacks.
No, but there's a million.
I know, but we make 200k. We make 200. We bust here to Leon. We lose the flip.
Oh, you want to see the other one?
Out the door.
Let's show him.
What did you...
Russian magic.
So I was even ahead. Okay, that's sick. But okay, you just guessed 7 because you had 6.
A6, A7, A8.
Now then, Jay, as we approach our next break,
Wrong, man.
we've decided, haven't we, to give you a little rest. Just for a wee hour or so. We're going to let you go and have a nice early dinner. And yeah, I'm going to be joined by a guest commentator in the booth, Mr. Jack Sinclair, going to hop in with me for the next hour or so of our coverage after the break. You're loving life, aren't you, Jay?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I
a wee early dinner.
Do you know the first thing I done when you said that? I looked at the time to see if the buffet was still open.
Oh!
That was the first thing I done, Andrew.
Shrewd. Very shrewd.
And unfortunately, it's not.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing.
I'll go find somewhere. It's all good. Larson, 4-3, going to get out of the way.
I'm going to find out if they're having a dinner break. You would imagine at some point they will. Potentially, I think, after the next break, right? Would make some sense. We'll see. We'll see how many are left and what the situation is at that point. So we see Lambov here, Queen Jack, opening from cutoff. Makes it 5 million to go. And round to Sherbakov, 7-5 of hearts in the big blind. Is going to defend, recognizing Jay's getting short, wants to try and make something happen. And he is in pretty good shape against the queen high of Lambov. Off to the flop we go. And it is 9-9-6. Sherbakov flops a gut shot. Just queen high for Lambov. Quickly checks back. Don't mind it, Jay. Probably recognizing that the big blind can have some hands that interact with this board.
Yeah, and do have gut shot as Sherbakov, but just one probably want to give up on. We're not flushing out ace high, king high, probably going to call once as well. So just a complete give up. And now Lambov going to go for some value with his
very nice
2-pair.
Very nicely done. Credit to Sherbakov there. Thought he might have considered bluff, Jay, right? With, you know, effective 7 high, but potentially just thinking, I don't want to bluff Lambov off something like an ace high, and tough to blame him from what we've seen so far. Not a man who backs down very easily. Great display at this FT so far for him. Consolidates second place in chips. So then, Lambov over the 100 million mark and starting to warm to the task. Or is he? Hasn't even seen his hand yet, never mind. Gets out of the way. It's interesting, even though he played that faintly insane hand with the 8s, and then the big one with ace-queen, he's been quite kind of snug otherwise, right? He hasn't done anything like crazy. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Sherbakov, 10 big blinds, ace-9 in the small blind.
Yeah, this one seems clear as day. Not even close.
Maybe I do.
And trying to, Larson's trying to talk him out of jamming, but there is the jam from Sherbakov. And Larson does find an ace here.
Oh.
And this is really interesting because essentially, if we call and we win as Larson, Sherbakov's got one big and essentially out the door.
It's time.
Oh, wow. Sherbakov knows he's got the best of it as soon as his opponent grimaces like this. Kind of trying to talk him into a call, Jay. Wow.
Yeah, like...
Pretty grim, this.
We expect to be ahead, but it's the situation again.
I think he'll fold this, but it's pretty grim.
I think it might be cool. But does look like a man that is going to go with fold.
Very close, I don't know. Tight fold, tight fold.
And
tight fold, indeed. Yeah, but he's made a great one. Would have been in very bad shape.
Don't fold better. Look at my friend, huh? Fucking fucked up friend.
Nice game.
Huh?
Nice, nice.
Does make a good laydown. And that's the last hand, guys, before the break. We will take a little look at the leaderboard before I send you off to get some refreshments. That break, guys, going to be around about 15 minutes long. And guest commentator for today, Mr. Jack Sinclair, will jump into the booth with myself for an hour. We see Leon out in front, 173 million in chips still, followed by Lambov, Suvorov, Sherbakov, and Larson on that short stack. So with that, guys, we're going to take a short break. So please don't go too far. Come back and join myself and Jack in 15 minutes.
Putting Padicek to the test. And
what happened if two players was in one hand in different tables? Yeah, okay.
Well, we aren't currently playing hand for hand. We can be 99% sure he's going nowhere with his hand. Right, JP, he just wanted to know if it's worth burning time banks, was checking the other table. They're not playing a hand currently. I guess cards are being shuffled there. So he does make the call. No need to burn those time chips. And here we go. A monstrous pot. Padicek just doubled up a moment ago and a chance to basically tie the table chip lead if his ace-queen can hold on here. But as you mentioned, these suited broadways, they do all right when called.
Yes, they do.
36%. Not the hand he wanted to see, like you mentioned. No, he wants to see an ace-jack, an ace-10, an ace-5 suited kind of holding. 9-4 deuce. Clean for Padicek. But needs lightning. No real backdoor equity. Well, the outs change. Loses the jacks, but picks up the 10s, all of which are live.
Finally. Yeah, improved.
There it is. Clean run out. Padicek continues his ascendancy.
Yeah, and a great example there as well as why we just want to open these hands there.
Lasowski is going to have nightmares tonight about this man. Hard to believe he only has 2 recorded caches on his Hennemob database, Aquino. The first of which coming back in March. It was 3rd place in a high roller in his native Brazil in Sao Paulo for $41,000. And then he found his way onto that WPT voyage, the cruise that, you know, a lot of people seem to have a good time on. He final tabled a turbo there, and then, hey, his next appearance on the live felt here as one of the 8 qualifiers to make this final table. So newish, it would appear, to the live arena, but certainly not new to poker the way we've seen him play. This is a man who's done some stuff. He's got some scarring.
Honestly, he has just been getting after it and finding pots that others wouldn't find. And very interesting one here for Strobel, James. Like, in theory, I think the computers like to do some jamming with these sort of suited broadways facing the button open. Like the Queen Jack suited, the Queen 10 suited, the Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff. Whether he'll taking it, he's gone for it, Strobel.
Oh, here we go. And well, with the folded cards, we see this one's actually a lot closer than the players will realize. The 2 compatriots all in. I know the chat, or a corner of the chat, will root for both these men. Unfortunately, they are all in against each other.
Yeah, I know we've run into ace-king here, James, but it's actually a high-level jam here from Strobel that not many people would find, in my opinion, on a final table, and unfortunately just ending up running into that top end of range here, but still with a heap of equity.
And a chance now for a ladder once more for the players watching on. 8 deuce deuce makes that ever more likely. Strobel need a lot of help with just 2 cards to come. 43 million chip pot, and here we go. he turns a lot more equity.
And every out bar one in the deck.
Look at them live as you like. It's a cruel one, a trio of ducks.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
For those who like what they see, get after it. And I believe, as usual, these tours, you know, if you were to be fortuitous at one of these EAPT stops, it would mean that, hey, next year this could be you at the grand final.
And Brechalov opens to 2.4 and wow, puts...
How's your timing?
With the ace-king here. And these two, just a quick point to note, sitting second and third in chips, wouldn't be surprised if puts did find a flat here from time to time, James. Like, on first glance, looks like ace-king, we need to 3-bet, but with these ICM intricacies, maybe we do play some flats facing EP against a stack size that can do a lot of damage to us, but does just go with the general approach.
I was going to ask as well, with Strobel, like, so short behind, if we flat and he decides to jam, does reopen the action. You have another short stack in here as well that would reopen the action where they couldn't to a 3-bet. So, yeah, another reason perhaps to throw into the camp you suggest. But yeah, he takes the more obvious route.
Yeah, and probably just going to proceed with call here as Brechalov. It's close, ace-queen off, but I think as covering stack, we do get to come along. If stacks were reversed, probably lean more towards fold.
On the decision point for Christopher pre-flop as well, do we ever see perhaps just a 3-bet pile for this many chips as well with the ace-king, or is that too much given there are 9 left?
I think it's too much, just for the time that we do run into. Has he gone for 4-bet?
Ah, clicky 4-bet. Let's have a look. He put in a heap of chips. Look to be around. I mean, a stack of those greens is, what, 10 million? Yeah, here we go, 4-bet to 15 million. Dreamy scenario for Puets, in that he set up his stall to 3-bet and then have to 5-bet jam. Obviously, right now, worried he could be moving into the nuttiest of ranges, but understandable, Brechalov, with this ace-queen, you advocate flat, but it does lend itself quite nicely, doesn't it, to a 4-bet fold potentially?
Yeah, it's what are we trying to fold out though? Do we think that we get some jacks 10s to fold some of the time? Maybe 10s does go into the muck, but is ace-king ever going to let it go?
Right. You feel like it's wasting a strong hand perhaps, but the counter argument is, hey, I don't want to play out of position against this extremely competent opponent. And here we go with 5-bet jam. This final table continues to deliver fast-paced action.
Yeah, and a huge pot going to go puts his way here. Brechalov just has to fold now, and that's a big, big pickup for the German, uncontested.
Another 18 million chips to go with the sort of, well, about 18 million chips he won in the last pot. Now up to 61 million, clear second stack.
Welcome back to the Merit Poker Olympics for the final time. We have been competing over the last few days in a series of challenges. The scores currently tied 2 apiece. Now, what could the final challenge be? Of course, poker.
Absolutely, James. You can see the table behind me. We're going to play a 3-handed sit and go. All of us with 50,000 starting chips. Blind's going to start at 501k, and we're going to play to a winner.
But today, there's a slight twist. If you are lucky enough to win a pot with 7 deuce or 8-3, you will obtain one of these bad boys, couple of jokers. And if you're lucky to have one, you will be able to turn over someone's card at any point in the hand to give yourself that little bit of extra information.
Well, with the rules set, the stage is ready. It is time to find out who will be the champion of the Merit Poker Olympics. All right.
Like
I'm
it?
down for that. You down for that, Andrew?
A bucket of water.
Ice water.
ICM.
Winner throws ice water over third place. Yeah, a little bit of ICM. No one wants to come along.
If I lose to either of you, I'll make my own forfeit. Telling you, can't happen. Right. Okay, I'm in though. I'm in. I'm in for the forfeit. Go on then, boys. Off you go. Off you go.
Wow, it's not like you to fold the button first hand.
Oh.
This limp is disrespect, by the way. Very disrespectful.
Look at him.
Respectful limp.
Yes!
Dempsey. Are you kidding?
9 deuce off.
Limp re-raise.
What do you think he's going to do?
He gets a
8-3,
joker now.
joker.
He gets the ultimate sunrunner.
Wow.
The ultimate of all
Hand
sun.
one.
There's no way that wasn't rigged.
Jay has a joker.
There's no way that wasn't just rigged somehow.
Andrew.
Have you met before? Have you met this man?
Andrew.
Have you?
I'll see if I can balance it so you boys don't forget.
No problem here.
We're in the mud.
We are in the mud a little bit.
Look at him, he's so smug, I hate him. Look at him, look at him. Shitty tin grin. Right, don't worry, we'll be fine. He only gets to turn over one card.
One
right?
card. Like what? I'm going to get myself a joker as well.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that. All right then.
I can't make the pot big. With a coffin. Power of the 8-3, hey?
Ooh. What is this?
Have a day off.
7 days.
Just gonna have a moment, guys. I'm gonna chat to my poker coach. 1 second.
Make sure there's no
What
cheating
hands am I
going.
supposed to be defending from the big blind if Jay raises the button? I'm 50 big blinds deep.
I have no idea what the game is.
Texas
how
Hold'em.
many cards you've got.
Let's
Okay.
collude.
I mean, I'm
Get him iced.
So I would live.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Good strategy.
I would love to see him.
Okay. I had
down a peg.
I had to consult my coach, you see, because he's a former chopper of the MPP main event. The guy gets lucky. What can I do?
I don't know what to tell you. Right, let's go.
Man.
Breathless.
Beautiful. Little limp ski. Check. Right. Here he comes. You look at this, look at this. Here he comes. Delay. How much? 3,000.
3,000?
This is what's known as a delayed c-bet, guys. Look at him. All right. 3.
Cold deck, 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 cold deck. Come on. King's full, quad tens. King's full, quad tens. I don't want to be the ice bucket here.
9.
Oh. 9. 8, but 9. No, you're used to playing online, so it'll tell you, but that's a pop bet.
35,000.
Ooh.
Quads, baby.
You called it.
Oh my word! No!
No. No way. No way. I should have jammed.
Nice hands, sir. Nice
Unlucky, man. That's pretty ridiculous.
I'm sitting here going, King's full content.
Yeah, but if I bet the flop, then it's GG. Oh, maybe not.
I mean,
thank you. Unlucky Jay.
Jay, you've just been one-outed in a high-stakes environment.
It's all good. It's all good.
Wow. And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gents. Well, if you were following that on the break, that was, of course, the finale of the Merit Olympics between us commentators. Myself, James, and Jay. We played a little sit and go. Anyway, more to come on that front. Back to the ballroom, back to the 5K main event. And I'm delighted to welcome into the booth. We're going to give Jay a little rest for an hour. Mr. Jack Sinclair joining me. Hello, buddy.
Howdy.
First test, mate. Take us through the chip counts.
Okay, so we've got Yu Hang Chen with 78,000. Oh, wait, no.
No.
Hang on a minute. We've got, yeah. Okay. I got it. Leon Sturm, chip leading, 173 million. That's got to feel good. And then a couple of Kovs. Oh, no, Kov, Arova, Kov.
Wow, you are failing very badly, Jack. Lambov, Suvorov, Sherbakov, and Larsen completing the lineup.
Larsen's still in there. He's been shortest stack the whole time, pretty much.
He has been shortest stack for a long time.
ICM Ninja.
Yeah, now I expect better focus from you, Jack, moving forward. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, you do the important stuff. I'm here for color.
All right, mate, you are indeed. I thought I'd start you with a large task.
I thought you'd start by putting me on the spot. You knew I would crack under pressure.
Delighted to welcome Jack into the booth. He's going to be with me for the next hour or so as we look at the beautiful grand ballroom here in the Merit Royal Diamond. The week is winding down, and we are winding it down with a bang. Blinds about to go up, folks. We are five-handed in this main event. Leon Sturm way out in front, but does have the live wire that is Lambov on his right. Suvorov, Sherbakov, and Larsen all on the short stacks, Jack. And now at the moment, you know, blinds 1.5, 3 mil, you'd expect Leon to just be leaning on them hard, right?
Yeah, you've got to love Leon's position here. I mean, yeah, the only guy that could give you trouble is on your direct right, which is perfect. So, you know, anytime that guy's not in the pot, you basically you pretty much know exactly what's going to happen with everyone's range behind you. So, you can just play very well and put pressure on everyone. And yeah, it should be odds on to get at least heads up.
Yeah, free reign for Leon to get after it. Well, Queen Jack of Diamonds, more than good enough. Comes in for the min raise to 6 million. Oh, what about this for Timon Jack? Sherbakov, 10 big blinds, finds pocket kings. Is there any other play? I mean, 10's too short, right? To like, we're not going to flat here, right? We're not going to 3-bet fold.
Yeah, I mean, 3-bet folding got to be out of the question. And then I can't see having a flat range here. I mean, it could be possible.
Yeah, okay. He has committed himself. I was just going to reference, it's like faintly annoying here. I know that sounds ridiculous, but when we have 10 bigs and Leon's going to raise fold so much, right? That it's, oh, hang on. Well, hang on then. Larsen cold finds ace-queen in a 5-handed game in the small blind. Wow. And here we go.
Snaps it in.
Yeah. Tough to blame him, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Sturm's going to be so wide that Sherbakov, as a function of that, should have some wider reshoves. Ace-queen figures to do pretty well. And Leon now, they'll have the opportunity, Jack, to maybe go for the double knockout. Lets it go.
I mean, Queen Jack suited, I mean, it's doing okay against Ace King and Ace King. But other than that, I don't know if they're going to be wide enough.
I'm with you. At this stage of the tournament, 5 left, million for the win. Well, here we go. Larson needs an ace. Doesn't find it yet on the 7-6-5 board. Does have some runners to a chop. But other than that, he's going to have to find one of the 3 remaining aces. One of those potential chop outs, Jack, on the turn. 9 of spades. Looking for an 8 for a chop, ace for a scoop, or he is out in 5th. Doesn't get there. 3 of clubs on the river. Fantastic run from Larson. Credit to him. He's going to finish in 5th for $225,000. And we are going to hear from him now in his exit interview.
How did the final table went for you?
I think all in all, pretty good, considered what I had to work with. Not much to do. Maybe 1 spot or 2 I could have taken, but considering what happened afterwards, I'm happy with my decisions. Could have called off the Queen Jack or decided not to. Not much to do. Thinks a lot of the hands plays themselves. A little bad that when it comes to divide the money, it gets really shallow. Not a big fan of that, but it is what it is. Hand where that goes out also okay spot, I think. I think he can re-jam worse aces and often a pair. Already big blind and ante and the open, so if I win the hand, which I hope is a flip or I can be better, not 3 outs, but okay. Then I would have 20 bigs and he would be out. So that would be, then it would be like an open game afterwards. So I think it's a good spot, just didn't come. Still 5th place, our first 5K tournament. Can't be unhappy. It's always close to the top, but when 5th place is like first place in another tournament, it's nice.
What are you going to do with $225,000?
Hookers and blow. No, just kidding. I'm going to eat something nice. It's buying for other tournaments. Maybe I know a girl that have a birthday today, which is going to get a good present. Pretty happy for my friends as well, which I had some swaps with. Happy for them. I don't know, it comes and goes. So, yeah.
Well, there you have it. Look at this, hopping back into the action. Sherbakov has opened here, and Lambov, these two have been at each other's throat all day long, Jack. 3 bets with King-Queen. Quite like it. 5.5 BBs from the small blind, and gets the better of his man once more.
So they want you to say the amount.
And GG to Larson, right? Commiserations. Great run.
What did he say he was going to spend it on?
Oh, I can't possibly repeat that on... It's a family show.
OOL.
Yeah?
Yeah, I actually saw him. I met him before day 1 of the main.
Okay.
Because we both went to the hairdressers here at the same barber.
Okay.
And
like a little bromance. Blooming.
No, I mean he was ousted because I was there like 5 minutes before him.
Oh,
and then
ousted.
From so he went to a different barber. He went to Royal, you know.
Right.
I was in.
So you pulled rank and said, "Get out of my
I
chair, Larson."
I was just there first. That's all there was to it. But now he found a table was made, and I bust a load of time. I think if if I had been there 5 minutes later, I would have got the run good haircut.
Okay.
So I'm saying.
I'm with you.
It's the barbers. Yeah, that's what
I'm with you.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, here comes Leon, looking like going for the old small blind steal. Of course, makes a ton of sense. Suvorov, 41 million back, 14 blinds. Not much to be done, Jack. With the Queen 5, going to get out of the way.
Very much in the bin.
Absolutely.
Oh, is he shortest now?
He is now shortest. Nice little rally from Sherbakov with those kings, knocking out Larson's ace-queen. Going to be interesting now, folks. Everybody with $320,000 locked. Next pay jump, 120K. So we've got 320 for fourth, 440K for third, $680,000 for the runner-up. And of course, the seven-figure club, $1 million for the win. As we see Leon here, King 10. Couple of options, Jack. He's got the 14 bigs in the small and around 20 bigs, I think. Yeah, it does just go with jam. Oh, well. Here we go. Not folding this one, Jack.
Love having no decision with jacks. But yeah, I mean, versus raise we jam, versus all in we call. Jack's very easy to play here. But yeah, I like the jam with King 10. You don't want to raise fold this hand.
Me too.
Too much.
Like, you're going to force King Jack in the big blind to fold, right? Some ace highs, some pocket pairs. Well, here we go. Suvorov finds himself in prime position to find a double up. Leon, one overcard to those jacks. Off we go. Very dry 9-3-5 flop. No heart in hand for Leon. Comes up as empty as possible. Basically just the king jack. There are backdoor straights, but of course, Suvorov holding two of those out. Does give him a couple more though. Looking for a king or a jack, or Suvorov gonna double through. Does fade it. 5 of spades. Peels off on the river, and Suvorov up to 87 million. First real body blow and resistance we've seen for Leon. He's very experienced though, Jack, right? He's likely not going to be too phased.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the face of a man that looks pretty chilled.
I think he just went from first to second in chips with that, which is pretty huge.
Yeah.
Equity shift there for for only 14 big blinds, but you know, at this stage, every pot is so important.
Yeah, with the structure here, we are kind of getting to that stage like four-handed where, you know, it's not mega shallow, but the next blind level, it really is going to become that way. I hear what you're saying, though. If he wins that pot...
I guess him and...
Yeah, they're almost neck and neck, I think, Lambov to his right. Suvorov with around about 90 million now.
Yeah, so it's pretty even out of nowhere.
It is. I think Lambov with that successful king-queen 3-bet that we saw a few hands ago. Got that one through against Sherbakov. And there we go. Leon, king deuce into the muck. I think he does have a narrow chip lead, but it is very narrow. Action on Suvorov. Would imagine not for long.
Just weighing up his options.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he's tanking here. There's no... You know, sometimes, Jack, we see it these days, you get a tactical time bank to make the blinds go up on someone, etc. Now, here we go. Sherbakov, Jack, ace, queen off, 18 bigs. He is the outright short stack. What's the likely way to proceed from here?
Well, with what's his name again? Lavkov?
Lamkov
in the big blind, I would never jam here. I think this hand...
The hand's too good, right?
Becomes way too good against a more volatile player. And I really like raising in this spot because you end up... You know, if you limp... He might raise a hand like 9 deuce, which is good. But you really don't want to have it go limp check versus... hands like, you know, just any 2 cards that you don't dominate has quite good equity. He's in position. Your ace queen off is fine to play post flop, but against this guy, I think we don't mind raising and getting a fold from random cards.
And also, like, Lamkov's going to rejam some ace X, right, that we dominate.
Yeah,
and we get to just raise call, and
Yeah,
like,
and raise. He
get a call from like a queen 9, queen 10 off that won't ISO, right? Get more money in the pot, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the more volatile your opponent, the more you just want to, like, get a raise in. Maybe he 3-bets non-all in.
Okay.
Even with some random thing, like Jack 4 off or something can 3-bet non-all in. And then you can jam and win a bigger pot. And also, like, limp 3-bet shoving just seems like almost a bit of a waste. I would rather raise, and you induce a lot more, I think, by raising that.
With you. But for the very first time, Suvorov stepping out of line a little. We are four-handed now, so recognizing he has a cutoff opening range, so to speak. Well, it's a little wide for me into the chip leader. Little surprised to see him take King 7 off.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this at all, especially into Leon's big blind, who's most likely the best player. Not going to make any, he's not going to fold particularly tight.
Sure.
In this spot, and with his stack of 80 million, he's not chip leader. He's kind of he's got a pretty delicate stack there. I think he should just fold King 7 off.
Yeah, I'm on board. As it stands, Leon defending with 5s. Suvorov does flop best. Middle pair on the Jack 7-6 board. Leon checks it over. We have one of these sort of middling value hands. Jack is just going to go ahead and c-bet. Looks like around about quarter pot.
Not sure I'm a huge fan of this either. I mean, Leon is probably going to check call worse hands here, but I think it's too much of a risk betting. You can't call a check raise. And
so
yeah,
you prefer check back or larger bet if we are going to put a c-bet out there?
I think I would just check back here. I mean, it can't be that bad. He has middle pair, good kicker.
Through to the 8 of clubs turn, Leon picks up a straight draw. Very interesting, and seems on the face of it to me that this card is going to be much better for Leon's range than for Suvorov's. Seems to be debating, Jack, whether to go ahead and lead here, and here it comes.
Yeah, I really like leading here, and just planning to jam basically any river would be my plan here. I mean, you put so many of these kind of hands in a horrible situation.
Yeah.
And it's pretty unlikely that Suvorov has 9-10 to begin with, and then that he would bet quarter pot with that. Seems
almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly... Well, I mean, he's opening King 7 off, so you never know.
Sure.
9-10 off would be Chippy V open.
Yeah, just the 4 combos, right?
But yeah, this is a pretty terrible river for the plan with Leon. I mean, now I can see check because he can
still occasionally win, right?
Yeah,
Against
exactly.
like ace-9, ace-10, some turned flush draws.
Yeah, there is winning potential on this card.
Yeah, very interesting. Whether he decides he needs to turn 5s into a bluff or not. Can, of course, still have some straights. Some full houses, like 2 pairs that led turn. Interesting one, but yeah, he is going to shut it down. Seems like a pretty easy check back for Suvorov. And he is going to scoop another one. And look at the momentum swing. Suvorov now up into second in chips himself, Jack.
Leon just staring at the King 7 off.
Yeah.
Analyzing.
Probably just not going to give his opponent a hand that wide, right? Which may be why he thinks the turn lead's a little better even. Like, if he thinks the opponent's more weighted, the king queens, ace queens, ace 10s of the world, it becomes a little better. But if your opponent has a 7, which he shouldn't have too often, 7 or an 8, it doesn't become quite as appetizing to lead turn.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a 7 or an 8 on the turn quite frequently. Also, there's also a lot of... it's not like he can raise turn even if he has a jack, Or he's extremely unlikely to. Even if he has like king jack, ace jack, he's probably not going to find a raise on the turn. So you get to see a river at your price by leading. And then if the river's a good scare card, you can...
And we can bluff at it.
Jam 5's got, it's reasonable hand to do it with.
Yeah, well, look at this. Lambov. It's weird because he plays really tight for a while and then just decides now's the time. Very similar to Aquino, who we saw earlier at the EAPT Grand Final, play that outrageous hand with Jack 6 off and crack kings. Lambov strikes me as a bit of a vibes guy. That's what I like to call it, That's what I like to call it, right? Like, just sometimes just decides now's the time to go for it. Now, Suvorov, king deuce off. Pretty unappetizing hand to just call. Whether he's deciding to go for it.
Yeah, not a bad three.
Wow, and he is reaching.
18.
Very nice. 18 million to go. Have that, Lambov. Now, if he continues here, Jack, I'm going to leave it to you, and I'm going to leave the booth.
I mean, don't expect me to have any idea what's
I'm
going on.
I'm going to go for a walk. Wade into the sea, never to be seen again.
It's a scary proposition, 3-betting this guy as a bluff, honestly. You know, you kind of feel like any semi-decent hand he's just going to continue with, even if he shouldn't. So, yeah, good on him for finding it.
How about that for a gear change, though, from Suvorov? Like, I don't know how much of the coverage you've been following today. He's been mostly snug, like he's been sort of forced to be snug by the chip stack. But now that he's up there at the top of reaches, opening it up, King 7 offsuit open, and then the King Deuce 3-bet, both successful. Leon, all of a sudden, I think everyone had him as big odds-on favorite. Things can change quickly, though, Jack, right? We're only like 40 big blinds deep, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the variance just multiplies as you get shorter-handed, and the clock keeps ticking.
Yeah, for the first time, coming under a bit of pressure. King 10 of hearts, though. More than good enough from the button. Now, Suvorov... I'd be surprised to see him take this one, not closing the action. This would seem way too wide for me. Yeah, does think better of it. Oh, round to Sherbakov with exactly the same hand, Jack, but in diamonds. And just kind of mixing between call and jam here. Yeah.
I mean, the good thing about jamming is that you will get some dominating hands to fold. I don't think Leon's ever calling King Queen, King Jack.
I think he might call King Queen.
Sure.
But yeah, King Jack's going to fold and some ace highs, right? We'll get them out.
Yeah, exactly.
If Leon has like 5s or 6s type hands, can't really call a shove, right? With the stacks the way they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Well then, Mr. Sturm. We'll see how he responds, Jack, but finally encountering some rough waters out here in the Mediterranean. See what I did there?
That was very clever, actually, yeah. You should do commentary. You're like professional or something.
I'm always looking for the angles, mate. You know me. And then Leon, down to 100 million. Faintly absurd sentence. Just 100 million left. Suvorov, really? If he opens this one, starting to get real spicy.
Yeah, I guess he's just operating on the...
Wow.
On the principle that we're four-handed, therefore I have to play loose.
Right, I mean, like, this is quite the gear change, Jack, and this is a bit too wide for me, and he's going to get punished. Sherbakov, ace-queen off, 22 big blinds or so. Seems like only one way to proceed here.
Yeah, very easy all in here.
Yeah, and Suvorov just going for it now.
Yeah, you see this sometimes with players will just, you know, it is more common heads up. You know, like you get the heads up and suddenly they go from, you know, being a tight player to playing every single hand they're dealt and calling down, you know, in like very dangerous spots. You know, it's like, oh, I have top pair with no kicker and the board's a one-liner, but, you know, it's heads up, so obviously I have to call. And you see it more with, you know, three-handed heads up, but even four-handed, you can, you know, it's just like, oh, well, now we're four-handed. I gotta play any semi-decent hand.
Yeah, I must say I'm a little surprised because it's not like he has all of a sudden got a huge chip lead, right? And it's like, I can really lean. Like everyone now with arguably the same stack out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's the
like
kind
it's changed very quickly here. Sherbakov 80 million, the short stack, and the big stack, what, 110 million now? So bit strange to see him change gears so drastically.
I mean, it's a spot where I would expect him to play tighter based on the stack distribution and situation. I would be playing tighter than normal for a four-handed play.
Yeah, maybe he's just reflected, knows that the table knows he's been pretty snug, deciding to do the old switcheroo, try and start getting away with it. But yes,
yeah, which would be okay if he didn't
6-7 off, right? It's just.
Well, there's that, and he also immediately showed an extremely loose open.
The
like
king 7, right? Okay.
Was turned face up, so everyone knows.
That's a very good point.
He's switched gears, so he's not going to get any hero folds.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Anyway, on we go.
Lambov with the nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what everyone had on their break, but I want some. Round to Suvorov, Jack Deuce of diamonds. One of these hands, Jack, that in the early to mid stages of tournaments, right, you always defend, but starts to lose its value quite a lot now, right, four-handed. Although we are four-handed, may feel compelled to get in the mix. Well, does defend.
I do find this one hard to fold. I quite like the. You can 3-bet this as well. It's not outrageous against loose button open, but especially when you're covering him now by a fair bit.
Right.
But obviously wouldn't expect Lambov to respect that at all.
Yeah, well, he does continue. 4.5 million. Just a shade over 25% pot. Suvorov going to, of course, continue here. Middle pair, backdoor, wheel, and flush draws working. And there is the most disguised of all two pairs, Jack. Turns, jacks, and deuces. And Lambov, credit to him, snap, give up. Perhaps decided one and done.
Very interesting decision to check back this turn. Well, I mean, it's reasonable, but I'm surprised he just snapped. Check.
Yeah, right. I'd like to see him take a bit more time, potentially go after. You know, we can get King 10, King Queen to fold turns, right? They're going to be in there. You can get a Jack. You can put it under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, a Jack is basically
what you're targeting, right?
On the turn there. And if he bet small on the flop, yeah, he's going to get floated sometimes on the flop and also have some 4x potentially. I don't think check back is fine, but
you'd like to see him take a little bit more time.
With the gutter, you know, I always, if I turn a gutter, I mean, it's just getting bad. It's too hard, you know. You can't hit the gutter, but now you have the extra justification for the bet. So that's how I operate. That's maybe why I'm.
Is that how you justify all your barrel offs, Jack?
Yeah.
That seems like a good way to approach the game.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably lost a couple of million with this strategy, but.
Well then,
I stick to it.
Suvorov is on the move. Chip leader on his own now, and Lambov, all of a sudden, everybody getting after it. Wow, and he finds another big hand. Pocket tens in the small blind. Do you think strong enough to 3-bet call, Jack, or do we just want to put the hammer down and keep these guys? Like if you fold out a king queen,
it's very
that's fine, or what do you think?
Yeah, this is a very tough decision, I think, because normally in normal play you'd much rather just jam in this spot because you really don't want to get flatted with tens here by Lambov, by like something like Queen Jack suited, King Queen or whatever.
If you get jammed on and you win the pot, Jack, right, your odds on to win the tournament, so you factor that in as well.
By 3-bet calling?
Yeah, well, I'm saying when you 3-bet, and Lambov jams a hand we have in bad shape, or continues with a hand like this with one overcard, we could.
Yeah, I mean, it's
closer to winning the tournament.
I think I would lean towards 3-betting here because Lambov is never going to fold 8s, right, or something.
Well, here we go.
But it's just very hard to continue post-flop out of position with 10s against a volatile player in this situation, and it's such a huge pot in terms of the equity, the EV in the tournament. I mean, so
I'm with you.
I think jacks I would 3-bet call. I think that's good enough.
Tens you might just
tens I would probably are on the side of jamming, but I totally, I mean, I respect going for it. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's no way this is a 3-bet call on, you know, for ICM considerations, I don't think.
Well, as it stands, Lambov calls in position, flops the best of it. Suvorov, very uncomfortable situation, of course, feels compelled. Just puts a little small bet out there. Try and define where Lambov's at. Turn is the 7 of clubs. All of a sudden, 51 million in the middle.
Wow.
And Lambov gonna love this river, as is Suvorov in some respects. Can still win now against, you know, a hand like King-Queen. Hand like Queen-10 suited if he has those in the range. Hand like a pocket pair that decided they had to call for 6 million.
Yeah, 9s, 8s, 7s, you're beating all of them. You only lose to a jack or the slow-played ace.
Yeah, you would imagine kings and queens, we would have heard about it pre. Suvorov checks. Now, decision on Lambov.
I mean, Lambov could definitely have kings or queens here.
Here we go. Gonna go for value. Is there any danger, Jack, of just like value towning yourself here against like those queens and kings of Suvorov? Like open yourself up to, you know, if you get check shoved on, it seems unlikely to happen, but like it doesn't seem like a fist pump value bet is what I'm saying.
I'm guessing he's bet 9 million here, not 900,000.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, so yeah, I quite like this bet actually because it is, I mean, I think check back is pretty good, but you're just very unlikely to be beat at this point. Like if Suvorov
wow, and he does make a nice laydown. Well played.
Yeah, so if he's folding tens, then obviously this value bet is not making money.
Okay, yeah.
But it could just be breaking even because if out of position player never has better, then you know you just free roll bet. But I think queens kings would bet out of position pretty much always on the river.
Okay, just for like a small size, looking to get called by a jack or whatever.
Yeah, pretty
that
much
makes sense.
Same sizing, I think.
Yeah, very nice. Well, all of a sudden, Azamat Lankov, 106 million in chips. And it's anyone's game now. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, it's super even now, right?
Yes, it's incredibly so. ICM chop, boys.
That's what we all want to see, right?
By the way, I wouldn't be shocked at some point to see a discussion. I don't think Leon will deal at the moment. This no disrespect to the other players. He's got a few million in the bank. Now then, Ace-5, Suvorov. And Sherbakov here in the small blind, 24 big blinds with the Ace-6 of clubs. Sends it.
Yeah, I mean, again, like having seen Suvorov open that King-7 off, this is super easy jam with Ace-6.
Sherbakov's very aggressive, takes every aggressive action. Credit to him. He was in that insane pot against the 8s.
Yeah.
Earlier on. Can't wait to watch that one back.
The 8s.
I know.
It's just you get dealt 8s in merit, you got to try and win the pot somehow.
Yeah, Lambov and Sherbakov have been going after each other all FT long. And with that pot, literally believe we are all even.
Everyone's got 100 mil now, right?
I think so. Out of nowhere.
Kind of spot you love to play.
It's going to be interesting for us in the booth. Guys, if you are just joining, welcome along. I am Andrew Headley, joined in the booth for this next wee half an hour spell or so by guest commentator extraordinaire, Mr. Jack Sinclair. Jay will be coming back after he's had his little break. Action back on Sherbakov. We are, of course, four-handed in the main event. All four players, 320K locked, $1 million for the win. Decision now on Lambov. Does fold with Ace-7, facing this button raise of Sherbakov. Now then, Leon, Queen-10 off in the big. Does land on call. Off to the 8-6 deuce. Spade, spade, board. Both players essentially with. Sherbakov does wrap around that board a little with that 5 of spades. Leon really with just 2 overcards. Not a lot to work with. Likely Jack to just be c-bet and fold. Like Leon just queen high. No spade in hand, right? Facing a larger c-bet, quite like this from Sherbakov. Going for the old B40.
Yeah, it's a...
Sizing up a little bit.
Yeah, one of the sadder spots you get. I mean, good chance your opponent is just c-betting something like this. And you could make them fold, but
yeah,
you know, just 2 overcards, no backdoor, except...
Yeah, like queen of spades in hand, right? We can consider some shenanigans.
Yeah, if you had a spade or maybe 2 backdoor gutters or something.
Sure.
I wouldn't. If Leon had a significant chip advantage, you could think about donking flop like that, like these sort of low 3 low cards, or what was it, 8-6 deuce. It's not a traditional leading board for big blind in that spot, but if you have ICM pressure on the opponent, you're just very likely to have way more.
Yeah, you get to mess around, right? Get to mess around with them.
Yeah, so
bully them around a bit. Well, Sherbakov, pocket 9s, all of a sudden, he's finding momentum. We really have had a lot of swings and roundabouts. Big hand here from the cutoff, 4-handed. Round to Suvorov, just queen 3 offsuit in the big blind. Likely to get out of the way. And Sherbakov on the move. Had the chip lead jack coming into this final table. Everything was going swimmingly. Was running it over. Then had that huge confrontation with Lambov. Another one with him afterwards. And things kind of went a little south, but all of a sudden, back essentially in the chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, he... Like, it was... What did he have? King 7 off or King 6 off? King 5 off? I don't know. When he 4-bet versus Lamkov's...
Yeah, King 6 off, which seemed a little ambitious at the time.
That was a huge swing down, but then he huge swung up with his own 8's hand.
Yeah,
roller coaster.
I mean, there's a couple of really wild hands that I look forward to seeing clipped by our intrepid production team as we see Suvorov here.
Whoa.
It's a really strange gear change. I thought he might just walk this one. Not a big fan of this complete. As it stands, does have the best of it and should get it done. But, I mean, something to be said for it, Jack, right? He's just come out here and like, you know what? I'm not folding anything anymore.
I love this fold.
Oh, wow.
I think this is
okay.
Very underutilized move.
Really?
Players
2024, 7 high, 7 deuce.
Well, what you got to understand is players, they just bet.
They do.
Every time. It's like they limp small blind, big blind checks. It doesn't matter the board, they're betting 1 big blind. And you just can't let them get away with that stuff. You got to... And they always... What do they do on the turn? They have nothing.
I thought he might fold this one and call like a 9-7 with a diamond, right? Something like this.
Well, we got a backdoor flush draw.
We do have a backdoor flush draw.
It's good enough.
Well,
and you just... Also, you know, it's hammer time. You're 7 deuce. You gotta try and win the hand. You get the bounty.
Yeah. Plan B was to just go ahead and bluff on the turn. Sherbakov now finding the momentum. Guys, if you are just tuning in, welcome along on YouTube, DTD Player. Hope you're enjoying the action. We're certainly loving it from here. And if you would do me the solid, giving us a like, giving us a subscribe, if you are specifically on DTD Player, we're going to be growing that channel into a behemoth of world poker over the next months and years, Jack.
DTD stands for Dust Till Dawn?
Sure does, buddy.
Wow. Legendary.
Absolutely. Sherbakov trying to become a legend himself. Going to open the small blind here. Queen 5 of clubs. Into Lambov. Well, Jack 10 of hearts, Jack. Not folding this one. Decides just to quickly call.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the holy grail of calling hands.
Right. Well, these two, they've been battling all day. Lambov, at the moment, winning on points. Does come King 5-3. Pretty good flop for Sherbakov. Lambov, though, backdoor potential with that Jack 10. Wrapping around the king. We do have a C-bet, 5 million, and here we go, Jack.
Yeah,
seems like a reasonable one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would never fold this hand on this board. It's just got too many backdoors. Jack high is also a pretty good hand, normally.
Sure. Well, we wanted the queen for the action, for the stream. Instead, 4 of clubs turn. Interesting one. Sherbakov looks to pot control, makes a lot of sense. Now, does Lambov decide to start bluffing now? Does not. Does check back. Through to the 3 of diamonds river. Interesting spot now, Jack, for Sherbakov. Like, do we Do we just check this one over, try and induce some bluffs? Can we do some block? Like, that 3 is not the greatest card, right? I mean, some ace 3s have got there now. You know, some like 6-3 suited if it's in there, something like that. But he is just going to go for value. Maybe just thinks that Lambov bets a king on the turn, Jack, do you think?
It seems, yeah, I mean, you can either bet very small there or check. 7, he bet 7 into 35, right?
Yeah.
Which seems fine.
Yeah.
I think you could go even smaller than that because you're really trying to get value from ace high at that
and
point.
like a 4, right?
Yeah,
Ace 4 or something.
Yeah, or a worse 5 is also possible. Although actually you're chopping with any 5, right? Because
yeah.
King 5, 3, 3. So yeah, I mean, I think I don't mind the bet just to try and get it value from ace high. It's a pretty unlikely bluff line. Call flop, check back turn, and then bluff. Although he actually did have
Jack high.
Did end up having Jack high on the river, so he is definitely capable of having a bluff there.
If Suvorov opens this, we need a steward's inquiry for some steroid intake on the break. All of a sudden, Sherbakov starting to put a bit of daylight, Jack, between him and the rest of the field. And look at this, picks up the blinds and antes with every one of these pots up to 134 mil.
Swings are real.
Yeah. So guys, anyone in that DTD player chat, Jack's following it, aren't you, Jack?
Well, according to the screen in front of me, I'm subscribed.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, you mean following the chat?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's your job, man. I don't bring you in just to sit here and give highbrow analysis.
All right. I've got someone's crying, laughing at an angle. There's.
Oh dear.
Did he just say lol? I don't know what that. I mean, no one said lol. So.
Honestly, Jack, I don't know why I invite you in here. When you're gonna mess around like this at a high level FT. Just any interesting, like... not laughing faces, like interesting questions or whatever.
Guys, hit me with your best interesting questions.
Go. Very good.
And I will solve them.
Right,
I'll solve all of your life problems in chat.
Right, you. I'm trying to solve Sturm's life problems. Folds ace deuce. Suvorov. Going to defend king 3 of spades versus the 9-7 of diamonds of Sherbakov. Getting after it.
Yeah, Leon is now... I mean, he's getting a bad distribution of hands at the moment, but he should be adopting the strategy of playing kind of tight and watching the fireworks kind of thing. With all 3 other players basically getting out of line, kind of makes sense for Leon to just sort of wait for some big confrontation to change the...
That makes a lot of sense.
Change the layout, or just get or wait for a good hand and then collect the money. So
I'm sure he'll still use the appropriate hands to get aggressive, but I'm with you. And what a recovery this is, by the way, from Sherbakov. Was one of the short stacks 5-handed. All of a sudden, chip leader here with 4 left. Great spot to be in contention for that 1 million up top. We're supposed to be
off, no hesitation.
We're supposed to be impartial, but like I can't help but root for Lambov. Now then, Leon. They've struggled to get a hand on him all day, Jack. Like Leon's turned down a few opportunities to 3-bet him. Kind of rightly so, because I think he recognized this guy's not going to fold enough. But this one is definitely not folding. Here we go. Is going to go for a 3-bet. A few too many big blinds to jam. Makes it a shade over 5 big blinds.
Yeah, I don't mind this 3-bet. It seems good.
I like it.
Big blind is obviously going to be the most aggressive player with the stacks. So I understand the idea of isolating, and also this guy just Lambov opening very, very wide. So it seems good. Also don't particularly want to play a 3-way pot with ace-10 offsuit. Ace-10 or like even something like ace-8 suited can flat. I think flatting ace-10 off is fine there as well, though. It's just good hand, dominates a lot of the opening range.
Yeah.
And you're in position.
I'm with you.
And you really don't want a 3-bet fold, but at the same time, if he's just...
Not the end of the world, is it?
Yeah, I mean, if we're playing a tight strategy overall, like ace-10 off isn't too far from the bottom of our continued range anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Inclined to agree. Leon stabilizing, 95 million, still right in contention here. I mean, what is going on?
They just don't hesitate at all.
But it's not really been a feature. Like, people did play very tight. And gonna get punished again here, likely. Suvorov. Sherbakov could jam this jack with the big blind having about 80. Is it a few too many? Maybe it is a few too many.
How much does the big blind have?
Oh, he's calling. Okay. Gonna keep in some of the wide opens. Interesting.
With this stack setup,
I would have shoved.
I would always shove here, yeah.
Yeah, I like jam.
Just knowing, obviously he doesn't know as much as we do about Suvorov's opening range, but he's.
Right.
I think he should be at least fairly confident that he's opening too wide. And also Lambkov's going to overcall super wide.
He normally takes the aggressive route. I was a little surprised to see it. Maybe thinking, doesn't want to put 70 million at risk jack at this stage of the tournament, which has some merit.
But it's just so hard to play ace-10 off out of position 3 ways. I mean, you know, he's got the best hand here, and if someone bets, he kind of can't do anything.
Yeah, I do agree. Suvorov now kind of forced. I mean, as boards go to c-bet bluff, it's not the worst, right? The jack deuce 5 should be relatively unconnected, especially for the big blind shouldn't have too much, but he's defending 7-4-0, so maybe that is incorrect.
Well, I'm not sure. He's definitely not calling 5 deuce off. Jack 5 off, I doubt. Jack deuce off, I
look at this.
But okay, so
it's gonna keep him honest.
He's just
for
gonna
one
keep
street.
calling. Yeah, okay.
I guess it makes some sense, right? If we are gonna call pre, ace high figures to be good here a decent amount of the time. Do block hands like ace jack of clubs, 10 jack of diamonds types. Suvorov not gonna like this.
Suppose. I mean, it's
dicey.
It's still very hard to win this hand.
It
with
is.
Ace 10. If you don't improve or have, you know, and you're not going to bluff this hand later. So I'm not a huge fan of this call on the flop.
Okay.
With a player behind, but it's okay.
Yeah, very tricky now. Suvorov, you'd imagine, has to shut this down. I mean, you know, no equity barrel offs certainly can be a thing, but not with king 6. And the river is the queen of diamonds. Sherbakov gonna hate this card in my eyes. You know, lots of hands like a king queen, queen 10 that bet flop and took a free river seems reasonable. Hand like ace queen, queen 8 suited types that bet and gave up have all improved. And he's gonna turn it into a bluff. What an interesting hand. Feels now, Jack, that he's arrived at the river with one of the worst hands he can have, and that's fair enough. Pretty hard to be unpaired, right? Like, we're not gonna have 3-4 suited. We're not gonna have a hand like 6-4 suited, any of these. So sort of ace 3, ace 4 suited that didn't jam pre, but they might jam pre. Hard for us to be bluffing here. 26 million. Goes for 2/3 pot. Pretty strange hand.
Yeah, that was a very
got the job done.
Somewhat bizarre hand, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I agree. He is
like once
sort
we
of
get
forced
here,
to bluff
we're
there.
kind of forced, right?
Yeah. Problem is, you're just going to get called. I mean,
Yeah, by a queen.
the
Yeah,
guy's gonna
I
have
understand.
a queen quite frequently.
Yeah, I mean, you might get like pocket 8s, 7s to fold, right?
I think we should be targeting a 9 there, basically, as the main hand.
Sure.
I think, yeah, a jack is very likely to bet the turn, so
yeah.
So you would expect the opponent's bluff catchers are split between a queen or 9 or like 8s or, you know, something of that nature. So I like his sizing there. It's pretty hard to call with a 9 even versus 2/3 pot there. So I think that's a good size. But yeah, there's a big downside to this play, which is that it's a huge loss if your opponent just has a queen, which is actually going to be a fairly common occurrence. I think,
Yeah, that was something I found an interesting wrinkle. Because, I mean...
And he's just going to have the best hand.
Is your opponent opening king 6? Well, he is. He is.
Yeah.
But, you know, you kind of need him to have king high, right? If you were going to bluff on the queen river. You know what I mean? Or have like 8s or 7s or a 9. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll come back to that. Lambov gonna get after it here. 9.5k. Leon decides king queen. strong enough hand to call. Bit of deception, quite like it. Well, outflopped. 10-5 deuce. Here we go. Leon with 2 overs, backdoor straight and flush draws. Unlikely to fold to 1 bet. I say unlikely, he's not. In my eyes, player of that caliber, Jack, not going to be folding this one. Looks like 8.5 million, about a third pot.
Yeah, I definitely like floating here with King Queen.
I can just have the best hand too, right?
Yeah, I would expect to have the best hand pretty frequently and
yeah,
just have loads of good turns.
Well then, all of a sudden, 40 million in the middle. Lambov with just over pot back. And it's one of the best turns in the deck for him. Deuce of clubs. Wonder how he approaches this. And here we go, gonna extend a little rope. Quite like this, Jack. You're gonna get some bluffs out of Leon. Probably not going to bluff this one, right? Like, we have just enough showdown. I don't imagine he'll bluff here. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
It feels like we have better hands to bluff with than this.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have, like...
Here we go. I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't mind this either. But, yeah, I think we're going to win fairly frequently with the King, Queen high. And then we also have stuff like 6-7 of hearts, which floats flop. And it's like, it has 0 equity, you can bluff.
Oh.
But that being said, this hand makes for a better river bluff. Like we bet turn and river.
Well, we're off to the river and massive moments here. 58 million in the middle. And it's a clean 7 of hearts. And Sturm. This is pretty grim, Jack, right? Like, all the draws miss. Yeah.
Quick check back.
Shuts it down, and good for him that he did. He was getting snapped in my eyes.
Would expect so, yeah.
Lambov once again gets the better of him. Up to 97 million. Big swing. And Leon now with work to do. Arguably the favorite coming into this final table, and certainly the favorite 5-handed. It's close to the short stack now. He may be the short stack, in fact. I think it's close between him and Suvorov. Nobody ever said it would be easy, Jack.
There's always swings.
Sherbakov, ace-3 of hearts. In for the open, 6 million. Okay, Suvorov is shorter. 50 million in his stack, having paid the blinds and antes.
So yeah, now we're getting into a much more dicey ICM situation for...
Yeah, I mean, Sherbakov loving life now.
Yeah. And the blind's going up in 9 minutes, so... At that point, they're going to be pretty short. 12.5 bigs. So a little pressure to get something going before then. Oh,
sure.
Like maybe rockets.
Wow. Maybe the first time we've seen them on this final. Pocket aces for Lambov. A loose reputation, and Leon.
Oh no.
Oh wow. Now you just referenced that ICM situation, Jack. Does have Suvorov behind him, working with about 15 bigs. Oh, this is dicey. Yeah, don't mind it. Comes with call. Doesn't want a 3-bet fold, Jack, and doesn't want to jam. Now, action on Suvorov. Key pot in this tournament developing. Surely got to be out the way here. Surely. Does let it go. Round to Sherbakov. Queen deuce suited is going to take the price. All of a sudden, three-way action post-flop. And does connect with all three, so to speak. Lambov overpair with backdoor nut spades, middle pair and an ace kicker for Leon, and bottom pair, backdoor straight and flush draws for Sherbakov. Oh, this is dicey now for Leon Sturm. Is it really tough to continue, Jack? Like, feels like we have to, but it's so hard to improve. The big blind's still in the pot. Tricky.
It seems like a pretty clear call on the flop with ace-8 here.
Like an unhappy call, right? I mean, you're not thrilled. He's c-betting into two people.
Yeah, but the way he's been playing, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he played like 8-7 like this.
Sure.
And c-bet flop. You know, he's opening a lot of 8x and wouldn't hesitate to bet it on the flop, I think. And then he can also just, you know, just have some bad hand and be bluffing.
Off to the turn we go. 10 of hearts. No change. Aces still best. Leon now about 1 1/4 pots back. Decision on Lambov. Just taking an inventory of Leon's stack and finds a check. Potentially looking to check shove, Jack, would make some sense. Like, Leon can't have jacks or 10s, right? Or 8s. I think they all go in pre.
Well, yeah. I mean, Leon can have...
Could have 8s, maybe.
Jack 10, 10-8 suited, potentially. Queen 9 suited, 7-9 suited.
Yeah,
So,
the board gets worse and worse for those aces.
well, now Leon has a potential bluff candidate.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
I mean, if
is Lambkov turning his own hand into a bluff?
He's going to block bet here, I reckon.
What is going on?
He's...
I don't know about this. Like, you just run into two pairs so often, right?
Yeah, this is...
I don't know about this one.
Got to be a losing bet.
And Leon just...
And this is a very tempting spot.
We can't go for it, right? We got no ace-king. How can we go for it?
Yeah, you just... He's probably not betting a 9 like this. He's probably not playing a 9 like this.
Why not?
Unless it's like 10,
Why not?
9.
Old Lambkov.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
sure.
in there.
He could, but he could. I mean, he could just have so many hands that are forced to fold here, like aces.
I would be absolute. We have one though. I mean, I'd be absolutely terrified to bluff here. And does let it go. How's Lambkov found a bet on the river? Is it a bluff?
I mean, I can't think of.
Yeah, I think it has to be a bluff, right?
No, there's no way that's a bluff.
Why not?
He's betting because the reason for the bet is that he doesn't want to check call a big bet. Or check and face a big bet, let's say.
Like, what do we beat that calls river?
Nothing. But that doesn't make it a bluff. I mean, unless you're using the definition of like that it's a bad value bet and therefore it's a bluff. I mean, I'm not arguing that a worse hand is going to call him, but maybe King Queen can call it sometimes. But yeah, no, it's not a bluff or a value bet. It's a I don't
merge a bet.
It's I don't want to check is the bet. That's the reason for it.
What an interesting hand.
He's seen it's a very bad river for his hand, and
I'll bet anyway.
He doesn't want to check, so he bet a small amount.
I mean, 12 mil.
But with ace-8 there, I mean, I understand what you're saying. We never have better than a 9, and King 9 I guess is possible, but
King 9 of spades type.
But how can you have a worse hand?
Yeah, you can. I'm with you.
Are we supposed to take 7-8 suited and have bluff? I mean,
I don't
fold pre.
I just don't think we can bluff into Lambkov in this spot.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I know what you mean, like, but I would be quite surprised if Lambkov played much 9x like that. Definitely never has ace king in this line, I think.
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
King 9, I guess. Yeah, I would expect that to bet turn very frequently, and yeah, I just think he's just going to have a lot of hands that are in a really tough spot. The question is he going to call with 2 pair if you jam? Right, that's the real question.
That is the question.
And I would say, based on what I've seen, I really don't know. But I think I would be very tempted to take the bluff opportunity there, just based on the fact that I can't have a worse hand. And the bet seems very weak to me.
All right, well, on we go. Sherbakov.
But easy to say in the booth.
It is easy to
like,
say in the booth.
Very tough to do that in game.
Very tough. Now, mixing a limp in. Interesting.
Yeah,
maybe recognizing that Leon has a bunch of hands that will rejam. We can keep in some hands we dominate in the small blind range of Lambov. Quite like it.
Leon on 15 big blinds. I think queen 10 off is actually bad enough to just raise fold.
I would raise it. Probably raise. I thought he was a little
because we're
a little deeper.
Yeah, 20 big blinds. This makes a bit more sense, I guess. But I feel like queen 10 is just a little bit too bad. But maybe this is fine. I just feel like if you limp and get raised, you're folding anyway. So why not just raise yourself, you know, and get the fold equity, be heads up more often, and play a slightly bigger part in position with a decent hand.
As it stands, action checks through. Leon with the best of it. Is he just firing out? Lambov.
Yeah, I guess.
Wow, what a nuisance. I mean, this is just spice, right? 4.5 million. Kind of blocks hands that want to fold as well. Like, you know, Jack 9 suited, Queen 10 of clubs. Leon gonna call.
Quite surprised Sherbakov didn't c-bet the flop here in limp pot. King 8 deuce just seems like a clear bet one big blind with your entire range situation. Like the over limp from small and big blind and check from big blind is going to be very, very weak on that board, and you're just going to win very often with a bet.
Well, Leon now deciding whether to seek value. Seems thin to me. And hand seems too good to bluff. Like it
would be a ludicrous bluff.
He has to check here, surely, or he's just this is just pretty elite.
It's a really tough spot here.
It's gone for value. Wow.
I've been betting this kind of spot all trip here, and I've been getting shoved on really frequently, and I call every time because I don't think they can have anything, but every time they had it. So now I'm pretty gun-shy about betting like this. Somehow every river I've had a thin value bet and they've had the nuts in very weird lines. So I would be very scared to bet there.
I mean, very interesting way that the dynamics are changing at this FT. Some complicated hands. We're a little lost in the booth, but someone who isn't lost, Jay Harwood, has wandered back over. So Jack, we'll make this your last hand.
Oh, I'm bumped, am I?
Come on, mate, get this covered. Ace-7, Sherbakov, under the gun. Let's make it a good one. It's going to be round 2, the big blind. Reaching for chips. Suvorov. Don't know what he has yet. Has pulled up the raincoat.
He's gone incognito.
He has gone incognito. Does defend.
Base hand hidden. Oh, 7.
There we go.
Spades, okay.
Queen 10-8. Rainbow. Ace high of Sherbakov still good, of course. Not going to like this board.
Backdoor royal draw. I mean, sorry, backdoor straight flush draw. Not a royal.
Yeah, very tough for Sherbakov here to c-bet even, but he is going to go for it. Likely just gets through.
Yeah, this should be a pretty clear c-bet board for chip leader versus middling stack.
Yeah.
Or even short stack.
Just not the most appetizing one, but we just go for it anyway, right? And just hope to get folds by hands like this.
Yeah, this should be a range bet, I think, for the chip leader here.
Yeah. All right. Gets it done.
Winds up.
So with that, Mr. Sinclair, we'll send you off to enjoy the many fruits of the Merit Resort. Thanks very much, mate. Enjoyed having you in. Thanks, my friend.
Cheers.
Enjoy the rest of the evening. And we'll welcome back Mr. Jay Harwood into the mixer. There we go. Take a quick look at the leaderboards. Sherbakov now out in front, 41 big blinds, 165 million in chips. Lambov, 116 million, 30 big blinds. In second place on his own, and Leon Sturm, things have gone stormy. 15 bigs now, 59 million chips. And Suvorov, 9 big blinds on the short stack with 38.5 million. So blinds are going up. 2 million, 4 million, with a 4 million BB ante. As we welcome back my regular partner in crime. Hello, Jay. How was your dinner?
It was nice.
Relax.
Nice little hour off. Thanks for that. Big thank you to Jack. And come back in, and straight away I left with this man. He was one of the shallow stacks. Him and Larson were sitting short. What's happened? Sturm was big chip leader.
Yeah, you're as shocked as me. Sherbakov did run rejammed kings, 10 big blinds. Larson found ace queen behind and called off.
Yeah.
And then just sort of, I don't know, things have just happened very quickly. Suvorov came back from break and just went ballistic, raising king 7 off, like 7-6 off, just complete gear change. Lambov still in there, kind of wild style of his, clicking some buttons. Leon struggling to get a handle on some of these opening ranges, which is understandable. You wouldn't expect the gear changes, and he's now third in chips.
Yeah, that's what I was shocked to see when I come back. You expect, like, potentially him to have 200k, the way it was going just before I left. But things can change.
Really can. And Sherbakov, credit to him, since he's got the chips, he's just getting after it. And we have seen that that's how he plays. Likely to take this one down. You never quite know. Lambov does get out of the way. I guess, like, with the structure, I mean, chip lead now is 40 bigs. So eventually we're going to get to this stage. And it doesn't matter how good you are at the great game. You know, when you get to this sort of shallowness, Jay, things can happen.
Yeah, exactly that. Big blind now, 4 milli. Blind's just going up. Less than 100 bigs in play. And usually, like with tournament poker, it's usually around the sort of 60 to 80 BB in play mark when you see tournament finishes. So, as Andrew noted, something will give soon. It just has to. Stacks starting to shallow up.
Round to Lambov. Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, and now covering stack of Leon. Looks like he's going to apply some pressure and bump it up here with the 5 high. And Leon here with the 6s. We love to see this. Perfect opportunity to move all in at this stack depth. And we'll know he'll get a lot of folds here. Lambov incentivized to attack.
Yeah, it's a great spot for Leon. Expect him to take this every time. You know, we are on a ladder, but Lambkov's been way out of line. I would be shocked to see anything but all in, and there it goes. Very nice. You know, eventually you just line in the Sanjay, right? Leon has been trying to kind of pot control in position. You know, see some flops. You got unlucky. Lambov raised the queen 10 off. We called with king queen, blind on blind. You know, have him dominate. It came 10 high. Tried to semi-bluff in position on the turn. Didn't get it through. But he's never going to, you know, not take 6s here, blind on blind. Pay jump or no. And a very welcome boost to the stack after a very rocky spell. We know he's incredibly experienced.
He's so experienced. He's only 24 years old.
I know, but he's been here before, right?
Exactly.
I got to say, very impressed with the temperament of Sherbakov. Like, he took some body blows throughout this final. It would have been very easy to lose, you know, lose his temper, lose his patience. All of a sudden, big favorite to take it down as the chips stand.
Got great table presence as well. Sat up straight, just stone-faced all the time. Looking around,
yeah, I mean,
taking everything in.
It's been kind of wild how it's changed. Like, Suvorov came back from break, and we'd been very impressed. And now, this isn't to be too critical, but he changed gears in such a way that he went from having this great table image constructed. Maybe that's why he was doing it. But he was so wide, like 6-7 off on the button. King 7 off four-handed as like second, third in chips. And just, it's all gone a little bit wrong. And now defending Jack 8 off. We are down to 7 bigs or so, looking to flop something, and there it is. Might donk shove this one, Jay? I would. Yeah. I'm going to see a better board than that.
Yeah, gets the queen high to fold, getting better hands to fold. So nice little move there to add 10 milli to his stack.
But it's been a great watch. Everyone's just like, I want to win.
Yeah.
And that's what we like to see here. If you are just joining, guys, four-handed Mediterranean Poker Party main event. 4 players still in contention, all with 320,000 locked. Playing right up to that 1 million first prize. Next page up $120,000. Chunky, as I see Jay having a little peruse of the DTD player chat. Any little gems hidden in there?
No, not much.
Oh,
not much.
That's a shame.
Deuce to 7 power poker. Doyle would love it. Was there a 2-7 played? A deuce 7?
Yeah.
Oh, there was. Okay.
There was.
Steven saying, how big's your schedule in Vegas? I'm assuming Jack was talking about Vegas.
Okay.
And Yoman says, looking forward to my first million event next week. Good luck, Yoman.
Well, Suvorov sending this in. Yeah, the best of luck to you, sir. Suvorov takes this one down. King 8. Pretty easy one. 11 bigs or so.
Yeah, and if you are watching on the DTD player, guys, make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe as well. We've got so much coming up in 2024 on this channel. We'll have more tournaments. We have some higher stakes cash games over in the UK. And you can also click the little bell next to the subscribe button and we'll be notified every time we do go live. Trying to build this channel up and big things up and coming over the course of the next year.
Yeah, absolutely. We enjoy your engagement. Hope you're enjoying. Click that like, click that follow, all that good stuff that goes over my head a little, but I pretend to know what's going on. Much like in the booth, Jay. Right?
Yeah, exactly that.
No, you're supposed to back me up. What's that all about?
Whoa.
I mean, this
7
is...
suited.
Uh-oh. I mean, we're getting called.
Yes, we are. This seems slightly wide.
Kind of lost his composure a little, short-handed. I understand getting after it, Jay, but this, for me, big misstep.
Yeah, and do expect Lambov to call this off after
Can't
it
fold
gets the
here.
count.
I'd be shocked to see it.
Yeah, a lot of hands that we dominate in this spot. Ace-10 suited, four-handed, too strong to be folding. Wow. Suvorov just getting after it.
So out of character.
5-4, yeah.
Here we go. Looks like a man who's going to flick it in. And he has called, Jay. And off we go, out of nowhere. Suvorov at risk. And with dominated diamonds. Wow, this feels punty to me, Jay. Surprised to see it. Thought he would.
Seems so strange. He played immaculately the first 4 hours, Andrew.
Yeah.
Really tight,
well,
snug. Here we go.
30% to get out of this mess. Less than that now. 10-4-3.
Down to a queen. Does have the run in 5-6 as well, but queen needed. And deuce not changing anything here. So Suvorov down to 3 outs for tournament life. Can he find the lady? He cannot. Jack of clubs river, and we lose another.
Yeah, it is paint, but the wrong sort. Yuri Suvorov, great run, takes home $320,000 for 4th place. Don't want to do him a disservice, put on a really good performance, but may reflect, Jay, on just being a little too loosey-goosey that sort of last half an hour, 45 minutes. It was almost contagious at the table. Yeah. Everybody was kind of getting spicy and maybe swept up on the crest of the wave, and might reflect, Jay, I would say, on a few hands just a little too wide. the ultimate punishment out in fourth.
Just strange to see when someone plays so snug, so well, and then suddenly they just get so out of line. Like, has he got somewhere to be? Could be an Arsenal fan. There's a big football match this afternoon.
Big footy game on.
Maybe thought I'll get it one before the football, or I'll bust and I'll get to go and watch the football.
Yeah, I really was a little shocked. Certainly didn't expect him to jam Queen 7 suited here. There you go. And we are three-handed. And it's a box office lineup. We're loving it. Sherbakov with a slight chip lead here over Lambov, and Leon Sturm, the young wizard, still more than in the hunt, but does need some upward traction. Raise from Sherbakov, 9-10 off. Sturm now with no real ICM pressure as such.
Yeah, like free-handed.
Yeah, not surprised to see him flick this one in. Try and take those skills of his post-flop. Try and flop some equity. And does flop bottom pair here on the Queen 8-3. Sherbakov with that gut shot to the nut straight.
It seems like a nice clean one here with 10 high and gut shot to the nuts. As Sherbakov does continue small.
Yeah, these spots very tricky. No heart on board. Leaves us with just bottom pair.
I think when we're met with just south of quarter, still got to continue for one Andrew here.
He will call one. Not going to be thrilled about it. Hope to improve to a disguised two pair or trips. Doesn't, but it's a pretty good board. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Decision on Leon. Wouldn't be shocked to see lead here, Jay. This is one of those cards we can look to, you know, just try and deny some equity from the button. You know, 2 random cards. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, great call.
Yeah.
May expect Sherbakov to do some checking with any 8x he has on the flop as well.
Right.
We'll still have some bets here with the 8x, but just going to use this advantage. Like, we will defend some like 8-5 suited. It's like the offsuit 8-9, 10-8. Going to have a lot of 8x from the big.
One thing I will say about this, having 9-10 here is really bad in my opinion in terms of what we're going to do on the river unimproved. Like, we want Leon to have 9-10, Jack-9. They are the most natural of all bluffs.
Yeah,
we block both, you know, like a 10-Jack as well. Kind of intriguing.
Maybe thinking once we get that price on the turn, the times that Leon checks river, we get to bluff because we would value bet our Queen X once check 2. That could be the idea here, to try and get Leon off of some worse queens or maybe a 3 that he's played in this manner. Even because now, like, once Leon checks, we just expect him to continue firing with all his value that he starts leading turn with, right? Because he don't want us to check back an ace high, a pocket 7s, a pocket 5s, something like this. So Sherbakov may read into this, that Leon's going to struggle to have an 8 or even a queen here, and looks like he's going to get after it.
Wow.
And go small.
I kind of like it. He's gone for the fake value bet.
Which looks like this is the size we'd probably choose, right? If we had a queen, queen 10, even a queen 9 with a kicker playing, and all the upwards queen X. And Leon
quickly gets through.
Lets it go. Let's go, Sherbakov.
That is a very nice river bluff. Little surprised to see Leon fold so quick. You know, we do beat some sort of diamond combos, turn diamonds. We do beat some Jack 10s with the diamond, right? King 10 of diamonds. But there aren't too many river bluffs, which is what you were referencing, Jay.
Because probably Leon doesn't expect these gutters to call the Jack 9, the 10-9, the Jack 10.
Right.
He probably makes the assumption these fold turn to the lead anyway.
I thought it would. But then again, I was wrong. Fun hand. All of a sudden, Sherbakov, Jay, feeling it, back in the saddle. Action, round to Lambov.
Well, I'm surprised to see that from Lambov there. Queen 10 off on the button, 3-handed, just elects to let it go. Seems like one that would find its way into the opening range. But just gonna...
Yeah, he plays his own game.
He does play his own game. Unpredictable.
Seems like I mean, I guess one thing I will say, second in chips. We're going to get pounded on a good amount from the big blind. Leon's going to rejam probably like absolutely on point ranges. So something to be said. I would have expected an open. But, you know, looking for some little clues as to why he decided to let that one go.
Queen 4 off now for Sherbakov. I do expect him to continue going about his business as the chip leader. He's going to get aggressive once more, just leveraging this stack, making it 10 million. And Lambov with the 8-5 off, probably just going to let Sherbakov take this one. Decent ladder of we can outlast Leon Sturm. 240k the next pay jump. Everyone locked up 440 now, three-handed. Huge payday for everyone. And it will be Sherbakov's biggest live cash by a country mile. $70,000 in live earnings. So this is huge for him.
Massive spot.
And then the other man, Mr. Lambov, just $22,000 in live earnings, Andrew. So both of these players with their biggest live score by a country mile.
And it really is time for business. Three-handed in the main event. Sherbakov really has just gone on a tear this last hour or so. Was down to 30 million at one point, Jay, when you were away on your little break. And now closing in on 200 million. Does let the suited queen go on the button. A little surprising. And Leon gets a walk, and just in time, 6-deuce offsuit. Surprised to see the chip leader fold that one, I must say.
So am I, the way he's been playing.
Yeah.
Interesting something about Sherbakov. Not sure of his age, but his first live cash actually come at the back end of 2021. So potentially could be early 20s, Andrew. Maybe could be a little bit older and just started playing a bit late, but maybe another one that's a youngster that could be coming through. He's performed today.
All these young guns, Jay, eh? Out there bashing each other up. Excuse me. Well, here comes Lambov. 9 million announced. And Leon finds a big, big hand. Three-handed.
What a dream to find jacks in this scenario. And going to be sending it in for his 11 BBs. And going to be back over to Lambov, who will have a decision with the A6 suited. Like, will be some hands we are ahead of that Leon would plausibly shove here.
Yeah, and decision on Lambov. Very close spot for 11 big blinds.
Like ace-8 suited, definitely going to be in, because enough ace-X that we dominate ahead of all this like Broadway type stuff, flipping against the middle into small pairs. Cool. And he announces
call. Here we go.
So great chance for Sturm to get back in this one.
Yeah, things have been going south for the young German. All of a sudden gets it in great shape here to get back to joint second in chips. Big moments, three-handed. Here we go. There's an ace in the window, Jay, followed by an 8 and a 2. And all of a sudden, Leon Sturm is on the brink.
And only one jack remains. We do have backdoor hearts. That's no longer a thing. So gonna need to find a one-outer here with a jack in the muck.
Can he find it? The 10 of hearts completes the board. And just like that, Jay, we lose Leon Sturm in third place. for $440,000. At one point, Jay, it looked inevitable that he was going to take this down, but the last hour or so really went against him. And I guess it can happen, Jay, short-handed at the final table, no matter what your skill level.
Doesn't matter how good you are, you need to win your all-ins in front or behind or flipping sometimes, and unfortunately there just can't fake the three-outer to get himself back in it. Everyone's favourite coming into this final table does get a podium finish, third place for $440,000. But now I believe there's going to be a short break for Heads Up, around 20-25 minutes. First, we're going to have a little look at the stacks.
Yeah, very nice, Jay. And look how close it is. It's going to be Azamat Lambov, the wild card. We asked for one. He has performed and entertained us all FT. And basically, they are exactly level in chips. Kirill Sherbakov with 46 big blinds. Neck and neck, Jay. Anyone's title up for grabs.
And just how fitting is it that it's these two, Heads Up, the two that were battling the 4-bet pot, the king sex off, the pocket eights. It's the two that had the dynamic with each other. So we will be back, guys, for Heads Up coverage in about 20-25 minutes. We will see you soon.
You're wondering, guys, I had deuce 3 in that hand.
That feels like a setup.
Does it feel like a setup, Andrew? Does it? Does it feel like a setup? You just hit a 1-outer.
I did.
Let's face it, the river was going to go bet, raise, jam, and you were going to go whatever, pull it off if you hadn't hit the 10.
Yeah, that is indeed what was going to happen.
How much have you got there, short stack?
Don't you worry about me, mate. We're all good.
Would you...
Anyone want to buy a Joker for 20k?
Would you?
Anyone?
Would you have folded? Oh, you should have used it in that hand.
I don't think I should.
Imagine if he turns over the 4. I think that's the cool anyway.
I think I've got 10s full of kings. I'll probably use it. But
would you have folded to shove, Jay?
Folded to shove. I wouldn't have snapped.
Ah, I should have jammed.
He might use the Joker on the shove.
Should have jammed. I've done my nut.
Oh, look at him with this little short stack.
I know.
Ready for your little shower, are you, Jay? Ready to get a little icy? That was an icy cold hand.
How much did you start the hand with, Jay?
I started with just under 20, I think.
Oh, I should have raised more with the quad 10s.
Well, 20 exactly.
How much?
20 exactly.
20 exactly behind. Right, thank you. Raise. Careful, James. You got the ICM implications.
ICM is a bitch. Let me tell you.
I'm having a great time. He's going to fold here as well, I reckon, or make a questionable defend. That's the boy.
Oh,
should have jammed. It was fishy. I don't really have bluffs, do I? Unless I'm just ruffling. I reckon Jay could have hero folded. It would be the greatest fold of all time. Goated.
He might have done.
He might have done for sure.
Nothing would surprise me.
How much do you have now, Jay?
I've got 15 exactly.
15 plus the raise, or 15?
15 exactly total. 15 big moves to start with.
Thank you, mate. That's good to know.
My only question here is, Andrew, has he raised from button or has he raised from gun?
Button. And got bun. He's raised from the bun.
From the bun.
All in.
Oh, get him, keep knocking his legs out, keep knocking his legs out.
You should use your Joker. Jay,
look at his Joker.
Jay, you do know that Joker means that you can...
I know.
Yeah, but are you sure? Okay.
If whoever busts him,
I'm loving the shit talking. I'm loving the shit talking.
How much you got there?
15.2.
15.2, and the blinds are up, Jay.
He's got a Joker though.
That's actually pretty good morale, isn't it? Right.
Now, Mr. Headley.
6,000.
Oh.
I don't know why I'm getting up. Got to fold any two.
That's what I'm thinking. That's why I've made it 6K.
What if I got like a can I want to play?
It's really up to you, mate. You can do what you want. Jay, come and sweat this, mate. Your fate's on the line. You might as well come and have a look at what we're working with. I can't tell if he's happy or not. Okay.
Jay's got a sweat. I'm giving him a sweat.
He might be trapping here. I feel it feels like a Dempsey acting job.
Is it that bad, is it?
Well, your acting generally I find to be overcooked and hard-boiled.
You stop looking at my chips.
Aye. Just having a wee look at my hand, a wee peruse, see what we're dealing with. Okay.
Be a nice time to have 8-3, wouldn't it?
Would be a nice time to have 8-3. 8,000. I should have bet B40.
I just think you got 8-3.
What do you have? You can't.
Same hand.
You can't.
I've got 8-3.
I'm not loving this.
I've got 8-3.
You
Be
can't have
careful.
many hands that want to peel.
I've got
This
8-3.
turn bet.
I'm telling you now, I've got 8-3.
You might have 8-3.
I've told you I've got 8-3.
Maybe you would jam that though. I can't call all in. There's one thing I'll tell you. I might be able to call non-all in. Condemns, mate. This is an egregious tank. Oh, what's this? I'll wait for a little countdown. I really feel like he's got it here, and it's tilting me huge.
I've got 8-3. I've told him like 5 times I've got 8-3. He still bet the turn, even though I told him I've got 8-3.
I really don't think you're bluffing. It's so tilting. I have a hand that's supposed to call though, Jay. Maybe I can bail you out. I might look silly.
Got 8-3.
Might look silly. I think I'm gonna.
You often look silly, Andrew.
I think I'm gonna let it go.
Good fuck.
I just don't know what the bluffs are. Fold.
Good fold.
Well, give us a look.
You'll see in 30 minutes.
Bluff's good for the game. Bluff's good for the game.
He would have shown a bluff for sure.
Yeah, of course.
So I've actually made a pretty nice play down, I think. Hopefully. How much do you have back?
8.2 total.
Including what's already in there.
Yeah.
That's what total means, Andrew.
I understand. 5,000.
Well, it could be a very cold day for me.
All right. I don't have a good hand, but it figures to be okay. All right. Good luck. Prepay Demps.
Come on. I know you'll get the joker, but I don't care. Hey, we need a ruling. We need a ruling. Where's our
Can't you just
format?
like change one of your cards? Can I change that queen to a king?
Oh, I was about to say, what are you giving me king queen for?
Well, we win the
Prepay.
floor.
Let's go. We're going to celebrate here.
I'm so desperate for you to win this pot. Can't handle this. The pressure cooker of the ICM.
Oh,
the iciest of
the
M's.
drama of it all.
Jay Harwood starts so strong.
Queen in the window. Oh.
Okay. How about
3?
I'll take a deuce.
Just put a king there. Kill it off.
King there. We're not putting a king there.
Get there.
Oh!
Sweaty turn.
Wait, what did I fold?
I know. What did you? I was going to fold and let you put him in.
Yeah, I
Maybe I
had a 7. I had 7-3.
Hating that. Oh, you might have walked him.
I might have done.
Get there.
Yes! Guaranteed heads up.
Da, 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 da. Well
Good
done,
game,
Jay.
Mr. Harwood. Very well played. Very
Jay.
unlucky in that big pot, I have
Well
to
done,
say.
Jay. Good
Jay,
game, mate.
lads.
Good game.
Jay. Right, he doesn't get the Joker. We need a ruling.
No, I do get it.
Good luck, boys.
I've never won a live tournament, Damps. You're going to take it easy on your pal.
No, he's big blind.
I think I'm big blind.
All right.
All right, good luck.
Pressure
Let's
is
have
off.
a fair
Bonne chance, mon ami.
Good luck, mate. All the best. I mean, I'm running pure, so if I keep running this hot, you're in trouble.
Yeah, whatever. I'm all in.
Oh, you just first hand. Come on. Oh, it's close. How much total? Ish. Ish.
I don't know.
It probably doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter. I might have to flick it in. Ah, come on. I couldn't respect. It doesn't matter. I couldn't respect myself if I folded, even though we don't love it. Love it. Good luck.
Can I just ask a question?
You got 7 days.
Whose idea was this bloody 8-3 game? Come on, the 8-3. Come on.
Now, to be clear, if you
Oh,
win...
I get it. I get the Joker.
Such a snake.
I've gone out of my way
Team
to win the
Snake.
Joker.
Team Snake. Right, good luck.
Here we go, 8-3. If I win the pot, I take the chip lead, and I get a Joker, and I get...
Come on.
Closer.
Come on, the
Yes.
Headley. Right, people are playing, so we have to not be too loud.
I don't care what people are playing. I'll make the noise I want
Ace.
to make.
Ace. Not like this. Oh, it's a sweaty one. What do you need? Middling cards.
6 or 8.
Okay. Hold.
Come on. Come on.
Hold. Hold.
Oh, or Jack.
Oh, no.
Can I have the river face down?
Pair the board. No, you can't. This is the drama for the TV. Pair the board. I'm getting the handshake ready. He hasn't stood up. He's going to lose.
One
Quick.
time.
Don't get there.
Yes.
I hate him so much.
Yes.
I actually hate him.
Yes. Yes.
Story of my life, Harwood. How much? 55K.
Hello, baby, you're gonna be mine.
55.
What a beautiful card. You're a beautiful card. Got the clubs just in time, I'd say, just in time.
How much is this? Hang on.
Oh, I've got all these chips over here as
No,
well.
I need a little...
I've got so many.
That's 10.
I keep forgetting where they are.
That's 20K. That's 25K. 29. So I got like 30K. That's disheartening, isn't it?
Does that mean I've got 120?
I've got 7 BBs. All right, all in then.
Ooh. It's hard to imagine unfolding, having seen that card.
All right then.
It's a tough one.
It's only 7.5 BBs. Are you slow rolling me?
I'd like to thank my family.
Ah, yes.
My friends.
He's slow rolling me, can you believe it?
My support staff, the coaches.
Wait, hang on.
And my friend Jay for making sure he comes third. I was like, cool, and win the tournament.
You don't have aces, do you?
I don't need aces. Oh, bollocks.
Amazing.
That's a touch embarrassing.
Punish him for that horrific cringe speech. Come on, there's got to be some justice. Wait, I need more equity.
You want to come sweat this one with me?
Let's go. Good luck, James. Ace. Oh,
That's not good.
I think I might win this one.
That's not good.
I might win this one.
Capadonna.
Let's go. Rip it off. Come on.
You remember the last time the pen came on the river?
Right. Oh!
Well,
That's a pretty good card.
Give me that back for starters.
See, this is how you celebrate.
Oh,
this is how you celebrate with class, James.
That's a needle.
Class and decorum. I will send them your way. will splash the pot.
Well, whenever the... Keep this PG.
We will. Fudge, I please. Check.
Ooga.
Business-like situation.
It's business. I'll take you to the flop.
Okay.
I think the book says raise.
Just have a little double check at what I'm dealing with here. It's one of those ones that I knew I had to bluff and didn't want to. Oh, you should have used the joker. Oh,
I didn't need to use the joker. Don't you worry about that. I know what you're up to. 28,000, please, my boy.
Easy.
That's how you get these young bucks.
There you go.
They all get carried away.
I know. I just didn't want to give up. Like to use my joker card, please. Beat you to it, son. Eh? Loving this. All in. Bollocks. Hey? You like that?
I do like that.
That's actually pretty sharky.
The longer this goes on, the more he builds up the fear.
You're actually in trouble
of the ice.
if I get the winning double.
I may well be.
Right, I've had enough of the limping. All in. There's 12k to pick up every time. Come on, Jay, come on, sweat it.
How much is that? 54, I said.
Yeah, you must know.
All right, I need you to spread your cards.
Are you going to do it? Oh, love it. Please.
I would like to
Thank you.
reclaim.
Pick the right one, come on. Which one? Are you sure? Hang on. Oh. Oh, you should have picked the other one.
What's the other one?
You never know.
That was an annoying waste of it.
Yeah. Absolutely dreamy.
I would have had to call. I had to call.
He's claiming he folded better than Queen 8 to a 9BB heads-up jam in the Commentator Olympics.
You had a king. It was a good fold. Queen 10 of diamonds. Big fold, huh?
And you hadn't already snapped it off without using the joker. That's embarrassing. Yeah, there's no way.
All in.
Come on. Boom. Let's go. Hit the showers, Dempsey.
Oh, no.
Got him. Ah. Good luck.
This is a repeat of the last all in.
Bon chance.
One time.
Punish him.
Hold, 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 hold.
Queen.
Thank you.
Nothing silly.
Am I getting
Nothing
there?
silly. Or two of those. Two of those.
Oh.
Nice.
How you feeling?
Not that comfortable.
Pin. Oh. Woof!
Spade.
That's a decent flop.
Spade!
That's a pretty good flop, James. Pretend you're in the booth. Talk us through it.
I can't. It's too pressure.
Ooh, oh, don't.
Come on. Yes, come on.
I'm not doing the stream if this...
Do it that way. Do it the beautiful way. How are you feeling now? You're feeling nervous, aren't you?
I should hold.
How am I...
All right. Let's go. We're back. Oh, James, you're under it now, pal. Come on, then.
I thank my family and my friends and my support team.
All in. Oh. How we looking? Oh, looking okay so far.
7.
Oh, he's found a pair. He's found a pair.
He can't get lucky again. Hold.
Yeah, I think this is
Hold.
it, mate. Queen ball. Oh, okay. Club. 10 of clubs. 10 of clubs for the max outs. I think I'm going to get there here.
I feel like you're going to get there.
You reckon?
It's the feature of today.
Oh, that's a very boring card.
And you have been saving it until the river
It's
as well
actually
most of the
got
time.
a chance now. What do you reckon? Queen? Queen? Queen or an 8?
Pair the board.
Queen or an 8? 8 of hearts. What do you think? Oh, how's he held?
All right, he's back.
The stream's cancelled.
He's back.
Just going.
I mean, I had 10,000. I think you're going to survive.
Right. Come on then.
All of my tokens
how much
should be
is
wagered.
That? This is actually very
28.
sad. 28 total. Oh no. 60. Yeah, you got more. You must have more than 28.
You got 8 there as well, haven't you? So.
I don't trust him. Okay. Okay. 28. There's 3 BBs in it. I mean, whatever. No. Oh no!
Come on!
Somehow not lying.
Come on! That's justice. Slow roll. 7-5. 3 big blinds.
I didn't slow roll.
Hold.
Get there. I'm not standing up with you this time. How's he got 2 pocket pairs in a row? That's pretty good.
9.
No, not like this. Not like this. No.
7. Okay. Lots of good things can happen.
Oh God.
9 for the morale. Oh man, this guy, James Dempsey.
28,000, please.
Fuming.
I'll be even. Got 56. I started with 50. You're forgetting poor Jay.
Right, all in. Let's go. Oh, look, I'm getting slow rolled again. It's just like what?
Domination Nation!
That's ridiculous.
Domination Nation!
Sunrunner.
Come on.
You've got to find a 7 this time.
He's a massive Sunrunner.
Come on.
This man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how James has made it so high up in the poker world, by relentlessly coolering.
Just having the best hand.
Is this the guy that made quad 10s versus kings 4?
1 outer, yeah.
Jay, why are you
the
here?
same guy who had a 1 out.
Why are you here, Jay? 7 ball. Oh, that's a terrible
Come on.
board.
Come on.
Get there. That's pretty good.
Oh, no, no.
Queen, king, ace, 7.
5.
Jack.
Deuce.
5.
7.
Yes.
Absolutely unreal how
Yes.
this man. I'm somehow going to lose here. How's he done that? 3 hands in a row.
Just blessed, mate.
He is blessed.
Both of you are blessed. I'm standing here, so...
I'm not even going to look.
Oh, this is more than enough. I would like to set the short stack all in, please.
Here we go again.
Come on.
First one is not the best.
Just hold.
And welcome back, everybody. Potentially the last look at that fabulous view out to the mountains here in Cyprus. That is, of course, the Royal Merit Diamond Hotel in the foreground. And Jay, speaking of things coming to the fore, we have made it down to our final two. We are heads up.
Yeah, so Sherbakov did come in as chip leader to this final table. Basically neck and neck, separated by 2 big blinds, but Lambov with a slight chip lead here. Something interesting about these two, Andrew. These two were the lowest earners in terms of live earnings on this table. 20,000 and 68,000 in live earnings. So huge score for both either way. Playing for $1 million. And we are just about to jump into the heads-up action. 2 milli, 4 milli.
Yeah, let's get after it. We did just lose, of course, the young German assassin, Leon Sturm in third. So commiserations to Leon. You know, we got rushed to that break. Picks up $440,000 for that third place. I'm sure countless more big scores coming his way as the trophy is on the table. Now, I haven't had any word of a heads-up deal, Jay, which is somewhat surprising. You know, stacks being the same depth, 320K difference between first and second. Maybe Sherbakov, you know, I'm going to play devil's advocate, thinks he has a little advantage in terms of heads-up, especially like skill level. That might be unfair, but I get the feeling he might feel that way.
To be fair, the way Lambkov's played, I think he'll be a pretty tidy customer heads up because he likes to get after it, and we've seen that from him. And look at this to kick things off.
Top two versus middle pair. Potential trouble immediately for Lambov. Sherbakov here did open the button for a min raise. Going to lose at least one street here, Jay, as Lambov.
Yeah, potentially 2 as well, Andrew. Middle pair, strong hand, heads-up situation with ranges as wide as they're perceived to be. And starts with half pot here. There's Sherbakov. Lambov. Clear check call. Heading to the turn.
And it's a bad one for Lambov. A very innocuous-looking 3 of hearts. Sherbakov licking his lips here.
Yeah, and potential to do another street here as Lambov, just middle pair, heads up on a board where still beating all these spade draws, stuff like Queen 10, 9 10, and maybe 9 7 could be a good barrel. But this looks chunky.
Kind of makes sense, right? Like we block those 2 top pair and middle pairs, kind of just try and get a load of money in, Jay, right? Against the draws, target like a strong 8 or a weak jack kind of thing that might feel compelled to continue. I mean, we can go for a river shove here if our opponent calls.
It could be the idea of this as well, being able to set up a nice, healthy river jam for what would be about 110%, but Lambov,
well
disciplined
done.
And great fold from him. Let's go of the 8.
Yeah, big old bet on the turn from Sherbakov. Goes for pots. And Lambov makes a very nice laydown. And dodges the first potential pothole in the road, getting away from that middle pair.
1 hour dinner break. 1 hour dinner break in the MPP Cyprus.
Very nice. First, you know, sort of wriggling out of the noose, so to speak, Jay. Although he did go huge, maybe a little smaller. Like you don't want to say greedy, but he has gone that really large size. You know, the sort of 25 million realm probably gets called.
Yeah, potentially just a function of what we spoke about, setting up a pot-sized river jam, and here we are.
Well, Sherbakov, how's your luck? What a start to this heads up for him. Top 2 on hand 1. And wakes up with a massive hand heads up, ace-king. His opponent with around about 40 bigs behind.
Yeah, just going to be a clear free bet here for Sherbakov. And then back over to Lambov, and like we're heads up here, Andrew. Obviously, Sherbakov can be very light from the big. We'll have a whole host of holdings. Never expect him to be this high up, but ace 3 off. Just let it go, move to the next hand.
I think likely how we proceed. You never quite know with Lambov. I don't think it's out with the realms of possibility that he could either call or even 4-bet fold, but he is going to make that call. And yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Not a lot of playability with these offsuit ace high lows, but he does make the call. We did say, Jay, type of man that doesn't want to be pushed around. Well, here we go. All of a sudden, 68 million in the middle. Off to the 8-5-4 board we go. Lambov does flop a very disguised gut shot to the wheel, Jay. Other than that, not much going for either player.
And not the best board for us as Sherbakov, I guess. Like Lambov will start peeling stuff like 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, all this stuff that we're probably just going to be defending. But undeterred.
Yeah, kind of just put out a little feeler bet. We can still get called by worse. Diamond draws, some dominated ace-X. You know, like an ace-6, ace-7 suited type, Jay. But you're not loving it. I'm with you. And Lambov, well, if we continued pre, we're continuing now. And here he comes. And all of a sudden, 112 million in the middle, Jay, on hand 2 of heads up. Lambov with pot back. Massive turn incoming.
Yeah, I don't see how Sherbakov's going to continue.
Oh, and he just pings the deuce of diamonds.
Wow. What a time to ping off a wheel. But was just about to reference, I don't think Sherbakov's going to be doing too much barreling on this turn here, Andrew.
I like 0 on this one, I'd say.
On a lot of turns.
Right.
I think he's just going to be playing check once called. And does knuckle it over to Lambov, who...
Goodness me.
Has got Sherbakov drawing dead to a chop here.
Kind of sick thing here is we're really not going to give our opponent too many straights, right? Maybe 6-7 suited. Like, and maybe the 4 combos of ace-3 suited. Probably don't expect him, Jay, to have a hand like ace-3 off. But with no diamond in hand and just ace-high, it's very difficult for us to do anything here. You'd imagine Lambov looks to bet and set up river shove, right? Just to get it in. You're not gonna be worried about too many flushes.
Something really interesting here. You remember the pocket 8's hand with Lambov when he flopped middle set, and he was a bit more dramatic with like his
doing it now,
acting at the table, like there through all the time banks in front of him.
Very good point.
Acting like he's got a decision. He done this exactly the same when he flopped the middle set.
That's a great point.
The 4-bet pot, which is something that I think Sherbakov should be picking up on here.
Pretty big bet.
Like, he's only done this once before on the FT, and he had the effective nuts.
Wow, and he's gone huge. I think this is a strategical error. I will put that out there. You know, you don't really want to deter your opponent from continuing. Okay, you don't want to see a 4th diamond, but other than that, Jay, feels too big to me. You know, you want your opponent to stay around, right? With an ace-jack, jack of diamonds type holding. You know, any pair that an ace-5 that 3-bet if it chooses to.
Oh my word!
No.
Sherbakov, we got a non-believer here.
Oh my goodness!
Like, we can be drawing dead here with ace-king versus some turn flushes.
Basically is dead already. Wow.
And this just has to be the dynamic of these two already. Some of the pots they've played throughout this final table has to be...
My goodness.
What's going on here from Sherbakov.
So basically giving our opponent just a pure flop float, Jay, that's going for it?
Maybe something that's picked up like a bare diamond in hand, but...
Wow, I'm not sure about this one. Off to the deuce of hearts. And if Sherbakov thought he was good, nothing has changed. He didn't jam?
What? 20?
What?
20 milli?
I'm not sure about this either, but essentially... Maybe thinks he got the max?
He got the max against ace-king for sure.
Wow.
I'm surprised about the turn call from Sherbakov, but once faced with the Less than 10% on the river. Feels like he has to call it off with ace-king high now.
Can I take myself?
My word. Don't we want to just go for it all here? Like, this makes no sense to me. Really not. Like, if your opponent has a hand that's going to call off, it surely calls jam just as much as it calls 20 million, in my eyes. Sherbakov. Just a complete non-believer, Jay.
That was
just decided.
Strange hand, Andrew. But the only fact that I can think of is what we've seen from these two battling at the final table already.
Wow.
I'm assuming that information's been passed back to the guys and he's aware of what happened in the 8s versus the king-6 hand against these two that occurred about 2-3 hours ago. And sometimes table dynamic can make you do strange things, and I can't come up with any other reason other than that as to why we would call ace-king no diamond on the turn there, Andrew.
I mean, I suppose one thing about not having a diamond is it allows our opponent to have king-jack with a diamond type thing, right? With the king of diamonds. But I'm a little surprised that Sherbakov wants to play big inflated pots with... It's a huge hand pre, obviously, but with half a hand, so to speak, post. Wow.
I think like even the flop could do a lot of checking as ace-king out of position.
So, I think so. Well, incredibly so. Lambov, 4-1 chip lead out of nowhere. And he's in position to win this title, Jay. Sherbakov now, less than 20 blinds by my count. We did expect an explosive heads up, and we have not been disappointed in the early going, as action is back on Lambov. Does reach for raisin chips.
8.
Makes it 8 million to go. Well, Sherbakov, 17 blinds. Nice time to find the 7s. All in, 72 million. Just a shade under. 20 bigs, 18 effective. Lambov just continuing to build that tower.
It's so great when you're still stacking your chips 2 hands later after that hand, you're still stacking your chips from it. A nice, healthy 3.5 to 1 chip lead in this heads-up situation now. Just pinged off that wheel on the turn and somehow got value from ace-king, no diamond.
Sherbakov, you know, if this goes south, we said he may reflect on that king 6 4-bet where he dusted off a bunch of chips. And then, of course, this one, they might be the 2 hands that he will look back on with a little bit of regret. But having said that, this aggressive style, Jay, got him to heads up and got him deep in this tournament in the first place. And he's still in there. 20 blinds or so. Looks down at a pretty unhappy 7-3 off. I'm not going to be walking this one, of course. Oh, my word. Lambov wakes up with the goods.
Yeah,
I don't expect him to check, but, you know, if there's ever a time to do it, it can be now when your opponent is in this sort of sub-20 realm, but typically you will see him bump it up.
Yeah, maybe,
there it goes.
Maybe it's better at like 15, 14, when all the ace-X will probably jam, whereas off of 20, like Sherbakov could have some limp shoves with some of these ace-X that we want to get in the middle rather than checking back and then not getting all the money from them in.
Definitely. I agree. He's going to have more hands that are going to limp call raises also at 20. Lambov. What a combustible, fascinating player to watch. Somewhat reminiscent of Aquino, you know, from the 2K EAPT
and like,
final table. Just so unpredictable.
2024 poker, all this talk about ICM and how you need to be tight. This was the man that was This was the man that was middle of the pack, was meant to be playing tight. He didn't play tight. He was getting after it, and now he's battling for this $1 million. And that's the argument.
It's the dream.
This is the argument everyone has.
It's the dream.
Why not just go and play for the win?
Well, he's on the verge, looking to land a knockout blow. We really have been spoiled with some wild ones.
All week long, not just today.
Well then, Sherbakov, king 3 offsuit, working with 20 blinds. Wow, intriguing. It's coming with the open. You do start to see lots of kind of limping, but look at this, just snap piled on. Oh, excuse me. Does just call. Excuse me. Quite like it. Can keep in a lot of hands that you have in bad shape, like this one. Does get out flopped on this occasion on the 7-4-3 board. Sherbakov, bottom pair, king high hearts working for him. He's going to check this one back. Makes a lot of sense. Those bottom pairs, and improves to trip 3s. Lambov now deciding this is more likely to be his board. Gonna lead 8 million, 40%. Maybe try and fold out like a king jack, king queen, Jay, if it's in there. Not too much else gonna fold in my eyes.
Yeah, we ever doing any raising here, Sherbakov, or do we just want to flat and keep all these hands in? I just feel like this line's really strong. The check back flop, the raise.
He is gonna.
I guess we can have a lot of credible bluffs, the backdoor spades, front door hearts that didn't elect to continue, and he's just gonna get Lambov off of a hand that was drawing dead.
Yeah, I think holding the king of hearts makes me lean towards call. And like, are we really raising turn here with king 9 of spades that didn't see bet? I don't think we ever do.
Yeah, that's the argument.
And you know, you've got an aggressive man in the big. He could just be drawing dead with that lead like we can see he was. Beautiful trophy there in the middle of our screen. And in the middle of the table, these two have slogged through the entire week, through that field size, 1,400 runners or so. Heads up now for this title as we see Lambov wake up with a pretty strong hand, heads up, Queen 7 suited. Continues with the raising strategy. These guys are playing quick.
We like quick.
We do. Sherbakov, 4 high, undeterred, commits the chips to see the first 3. Lambov was best pre, certainly still best now. Open ender here to Broadway.
A nice board for raising range as well, so do expect to see a high frequency c-bet. And it goes for just north of third.
Yeah, nothing for Sherbakov to do.
Also, during the break, we will unwrap the chip trays of the 1,000 value chips.
Finally, a little pause. Sherbakov, once again, gonna have to recover. Really has been pretty epic final, very entertaining for us, very swingy for both of these players. As we see Sherbakov now with the 6-4 off, Jay. Gonna limp in, try and navigate this one post.
Lambov going for check with the Jack-6 offsuit.
Off to the King 10-9 flop we go. Jack high remains best. I have played a lot of heads up, Jay. I was talking with you about this earlier in the week. These boards very over-bluffed by the limper. Certainly going nowhere with our inside straight draw. The problem with stabbing these ones, Jay, is that it's very difficult to barrel this off with 6 high.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like, even now, we turn a 6, which is a little bit of showdown, but we may, you know, still be beat. And we are beat.
Aaron kicker is going to play for Lambov here. And small one going his way. Sherbakov with just 20 BBs.
Yeah, chipping down. I did say to you earlier, is it destined? It just kind of felt like it. With like some of these insane hands we saw him playing. Like you said, does fortune favor the brave, so to speak? That pocket 8's hand will live long in my memory. And surely in the memories of anyone watching this evening. And he's on the verge, Jay. Almost a 4-to-1 chip advantage. And he picks up another big hand, ace-queen. Yes, they are still there.
We'll do some trapping, like with these type of hands off of 20. We could get behind it.
I think either is absolutely going to be absolutely fine here. It has gone with limp. Raise call or limp, potentially jam or limp click. Both seem pretty viable. Sherbakov, though, gets a free look with the 6-3 of clubs. Ace-queen remains best. Wow. Okay. This is out with the realms of normality. He didn't fold. Oh, okay.
Okay, that is tight. A little bit too tight for my liking, Andrew, but...
Definitely too tight.
Yeah, just give some credit for it.
They really are playing quick, right? That was like snap, lead, snap, fold. It's been a long week, to be fair. You may want to get this one over and done with. They want to make the buffet, Jay.
We want to make the buffet as well.
We do. Carry on, lads. Keep on slugging. First walk of this heads-up match. So guys, if you are just joining us, you've missed all the fun, but we are heads up. Mediterranean Poker Party main event of 2024. With myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood in the booth, taking you through to the conclusion. No deals made heads up, guys, so this is a $320,000 heads up match. Pretty insane stuff. Both players 680K locked and 1 million going to the winner. Here comes Lambov. Getting back after it. Sherbakov really getting the worst of the distribution for most of this heads-up match. Does decide, gotta defend with the Jack Deuce.
It's just with the big blind ante as well. We've got a battle, Andrew, still.
He does flop best here on the 8-3 Deuce.
Nice one for Lambov once we get here to continue. 7 high, going to be able to fold out all the 9, 10, Jack, Queen high type stuff. Backdoor straight possibilities as well. An only player that should really have these over pairs here.
Yeah, Sherbakov going nowhere. Can't fold a pair heads up. 2-1 bet. Off to the turn we go. It's a pretty good one for Sherbakov. 8 pairs the board.
Yeah, really nice one to see for Sherbakov, making it less likely our opponent has an 8x here. And would you look at this from Lambov, undeterred. And this is an interesting one here because from like Sherbakov's perspective, probably expect a lot of the hands to start checking once this 8 pairs here. Like even stuff like pocket 9s, 10s, these type of holdings. So do expect him to stick around for one more street here, Andrew, and then we'll head to a river and see if Lambov has got the triple barrel in the locker.
Yeah, I'm with you. Fairly unlikely for Lambov to have a 3, right? Which is a type of hand that could bet twice for value and then check. So I'm with you. A deuce too strong to fold through to the river. Oh. Goodness me. Wow, I really would have liked to see
like at least see
Lambov,
Lambov to think about it for a little bit.
I think it's a pretty clear value shove in my eyes.
Yep.
Okay, event. Sometimes your opponent will have an 8.
Yeah, and off of
sorry, Jake,
off of 20 as well. Maybe Sherbakov just goes for raise 8 on the flop jam turn as well. So 7 seems like a perfect card to actually shove here. Target a 3, target a deuce.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we never want to be too critical, but you're playing for 300k here. Take a moment. Like, your opponent has popped back. This could be your best chance to finish him off. And he may well have called off here. Not to be overestimated. And I'm with you, an 8 is going to check raise flop and get it in, almost always. So, potential mistake. And this is the problem, Jay. All of a sudden...
Plus 4. Plus 8.
Here we go. Sherbakov's going for the limp trap. It's working out beautifully.
And gonna be able to just move all in now as Sherbakov. And now back over to Lambov here. Suited King 6, not really one we can raise to 3 BBs and call Andrew off of this stack depth.
Oof, it's very close.
14 BBs.
I promise you that. Super close.
Like King 9 obviously in there for sure, King 9 suited, so can't be that far.
Like, I would much rather jam pre than raise fold, of course. Like, raise fold, the worst option of check, all in. Raise call, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Incredible how quickly they're playing. Amazing stuff out here in Cyprus.
Lambov, ace 7 now on the button, and one that probably just happy to go with this. Gonna go for 8k. Could have been potential to open jam here. Can raise call as well. Maybe slightly too strong to open jam for 15. So it has gone for the raise to 2 BBs and does get the defend from Sherbakov, and a snap C-bet. Playing quickly, 8 million. Sherbakov out of there, just 9 high, no draw. Nothing he can do. And now south of this 15 big blind remit.
Yeah, closing in on victory. Incredible stuff. Lambov has his man on the ropes, 323 million in chips. As Sherbakov just regathers himself.
6-5 off here. Off at just south of 15. Could potentially go for limp. Does exactly that. And Lambov.
My word.
Raise call here. You expect with ace queen.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. And he has just made it 12k and folded, so that's quite nice for him in terms of being balanced.
But Sherbakov just out of there with the 6-5. Queen deuce suited here, suited queen, 14 effective of our opponent. May want to run this one as Lambov, but it's going to go for the complete.
Yeah, it does land on limp. Don't mind it. Can still have some limp folds at this depth. Well, here we go. Jack 10 deuce with 2 diamonds, Jay. What a flop.
Yeah, action galore. Top pair versus a flush draw and overcard here. 2 monster hands in a heads-up battle.
Wow.
And a Sherbakov looks like just going to take aggressive route off the bat, which probably is going to give Lambov the green light here to just send this in.
He may just run it, Jay. Opponent with 12 bigs back. Our hand has a bucket load of equity. Yes. And he's jammed.
So pair and flush draw versus top pair. Here we go. This is it. This is basically a coin flip.
Goodness me, Jay. Look at the amount of outs for Lambov.
Slight equity favourite, needing to see a queen, a deuce, or a diamond. And if we do, we will crown a champion of the main event. To the turn, 3 of spades. No help there.
Is a blank. 32% of the time, Lambov will win the MPP. Can he find it? He does find it, Jay. It's the 8 of diamonds on the river. And Lambov has done it. My goodness me. Wins.
A final table from him, and just great to see someone getting out of line as one of these middling stacks, right, Andrew? And he's reaped the rewards from it. Took some unorthodox plays throughout the FT, but well done to Azamat Lambov. Commiserations to our second place finisher, Sherbakov.
Incredible stuff, Jay. Azamat Lambov wins the Mediterranean Poker Party for $1 million. Goodness me, what a hand to end the week. Well, we have interviews coming up, guys, with both second and the champion. Here we go.
Спасибо всем, кто меня поддерживал. Вообще, на самом деле, я особо никому не рассказывал, что я здесь. Просто как-то поехал и все. И сегодня приятно удивился, потому что мне многие написали, оказывается, многие следили. Всем огромное спасибо. Друзья, семья. Всем большой привет с Кипра. Здесь очень круто.
Azamat Lambov, our winner of the main event, the $1 million for him. And very simple one, how it's feeling for you? What's inside you now?
Азамат, какие у вас ощущения?
Я думаю, вы можете догадаться. Ощущения непередаваемые, но самое важное, что я могу сказать, я это просто еще не осознаю.
It's very hard to explain because I cannot realize how I'm feeling, you know? I'm like in the sky.
I know you come here not alone, with your wife, and what's maybe you tried some of the facilities here. Have you only grinding, or you maybe made something more here?
С кем вы приехали? Как вы здесь проводите время?
В двух словах, я приехал со своей супругой.
I came with my wife.
Счастье ее, наверное, тоже не передать.
She's very happy as well.
Отель. Мы здесь не первый раз.
We're not first time here. It's our favorite hotel.
Были в разных отелях, но
we tried the different one.
Даже я подчеркну, даже не Diamond, а Crystal, близок к душе, и к нему всегда очень приятно возвращаться и возвращаться.
The Crystal is in my heart, and I want to back and back again.
Look, you enjoyed all the Mediterranean Poker Party. Will you recommend it for your friends, for your, you know?
Вы бы посоветовали кому-то из ваших друзей переезжать сюда?
Of course, безусловно. Это не обсуждается. Еще раз подчеркиваю, был во многих отелях этого нашего прекрасного мира. Этот самый приятный, душевный отель, и игра здесь очень приятная. И все от души, ни одного нарекания нету.
I traveled a lot around the world. I would say that's the best one in the world.
I'm really glad. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And couldn't agree more with Azamat. One of the best venues you're ever going to get to play poker at. But that is it, guys. That's it from us. What a great main event. 5K buy-in, 1,260 entries, smashing the guarantee out of the park. But it's that man down there, Azamat Lambov, that takes home the $1 million first place prize.
Yeah, incredible stuff, Jay. And guys, that is it from us for this edition of the Mediterranean Poker Party. Sensational week. All that remains is to thank Jay and to thank James Dempsey for bringing the coverage along with myself all week. Also, thanks to the production team behind the scenes. Phenomenal job. And, not, you know, best of all, the players and also all of you guys out there for following the action. Thank you to everybody involved. And that is it, guys, from us. Until next year at the Mediterranean Poker Party, it's goodbye.
Sorry.
Welcome back to the Merit Poker Olympics for the final time. We have been competing over the last few days in a series of challenges. The scores currently tied 2 apiece. Now, what could the final challenge be? Of course, poker.
Absolutely, James. You can see the table behind me. We're going to play a 3-handed sit and go. All of us with 50,000 starting chips. Blind's going to start at 501k, and we're going to play to a winner.
But today, there's a slight twist. If you are lucky enough to win a pot with 7 deuce or 8-3, you will obtain one of these bad boys, couple of jokers. And if you're lucky to have one, you will be able to turn over someone's card at any point in the hand to give yourself that little bit of extra information.
Well, with the rules set, the stage is ready. It is time to find out who will be the champion of the Merit Poker Olympics. All right.
Like
you
it?
down for that? You down for that, Andrew?
A bucket of water.
Ice water.
ICM.
Winner throws ice water over third place. Yeah, a little bit of ICM. No one wants to come last.
If I lose to either of you, I'll make my own forfeit. Telling you, can't happen. Right. Okay, I'm in though. I'm in. I'm in for the forfeit. Go on then, boys. Off you go. Off you go.
Wow, it's not like you to fold the button first hand.
Oh.
This limp is disrespect, by the way. Very disrespectful.
Look at him.
Disrespectful limp.
Yes!
Dempsey. Are you kidding?
9 deuce off.
Limp re-raise.
What are he going to do?
He gets a joker. Gets the ultimate sunrunner.
Wow.
The ultimate of
Hand
all
one.
There's no way that wasn't rigged.
Jay has a joker.
There's no way that wasn't just rigged somehow.
This is Andrew.
Have you met before? Have you met this man?
Andrew.
Have you?
I'll see if I can balance it so you boys don't forget.
No problem here.
We're in the mud.
We are in the mud a little bit.
Look at me, so smug, I hate him. Look at him, look at him. Shit-eating grin. Right, don't worry, we'll be fine. He only gets to turn over one card,
One card. Like what? I've got to get myself a joker as well.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that. All right then.
I can't make the pot big. With a coffin. Power of the 8-3, eh?
Ooh. What is this?
Have a day off.
7 days.
Just gonna have a moment, guys. I'm going to chat to my poker coach. 1 second.
Make sure there's no
What hands am I supposed to be defending from the big blind if Jay raises the button? I'm 50 big blinds deep.
I have no idea what the game is.
Texas Hold'em.
How many cards you've got.
Let's
Okay.
collude.
I mean, I'm assuming
Get
it's
him
free roll,
iced.
so I would live.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Good strategy.
I would love to see him.
Okay. I had
down a peg.
I had to consult my coach, you see, because he's a former chopper of the MPP main event. The guy gets lucky. What can I do?
I don't know what to tell you. Right, let's go.
Man.
Breathless.
Beautiful. Little limp ski. Check. Right. Here he comes. Look at this, look at this. Here he comes. Delay. How much? 3,000.
3,000?
This is what's known as a delayed c-bet, guys. Look at him. All right. 3.
Cold deck, 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 cold deck. Come on. King's full, quad tens. King's full, quad tens. I don't want to be the ice bucket here.
9.
Oh.
9. 8, but 9.
No, you're used to playing online, so it'll tell you, but that's a pop bet.
$35,000.
Ooh.
35,000.
Quads, baby.
You called it.
8 calls.
Oh my word! No!
No. No way. No way. I should have jammed.
Nice hand, sir. Nice
Unlucky,
hand.
man. That's pretty ridiculous.
I'm sitting here going, King's full content.
Yeah, but if I bet the flop, then it's GG. Oh, maybe not.
I mean,
thank you. Unlucky Jay.
Jay, you've just been one-outed in a high-stakes environment.
It's all good. It's all good.
Wow.
In case you're wondering, guys, I had deuce 3 in that hand.
That feels like a setup.
Does it feel like a setup, Andrew? Does it? Does it feel like a setup? You just hit a one-outer.
I did.
Let's face it, the river was going to go bet, raise, jam, and you were going to go whatever, pull it off if you hadn't hit the 10.
Yeah. That is indeed what was going to happen.
How much have you got there, short stack?
Don't you worry about me, mate. We're all good.
Would you-
Anyone want to buy a Joker for 20k?
Would you?
Anyone?
Would you have folded? Oh, you should have used it in that hand.
I don't think I
Didn't
should.
feel like you
I don't
needed
think-
it.
Imagine if he turns over the 4. I think that's the cool anyway.
I think I've got 10s full of kings. I'll probably use it, but.
Would
I
you
don't
have folded
think
to shove, Jay?
folded to shove. I wouldn't have snapped.
Ah, I should have jammed.
He might use the Joker on the shove.
Should have jammed. I've done my nut.
Oh, look at him with his little short stack.
I know.
Ready for your little shower, are you, Jay? Ready to get a little icy? That was an icy cold hand.
How much did you start the hand with, Jay?
I started with just under 20, I think.
Oh, I should have raised more with the quad 10s.
Well, 20 exactly.
How much?
20 exactly.
20 exactly behind. Right, thank you. Raise.
Raise. 5,000, please.
Careful, James. You got the ICM implications.
ICM is a bitch. Let me tell you.
I'm having a great time. He's going to fold here as well, I reckon, or make a questionable defend. That's the boy.
Oh,
should have jammed. It was fishy. I don't really have bluffs, do I? Unless I'm just ruffling. I reckon Jay could have hero folded. It would have been the greatest fold of all time. Goated.
He might have done.
He might have done for sure.
Nothing would surprise me.
How much do you have now, Jay?
I've got 15 exactly.
15 plus the raise, or 15?
15 exactly total. 15 being used to start the hand.
Thank you, mate. That's good to know.
My only question here is, Andrew, has he raised from button or has he raised from gun?
Button. And got bun is raised from the bun.
From the bun.
All in.
All in.
Oh, get him, keep knocking his legs out, keep knocking his legs out.
You should use your joker. Jay,
get his joker.
Jay, you do know that joker means that you can...
I know.
Yeah, but are you sure? Okay.
if whoever busts him,
I'm loving the shit
Joker.
talking. I'm loving the shit talking.
How much you got there?
15.2.
15.2, and the blinds are up, Jay.
He's got a Joker though.
That's actually pretty good morale, isn't it? Right.
Now, Mr. Headley.
6,000.
Oh.
I don't know why I'm getting up. Got to fold any two.
That's what I'm thinking. That's why I've made it 6K.
What if I got like a can I want to play?
It's really up to you, mate. You can do what you want. Jay, come and sweat this, mate. Your fate's on the line. You might as well come and have a look at what we're working with. I can't tell if he's happy or not. Okay.
Jay's got a sweat. I'm
He
giving
might
him
be
a sweat.
trapping. He might be trapping here. I feel like it feels like a Dempsey acting job.
Is it that bad, is it?
Well, your acting generally, I find to be overcooked and hard-boiled.
You stop looking at my chips.
Aye. Just having a wee look at my hand, a wee peruse, see what we're dealing with. Okay.
Be a nice time to have 8-3, wouldn't it?
Would be a nice time to have 8-3. 8,000. I should have bet B40.
I just think you got 8-3.
What do you have? You can't.
Same hand.
You can't.
I've got 8-3.
I'm not loving this.
I've got 8-3.
You
Be
can't have
careful.
many hands that want to peel.
I've got
This
8-3.
turn bet.
I'm telling you now, I've got 8-3.
You might have 8-3.
I've told you I've got 8-3.
Maybe you would jam that though. I can't call all in. There's one thing I'll tell you. I might be able to call non-all in. Condemns, mate. This is an egregious tank. Oh, what's this? I'll wait for a little countdown. I really feel like he's got it here, and it's tilting me huge.
I've got 8-3. I've told him like 5 times I've got 8-3. He still bet the turn, even though I told him I've got 8-3.
I really don't think you're bluffing. It's so tilting. I have a hand that's supposed to call though, Jay. Maybe I can bail you out. I might look silly.
Got 8-3.
Might look silly. I think I'm gonna.
You
let
often
it-
look silly,
I
Andrew.
think I'm gonna let it go.
Good fuck.
I just don't know what the bluffs are. Fold.
Good fold.
Well, give us a look.
You'll see in 30 minutes.
Bluff's good for the game. Bluff's good for the game.
He would have shown a bluff for sure.
Yeah, of course.
So I've actually made a pretty nice play down, I think. Hopefully. How much do you have back?
8.2 total.
Including what's already in there.
Yeah.
That's what total means, Andrew.
I understand. 5,000.
Well, it could be a very cold day for me.
All right. I don't have a good hand, but it figures to be okay. All right. Good luck. Prepay Demps.
Come on. I know you'll get the Joker, but I don't care. Hey, we need a ruling. We need a ruling. Where's our
Can't you just
format?
like change one of your cards? Can I change that queen to a king?
Oh, I was about to say, what are you giving me king queen for?
Well, we win the
Prepay.
floor.
Let's go. We're going to celebrate in here.
I'm so desperate to win this pot. I can't handle this. The pressure cooker of the ICM Oh, the iciest of
The
M's.
drama of it all.
Jay Harwood starts so strong.
Queen. Queen in the window. Oh.
Okay, how about
3?
I'll take a deuce.
Just put a king there, kill it off.
King there. We're not putting a king there.
Get there.
Oh.
Sweaty turn.
Wait, what did I fold?
I know. What did you? I was going to fold and let you put him in.
Yeah,
Maybe I should.
I had a 7. I had 7-3.
Hating that. Oh, you might have walked him.
I might have done.
Get there.
Yes! Guaranteed heads up.
Da, 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 da. Well
Good
done,
game,
Jay.
Mr. Harwood. Very well played. Very
Jay.
unlucky in that big pot, I have
Well
to
done,
say.
Jay. Good
JJ,
game, mate.
lads.
Good game.
JJ.
Right, he doesn't get the joker. We need a ruling.
No, I do get it.
Good luck, boys.
I've never won a live tournament, Damps. You're going to take it easy on your pal.
No, he's big blind.
I think I'm big blind.
All right.
All right, good luck.
Pressure
Let's
is
have
off.
a fair
Bonne chance, mon ami.
Good luck, mate. All the best. I mean, I'm running pure, so if I keep running this hot, you're in trouble.
Yeah, whatever. I'm all in.
Oh, you just first hand. Come on. Oh, it's close. How much total? Ish. Ish.
I don't know.
It probably doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter. I might have to flick it in. Ah, come on. I couldn't respect. It doesn't matter. I couldn't respect myself if I folded, even though we don't love it. Love it. Good luck.
Can I just ask a question?
You got 7 days.
Whose idea was this bloody 8-3 game? Come on, the 8-3. Come on.
Now, to be clear, if you
Oh,
win,
I get it. I get the joker.
such a snake.
I've gone out of my way
Team
to win the
Snake.
joker.
Team Snake. Right, good luck.
Here we go, 8-3. If I win the pot, I take the chip lead, and I get a joker, and I get
Come on.
closer.
Come on, the
Yes.
Headley. Right, people are playing, so we have to not be too loud.
I don't care what people are playing. I'll make the noise I want
Ace.
to make.
Ace. Not like this. Oh, it's a sweaty one. What do you need? Middling cards.
6 or 8.
Okay. Hold.
Come on. Come on.
Hold. Hold.
Oh, or jack.
Oh, no.
Can I have the river face down?
Pair the board. No, you can't. It's the drama for the TV. Pair the board. I'm getting the handshake ready. He hasn't stood up. He's going to lose.
One
Quick.
time.
Don't get there.
Yes.
I hate him so much.
Yes.
I actually hate him.
Yes. Yes.
Story of my life, Harwood. How much? 55K.
Hello, baby, you're gonna be mine.
55.
What a beautiful
5.
card. You're a beautiful card. The clubs, just in time, I'd say, just in time.
How much is this? Hang on.
Oh, I've got all these chips over here as
No,
well.
I need a little.
I've got so many.
10.
I keep forgetting where they are.
That's 20K. That's 25K. 29. So I got like 30K. That's disheartening, isn't it?
Does that mean I've got 120?
I've got 7 BBs. All right, all in then.
It's hard to imagine unfolding, having seen that card.
All right then.
It's a tough one.
It's only 7.5 BBs. Are you slow rolling me?
I'd like to thank my family.
Ah, yes.
My friends.
He's slow rolling me. Can you believe it?
My support staff, the coaches.
Wait, hang on.
And my friend Jay for making sure he comes third. I was like, cool, and win the tournament.
You don't have aces, do you?
I don't need aces. Oh, bollocks.
Amazing.
That's a touch embarrassing.
Punish him for that horrific cringe speech. Come on, there's got to be some justice. Wait, I need more equity.
You want to come sweat this one with me?
Let's go. Good luck, James. Ace. Oh,
That's not good.
I think I might win this one.
That's not good.
I might win this one.
Capadonna.
Let's go. Rip it off. Come on.
You remember the last time the pen came on the river?
Right. Oh!
Well,
that's a pretty good card.
Give me that back for starters.
See, this is how you celebrate.
Oh,
this is how you celebrate with class, James.
That's a needle.
Class and decorum. I will send them your way. I will splash the pot.
Whenever the... Keep this PG.
We will. Fudge, I please. Check.
Ooga.
Business-like situation.
It's business. I'll take you to the flop.
Okay.
I think the book says raise.
Have a little double check at what I'm dealing with here. It's one of those ones that I knew I had to bluff and didn't want to. Oh, you should have used the joker. Oh,
I didn't need to use the joker. Don't you worry about that. I know what you're up to. 28,000, please, my boy.
Easy.
That's how you get these young bucks.
There you go.
They all get carried away.
I know. I just didn't want to give up. Like to use my joker card, please. Beat you to it, son, eh? Loving this. All in. Hey, you like that?
I do like that.
That's actually pretty sharky.
The longer this goes on, the more he builds up the fear.
You're actually in trouble
of the ice.
If I get the winning double.
I may well be.
All right, I've had enough of the limping. All in. There's 12k to pick up every time. Come on, Jay, come and sweat it.
How much is that? 54, I said.
Yeah, you must know.
All right, I need you to spread your cards.
Are you going to do it? Oh, I love it. Please.
I would like to
Thank you.
reclaim.
Pick the right one, come on. Which one? Are you sure? Hang on. Oh. Oh, you should have picked the other one.
What's the other one?
You never know.
That was an annoying waste of it.
Yeah. Absolutely dreamy.
I would have had to call. I had to call.
He's claiming he folded better than Queen 8 to a 9BB heads-up jam in the Commentator Olympics.
You had a king. It was a good fold. Queen 10 of diamonds. Big fold, huh?
And you hadn't already snapped it off without using the joker. That's embarrassing. Yeah, there's no way.
All in.
Come on. Boom. Let's go. Hit the showers, Dempsey.
Oh, no.
Got him. Ah. Good luck.
This is a repeat of the last all in.
Bon chance.
One time.
Punish him.
Hold, 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 hold.
Queen.
Thank you.
Nothing silly.
Am I getting there?
Silly. Or two of those. Two of those.
Oh.
Nice.
How you feeling?
Not that comfortable.
Pin. Oh. Woof.
Spade.
That's a decent flop.
Spade.
That's a pretty good flop, James. Pretend you're in the booth. Talk us through it.
I can't. It's too pressure.
Ooh, oh, don't.
Come on. Yes, come on.
I'm not doing the stream with this.
Do it that way. Do it the beautiful way. How are you feeling now? You're feeling nervous, aren't you?
I should hold.
How am I?
All right. Let's go. We're back. Oh, James, you're under it now, pal. Come on, then.
I thank my family and my friends and my support team.
All in. Oh. How we looking? Oh, looking okay so far.
7.
Oh, he's found a pair. He's found a pair.
He can't get lucky again. Hold.
Yeah, I think this is
Hold.
it, mate. Queen ball. Oh, okay. Club. 10 of clubs. 10 of clubs for the max outs. I think I'm going to get there here.
I feel like you're going to get there.
You reckon?
It's the feature of today.
Oh, that's a very boring card.
And you have been saving it until the river
It's
as well
actually
most of the time.
got a chance now. What do you reckon? Queen? Queen? Queen or an 8?
Pair the board.
Queen or an 8? 8 of hearts. What do you think? Oh, how's he held?
All right, he's back.
The stream's cancelled.
He's back.
Just going.
I mean, I had 10,000. I think you're going to survive.
Right. Come on then.
All of my tokens
How much
to be
is
wagered.
That? This is actually very
28.
sad. 28 total. Oh no. 60. Yeah, you got more. You must have more than 28.
You got 8 there as well, haven't you? So.
I don't trust him. Okay. Okay. 28. There's 3 BBs in it. I mean, whatever. No. Oh no!
Come on!
Somehow not lying.
Come on!
That's justice. Slow roll, 7-5. 3 big
I didn't
blinds.
slow roll.
Hold.
Get there. I'm not standing up with you this time. How's he got 2 pocket pairs in a row? That's pretty good.
9.
No, not like this. Not like this. No.
7. Okay. Lots of good things can happen.
Oh God.
9 for the morale. Oh man, this guy, James Dempsey.
28,000, please.
Fuming.
I'll be even. Got 56. I started with 50. You're forgetting poor Jay.
Right, all in. Let's go. Oh, look, I'm getting slow rolled again. It's just like what?
Domination Nation!
That's ridiculous.
Domination Nation!
Sunrunner.
Come on.
You've got to find a 7 this time.
He's a massive Sunrunner.
Come on.
This man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how James has made it so high up in the poker world, by relentlessly coolering.
Just having the best hand.
Is this the guy that made quad 10s versus kings 4?
One outer, yeah.
Jay, why are you
the
here?
same guy who had a 1 out.
Why are you here, Jay? 7 ball. Oh, that's a terrible
Come on.
board.
Come on.
Get there. That's pretty good.
Oh, no, no.
Queen, king, ace, 7.
5.
Jack.
Deuce.
5.
7.
Yes.
Absolutely unreal how he
Yes.
won, this man. I'm somehow going to lose here. How's he done that? 3 hands in a row.
Just blessed, mate.
He is blessed.
Both of you are blessed. I'm standing here, so...
I'm not even going to look.
Oh, this is more than enough. I would like to set the short stack all in, please.
Here we go again.
Come on.
First one is not the best.
Just hold.
We're live. It's just, I said this is going to be awful. Like, this is going to be truly awful to experience. Oh, hello, little deuce. That's what I'm talking about.
Jack of clubs.
Yes, that's a magnificent card. Punish him, punish him. If he gets there like this, I'm going to be... All right. Jamesy boy. Ain't over yet. Wow. All in. One look and jam. Always got a bad hand. You'll love seeing it.
How much is it? Well, 22, 44,
30.
54.
We'll get the count.
4.5 bigs.
Yeah.
What we got? What we got?
Yeah, 4.5 blinds. Oi!
I'm not gonna, no ghosting going on.
No tapping him on the shoulder.
I just want to see.
Oh, is he gonna lay it down? Go on. Live a little, man. Sometimes you need to live a little, James. I know you want to win. We've got a long night ahead of us. There's the boy. Jack 8 of diamonds. Yeah. Good man. How did it feel to cast off those shackles? Hey? And click call. How did it feel?
How many times you two been all in heads up?
I know, too many. Oh, the drama.
Early celebration.
Come on.
No,
Come on.
This is early
Come on.
celebration.
Hold. Hold.
Oh. I mean, get there.
This is the moment I've been waiting for.
I believe in you. Get there. Oh, my days. Where's this? I'm leaving.
Not even a handshake. It's gone.
It's one of the proudest moments of my life. Taking down this title means so much to me.
Rigged.
It's obviously a shame that the people I was playing against weren't exactly of the highest caliber, but you can only beat what's in front of you on the day.
It's all in there for the banter.
Good game, boys. Good game. Welcome back, one and all, to the Merit Royal Diamond, where yours truly has hoisted the trophy. But of course, there was a loser's prize. Jay Harwood, 3rd place in the sit and go. It means I get to dunk him with ice cold water. Andrew, would you mind holding on to this for me a minute?
I will. Let's just give our man a little fear, Jay. This is the sound of inevitability, my friend. There you go, Demps.
You nearly won this.
Enjoy.
Remember that?
Yeah, we know you won. Brilliant.
All right, Andrew, do you want to count me in? You might as well join in the fun.
All right, then. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! You all right, mate? There you go, Jay. For being a good sport.
Thank you.
Hoist it high.